The hundreds of thousands of cultivators outside of the ancient Dao Lakes region were bearing witness to a rare and shocking spectacle. That long sword is 2 meters long, the 9 short swords are each 1 meter long. Look at the brilliant glow and the lightning. It almost looks like tribulation lightning. Is it possible? Is it possible that sword is the legendary Dead Winter Tribulation sword? Why does that war drum looks almost the same as the primordial true spirit drum that I read about in the ancient records? And that puppet next to it. I get the chills just looking at it. What is that tree? It looks so bizarre. And has 3 fruits on it. Check out that beast claw. It looks incredible. Could it be a Dao-seeking treasure? That's a black dragon? It's a real-life dragon. It looks relatively small, but its body is definitely a treasure. The few dozen spirit-severing cultivators immediately convened above the 30,000-meter main lake as one object after another appeared amidst the eruption of the lake water. Boom! There were simply too many magical items. Fierce fighting broke out in the blink of an eye. Screw off. Hey, I wanted that. This is mine. Anyone who dares to fight me over it will die. Explosions immediately began to echo out as the spirit-severing experts shot toward the treasures they had taken a liking to. Shocking roars filled the air, and wild colors danced about. The greatest focus of attention was the teenager from the Solitary Sword sect, then the Golden Frost sect puppet, both of whom exuded Dao-seeking auras. Strangest of all were the 3 people from the northern reaches. They flew about in 3 different areas, causing the air to shatter around them wherever they went. Their sudden appearance on the scene was quite a source of alarm for the southern domain cultivators. However, there was no time to try to uncover information about their origins and backgrounds. Everyone sped toward the treasures that they wanted. The teenager from the Solitary Sword sect flew at top speed toward the 2-meter long sword. In the blink of an eye, his hand clasped the hilt. The enormous puppet from the Golden Frost sect exploded with a Dao-seeking aura as it headed toward the puppet next to the war drum, slamming aside several Solitary Sword sect spirit-severing cultivators in the process. The Song Clan patriarch flew along at top speed, his body pulsing with an aura that seemed to contain a force which was incompatible with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Everywhere he passed, shocking illusory blades flew about. His goal was one particular jade slip that glowed with violet light. The 19th Li clan patriarch shot furiously toward the black dragon. The only member of the Violet Fate sect to make an appearance, Reverend Witherdao, headed toward the red trunk tree with the black leaves, blue flowers, and 3 white fruits. As for the barbaric, hulking De from the northern reaches, an enormous wolf-tooth club appeared in his hands. A savage and wild aura exploded out from him, reaching a pinnacle in the blink of an eye. His wolf-tooth club swept back and forth, shattering the surroundings as he charged toward his goal, the 300-meter-long black-colored claw. This claw belongs to Di, Dao Child Zhou Chun from the Coffin Altar sect, also from the northern reaches. Looked incredibly soft and feminine. The air around him did not shatter, but rather his surroundings warped and twisted, causing everything he passed by to wither. His expression was cold as he headed toward the enormous golden halo that emanated a pulsing power of sealing. Last was one of the 4 young Star Lords of South Heaven, the number 1 figure under Dao seeking from the northern reaches, Lu Bai of the Imperial Bloodline sect, who could battle Dao seeking even when in the spirit-severing stage. As he hovered in mid-air, the Dao lake eruption surging around him, he almost seemed to exist in a different time and location. It was as if he could, at will, travel anywhere in space and time. He glanced around at the various objects in the area until his gaze came to rest on the corpse of the enormous black dragon. As it did, a strange gleam began to shine in his eyes. He immediately headed in the direction of the black dragon and toward the 19th Li clan patriarch, who was clearly vying for the same object. Everyone had their own targets and goals, some the same as others, some different. In addition, there were spirit-severing experts from the other sects and clans who also headed toward their own favored objects. The 6 blood demon sect patriarchs scattered and headed toward various things that attracted them. The fighting seemed chaotic, but was in fact quite the opposite. Only the most powerful experts would actually fight over any of the visibly extraordinary items. Others weren't qualified to do so. Damn it! That's mine. Nobody owns the Dao Lakes. The treasures go to the lucky, and you're not lucky. Screw off. Die! Explosions rattled out, and in the blink of an eye, they were joined by miserable shrieks. A Golden Frost sect cultivator was cut down by Reverend Withered Dao. A Li clan member excitedly closed in on the black dragon, and was about to grab it when a soft sigh could be heard. The sigh caused his body to begin to tremble, and then blood sprayed from his mouth. His fleshly body immediately transformed into a pool of blood. His nascent divinity flew out without hesitation, but was then crushed by the power of time. Meanwhile, Meng Hao still sat at the edge of the dried-up 3,000-meter Dao Lake that bordered the 30,000-meter Dao Lake. His mind rang with thunderous roars as he gained further enlightenment regarding the withering flame demon magic true self Dao. He was finally able to thoroughly break it down. Withering, flame, demon, magic, true self Dao. His eyes opened. This magic has 3 levels and 7 parts. Each character represents a different secret art. Combined, they form something unbelievably powerful. The self character is the clone magic. It's too bad I didn't understand it before and pursued some incorrect theories. Were it not for that, I might have already been able to gain some true understanding, and therefore some boosts in power. What I currently have the deepest understanding of is not this self-character and its clone magic, but rather the withering character. All living things wither. However, a withered tree can grow anew in spring. The character Wither-ku has a Trimu component on the left, which represents life. The Ancient Ku component on the right represents death. The left is the past, the right is the future. The character Wither is also similar to the 3rd level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic. Once I enter the Spirit Meridian Stratum, I will be able to consume Spirit Meridians, which in actuality is very similar to the Wither character. Withering someone's Spirit Meridians is akin to crippling their cultivation base and influencing time. It's like planting a seed. The seed is planted, then reaped immediately, ignoring the time that normally passes in between. That is the true meaning of the Spirit Meridian Stratum of the Blood Demon Grand Magic. All I need is some time spent in secluded meditation, perhaps half a month, and I should be able to step fully into the 3rd level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with a brilliant glow. It was in this moment that shocking energy suddenly surged up from within him. Instantly, the eyes of all the cultivators above the Dao Lake turned in his direction. He raised his head, and a golden gleam could be seen in his eyes. Suddenly, he performed a minor teleportation and reappeared in mid-air above the lake. Meng Hao! He was meditating before, and based on his energy now, could it be that he made a breakthrough? Damn it! If he gets involved, that means there's one more powerful foe in the mix. Please, please, please don't take a fancy to this magical item here. Go look at someone else's. Various thoughts and feelings such as these bubbled up in the blink of an eye. Rumble. When Meng Hao appeared above the Dao Lake, his energy immediately drew special attention from 4 people. The first was the teenager from the Solitary Sword sect, whose pupils constricted. The other 3 were the chosen from the northern reaches. One of them, Dao Child Zhou-chan from the Coffin Altar sect, frowned and stared seriously for a moment. A look of scorn appeared on the face of Di Yi, although his heart filled with vigilance. The person who seemed most interested in Meng Hao was none other than Liu Bai. He turned to look at Meng Hao, and when he did, a tremor ran through him. It's him, he thought. He sensed a feeling like destiny, and was instantly sure that the young man he was looking at was the person the esteemed Dawn Immortal had referred to, his destined adversary. Meng Hao's arrival on the scene shocked everyone. He glanced around, and then, to the shock of many, shot toward the Black Claw. His decision caused quite a few people to sigh in relief and continue fighting. Dia's eyes flickered with killing intent as he too barreled toward the black-colored claw. The teenager from the Solitary Sword sect had just grabbed the 2-meter-long sword. Energy exploded out, and he lifted his head back and laughed loudly. Next to the black dragon, the 19th Li clan patriarch coughed up some blood. He was no match for Lu Bai, who swept his sleeve to collect up the black dragon. The Golden Frost sect was after the enormous war drum and puppet. There were a few spirit-severing experts fighting them over it, but with the power of their Tao-seeking aura, the Golden Frost sect steamrolled everyone in their way and promptly seized it. As for the red trunk tree, no one else dared to fight with Reverend Withered Tao over it. Everyone knew that Grandmaster Pill Demon could refine all types of objects into medicinal pills. Since the tree didn't seem to be of much use to others, Reverend Withered Tao was easily able to collect it up. The Song clan successfully acquired the violet-colored jade slip they had been after. As for the Golden Halo, there were quite a few people who tried to fight Zhou Chan of the Coffin Altar sect over it, but all were sent into retreat, blood spraying from their mouths. 2 people were even slain. In the end, Zhou Chan took it. Regarding the other miscellaneous objects, spirit-severing cultivators from various sects and clans had already divvied them all up. Di arrived near the black-colored claw. His wolf-tooth club swept about, causing lake water to spray about. His left hand reached out toward the black-colored claw. However, just when his hand was about to latch onto it, Meng Hao pierced through the air with indescribable speed to appear directly next to the claw. Seeing that Meng Hao wanted to contend with him over the claw, Di roared, "Screw off!" then smashed his wolf-tooth club down toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as his fist struck out. The fist had no Tao-seeking aura, but considering that Meng Hao was the #1 figure under Tao-seeking, it contained explosive power, which smashed directly into the wolf-tooth club. A huge boom rattled out. A tremor ran through Meng Hao, and the wolf-tooth club was sent flying back. Di's face fell as he was sent staggering back 7 or 8 measures. He looked up, and a vicious expression could be seen on his face. "So you're not on par with that inhuman Lu Bai?" Di's body flickered as he charged forward once more. Although Di and the other 2 from the northern reaches had actually arrived quite a bit earlier, even Lu Bai wasn't able to see what was happening inside the Tao lakes. Only after the Master Lake had erupted, causing the surrounding air to distort and churn and allowing them to teleport closer, were they able to get a clear glimpse of what was going on. As such, he was unaware of the shocking things Meng Hao had done. After looking more closely at Di, Meng Hao realized that the hulking man had the familiar aura of a Northern Reaches cultivator. "Northern Reaches?" he asked. "Yeah. I'm Di from the Desolate clan in the Northern Reaches." Di roared as he closed in on Meng Hao. "You must know Lu Zichuan." One rumbling echoed out, and everyone looked over to watch Meng Hao and Di fight over the black-colored claw. The eyes of the teenager from the solitary sword sect flashed as he gripped the rotating 2-meter-long sword. In his mind, nobody here could possibly pose a threat to him except perhaps for the handsome Lu Bai, with his mastery of time power. The Golden Frost sect puppet also looked over at Meng Hao, and its eyes glittered. Reverend Withered Tao said nothing, as if he didn't care to watch anything that was happening. The 19th Li clan patriarch was severely wounded and in full retreat. As for the members of the Song clan, after acquiring the item they sought, they seemed to be ready to leave. Tao Child Zhou Chun from the Coffin Altar sect seemed to be itching to fight. When he looked over at Meng Hao, he suddenly frowned. He's only at the peak of spirit severing, he thought. He can't compare to Lu Bai. As for the Imperial sect's Lu Bai, he was also observing the fight between Meng Hao and Di. After seeing them attack, his expression remained tranquil. From a young age his talent had been prodigious and no one from the northern reaches was a match for him. Even the Ji clan from the eastern lands Great Tang had wanted to take him in as an honorary disciple. Afterwards, though, he had been favored by the Dawn Immortal, who guided him on his path of cultivation. Thus, he no longer cultivated normally, but rather pursued the Tao of the Resurrection Lily. What was more, the Dawn Immortal did not permit the Resurrection Lily to absorb him. Rather, she had planted a seed within him that had no consciousness, allowing him to consume it and acquire the power of the Resurrection Lily. It was as if she was trying to sow good karma with him. Instead of saying he was a cultivator, it would be more accurate to say that he was a resurrection lily. Because of that, even the Fong clan took him quite seriously, and expressed interest in bringing him into the clan as a son-in-law. Because of all these things, he had a unique status. There were even rumors that he was in fact some almighty expert who had descended to planet South Heaven to be reincarnated and rebuild his cultivation base from the ground up. Considering his mastery of time power, he would be able to take care of Di in only 3 moves. Too weak, he thought after a single glance, shaking his head at Meng Hao. However, it was in that exact moment that Meng Hao spoke the words Northern Reaches. The sound of it echoed out, evoking tempestuous thoughts in all the South Heaven cultivators. Even the teenager from the solitary sword sect turned to look at Di. Relations between the southern domain and the northern reaches was a sensitive subject. Although it had been many years since full-scale war raged between them, it wasn't a rare thing in the history of the lands of South Heaven. Every time there was a war, one side among the two would flow with rivers of blood. Northern reaches? No wonder the cultivation bases of those 3 seem so unfamiliar. It turns out they're from the northern reaches. The northern reaches are connected to the eastern lands, both of which are on the other side of the Milky Way Sea. Takes a long time to cross the Milky Way Sea. Did they really come here just for the Dao Lakes? Even as the crowds from the southern domain were reeling in shock, Meng Hao spoke the name Lu Zichuan. Although the name was unfamiliar to the southern domain cultivators, as soon as Dao Child Zhou from the Coffin Altar sect heard it, his eyes flickered and he looked at Meng Hao. Lu Bai was slightly taken aback. He was from the Imperial Bloodline clan, Zhou Chun came from the Coffin Altar sect, and Di Yi was from the Desolate clan. As for the Lu Zichuan Meng Hao had just mentioned, he was also from the Imperial Bloodline clan. The Imperial Bloodline clan was the #1 clan in the northern reaches, and Lu Zichuan was the imperial son of the Imperial Bloodline clan. His cultivation base was only at the first severing level, but as far as his position went, he could be considered one of the top figures in the entire northern reaches. "You know Lu Zichuan?" asked Di, his pupils constricting. His Desolate clan was an auxiliary branch of the Imperial Bloodline clan, so although he had a high cultivation base, whenever he heard the name Lu Zichuan, he had no choice but to lower his head and voice greetings to the young lord. "He owes me 9 million spirit stones," said Meng Hao with a cold snort. "How could I not know him?" He casually opened his bag of holding and pulled out a fistful of jade slips, which detailed the amount of spirit stones owed to him by the cultivators from the ancient demon Immortal sect. "Su Shoyan owes me 8 million spirit stones. Tian Leifong owes me 7,800,000 spirit stones. Zhou Jie owes me 9,500,000 spirit stones. Di Luo owes me 11 million spirit stones. And then there's someone named Han Peng who owes me the most, 15 million spirit stones. All of these people are from your northern reaches, right?" Every single sentence spoken by Meng Hao caused the faces of the 3 northern reaches cultivators to flicker. That was especially true when the names Zhou Jie, Di Luo, and Han Peng were uttered. Even Lu Bai gaped in shock. Zhou Jie and Zhou Chun were from the same clan, and Di Luo was Di Ye's younger brother. As for Han Peng, he was a chosen from the Imperial Bloodline clan, with a position second only to Lu Bai. How could they owe you so many spirit stones?" bellowed Di, his eyes wide. Unfortunately, the jade slips in Meng Hao's hands were imprinted with life essence aura. Due to the fluctuations of these auras that emanated from them, the 3 northern reaches cultivators could not doubt their authenticity, nor the identities of who they belonged to. The surrounding members of the various sects and clans of the southern domain were even more shocked than the 3 northern reaches cultivators. They looked at Meng Hao with expressions of disbelief and astonishment. This was especially true of the cultivators of the Blood Demon sect and the Violet Fate sect. They stared with gaping mouths. What did the Blood Prince do in the past? How did he get so many people to owe him so much? Take this. I noticed that when he pulled out those jade slips just now, he only took out a few, the ones that belonged to the northern reaches cultivators. Could it be that the rest of the jade slips include people from the rest of the lands of South Heaven? The Blood Prince must have done a lot of business in the past. Diye's eyes were bloodshot, and he was filled with feeling of humiliation. Throwing his head back and roaring, he hefted his wolf-tooth club and charged toward Meng Hao. "Nonsense! I'm gonna smash you to death, fool!" Meng Hao's eyes glittered brightly. As the hulking man bore down on him, he raised his hand up and pointed forward. "Blood Demon Grand Magic!" Immediately, a blood-red vortex began to spin around the man. As the vortex rotated, an enormous blood-colored hand appeared that grabbed onto Diye. He struggled, but was absolutely incapable of doing anything to free himself. He could do nothing but cry out in rage and look around with confusion. It only took a moment for him to realize that his fleshly body was rapidly withering, his chi and blood pulsing out of him and speeding toward Meng Hao. As for Meng Hao, his fleshly body was rapidly becoming stronger. Up to now, Meng Hao had not met anyone under Dao Seeking who could free themselves from the Blood Demon Grand Magic. The scene didn't faze the Southern Domain cultivators at all. However, Zhou Chun of the Coffin Altar sect from the northern reaches was completely shocked. His face flickered and his eyes went wide as he stared at Meng Hao. Shocked, he began to pant, and any scorn which he had felt toward Meng Hao was now long since vanished. As far as he could tell, a magical technique like this was on the same level as Lu Bai's time magic. Inhuman, just as inhuman as Lu Bai. Lu Bai of the Imperial Bloodline clan was also staring with a strange light in his eyes and a slight smile on his face. Inwardly, the desire to do battle was growing stronger. If that's how it is, he might be worthy of going up against me. Inside the Blood Demon Grand Magic, Diye's fleshly body was withering rapidly. Horror and astonishment filled his heart, and he was completely terrified of Meng Hao. "Damn it! You're just as inhuman as Lu Bai!" he roared. He clenched his teeth and then slapped his bag of holding to produce a crystalline magical talisman. The magical talisman glittered brightly. This was a life-saving treasure given to him by his clan before leaving for the Southern Domain. He never imagined that he would have to use it after making his first appearance. However, facing this deadly crisis, he ignored any consternation and instantly smashed it between his fingers. The instant the magical talisman was smashed, a stream of Dao seeking power descended. The intensity of the power caused a tempest to spring up and slam toward the blood-colored vortex. Rumbling filled the air as the Dao seeking power descended. The blood-colored vortex trembled, and Diye, taking advantage of the surge of power, burst out. However, in that exact moment, Meng Hao gave a cold snort and waved his finger. "Wither!" Instantly, the withering flame demon magic true self Dao that Meng Hao had just come to understand sprang into action. The single character transformed into a natural law of heaven and earth, replacing what currently existed. A will of heaven and earth descended. In the blink of an eye, the air transformed and distortions appeared. Diye let out a miserable shriek as his body once again began to wither. This time, the withering was not limited to his fleshly body. His cultivation base withered, his life force withered, everything withered. Sensing his death approaching, Diye looked toward Lu Bai, who hovered off in the distance, his eyes glittering. "Lu Bai, save me!" Lu Bai lifted a hand and pointed out. "Reverse!" As soon as he uttered the single character, the air distorted, and transformations of time appeared around Diye. It almost seemed as if time were being forced to run in reverse, initiating an abstract struggle against the power of Meng Hao's withering character. One moment, Diye's body was almost completely withered. In the next, it had been completely restored. The sort of pain caused by going back and forth between these states made Diye intermittently issue blood-curdling screams. The entire process lasted for the space of 3 breaths. However, to Diye, those 3 breaths were like 3 lifetimes. In the end, there was a boom and Meng Hao backed up 4 measures. The withering character and the blood demon grand magic collapsed. Lu Bai fell back 3 measures, his face flickering. His secret art of time magic also vanished. Between them was Diye, his body half-withered. He was now bony and thin, but not dead. He had managed to scrape by with his life. Aghast, he shot toward Lu Bai, his terror regarding Meng Hao having reached a pinnacle. As far as the struggle between Meng Hao and Lu Bai, it was hard to say who won and who lost. However, it seemed clear that Lu Bai was a bit more powerful. And yet, even as Meng Hao backed up, he reached up with his left hand and slapped the 300-meter-long black-colored claw. Immediately, the treasure was sucked into his bag of holding. The 6 blood demon sect patriarchs appeared behind him, having finished gathering up a large assortment of various items. As for the surrounding crowds from the southern domain, they were all panting. He's gotten stronger again. Meng Hao only had a little flash of enlightenment, but his magical techniques actually advanced again. Damn it, he could already display Dao-seeking power, but now, if a Dao-seeking expert doesn't appear, who could possibly suppress him? Meng Hao! Dao Child Zhou-chan from the northern reaches Coffin Altar sect looked at Meng Hao with astonishment. He was well familiar with Lu Bai's reputation. He wasn't just famous in the northern reaches. He was also well known in the eastern lands. If he weren't, how could he receive the honor of being deemed one of the 4 great young Star Lords of South Heaven? Star Lord was an honorific title in the lands of South Heaven to refer to the 4 strongest people in the spirit-severing stage. He was able to fight Lu Bai and even make him retreat 3 paces. This Meng Hao is too powerful. Lu Bai gazed at Meng Hao, and within his eyes the desire to do battle grew even stronger. He raised his right hand, and the air in the area distorted. A pulse of Dao-seeking power began to descend. "I'm not in Dao-seeking," he announced. "I'm only at the 2nd severing level. However, I can enter the 3rd severing at any time. It's just that my Dao still requires refinement, so I haven't performed it yet. Today, you will be the whetstone to sharpen my blade." By this time, his desire to fight was raging to the heavens. He took a step forward. However, even as his foot descended, the lake beneath him suddenly began to rumble. The water began to shrink down, as if another eruption were about to occur. A second eruption. Heavens! The 30,000-meter main lake is going to erupt a second time. What exactly does this mean? It's actually going to erupt a second time. The lands of the region of the ancient Dao lake sank down once again into a concave shape, almost as if it were inhaling. The sight of it instantly caused the hundreds of thousands of cultivators on the outside to gape with wide eyes and reeling minds. A second eruption. When the 30-meter Dao lakes erupt a second time, there's a good chance that treasured items will appear. It's the same with the 300-meter lakes. For the 3,000-meter lakes, there's no need to even mention that. But this is actually a second eruption of the 30,000-meter lake. It's going to spit out a precious treasure. It will definitely be a precious treasure. It will definitely exceed everything from before. A precious treasure. If the cultivators on the outside were aware of such things, then one can only imagine the understanding of the people above the lake itself. Even Lu Bai's mind trembled. Abandoning any thoughts of fighting Meng Hao, he looked down at the Dao lake, his heart quivering. The teenager from the solitary sword sect stared down at the Dao lake with glittering eyes and began to breathe heavily. "Don't tell me that sword wasn't the good fortune. Is this the real good fortune?" A strange gleam appeared in the eyes of the Golden Frost sect puppet. The Golden Frost sect cultivators inside had already acquired a treasure and planned to leave, but seeing the new development caused them to collectively change their minds and resolve to make one last gamble. Reverend Withered Dao stared in astonishment and stood there mutely, while the Song clan cultivators unleashed their auras. As for the 19th Li clan patriarch, he wiped the blood from his mouth and glared about with wild eyes. He had been defeated earlier, but this time he was willing to pay any price to steal something away. Di grumbled inwardly. He was currently weak and not in a condition to be fighting. Next to him, Zhou Chen's eyes began to shine brightly. It was then that more rumbling could be heard. The second eruption of the Dao lake would begin momentarily. The lake water began to boil, and it seemed a huge blast was imminent. Just when the lake was about to erupt, all of a sudden, Meng Hao flickered and shot toward the 19th Li clan patriarch. Damn it! The 19th Li clan patriarch's face fell, and he retreated at top speed. The other Li clan members behind him all had similar reactions. Lunatic! Madman! The second eruption is about to begin, and you still think you have time to try to kill us? Meng Hao, what are you doing? You crossed the 30,000-meter line, so I'm going to kill you, responded Meng Hao coolly. He had never had a good impression of the Li clan. Whether it was Li Daoi that year in the Blood Immortal tournament, or the overbearing way that the Li clan cultivators forced him into a corner outside the Rebirth Cave, they all caused Meng Hao's killing intent to rise. Currently, the qi and blood in his body was bursting with vigor. After having absorbed Di Ye's fleshly body, he was ready to explode out with power at any moment. He moved forward with incredible speed, and as he neared, waved a sleeve. Immediately, a gigantic hand magically appeared, which emanated a Tao-seeking aura as it shot toward the Li clan members. Surrounding cultivators watched on but did not interfere. The eruption was imminent, and they were more concerned with what treasures would appear. Boom! 5 people, including the 19th Li clan patriarch, all spit out blood and tumbled backward. They were just about to employ teleportation talismans to leave, when Meng Hao pointed a finger toward them. The blood demon grand magic appeared. A blood-colored vortex began to spin around them. The 19th Li clan patriarch and the others could only watch on in shock. No! Meng Hao, let us go. Give us a chance. We'll leave immediately. Immediately. Did you give me a chance at the Rebirth Cave that year? Responded Meng Hao coolly. The blood-colored vortex began to absorb them, and miserable screams rang out. The bodies of all 5, including the 19th Li clan patriarch, rapidly withered. Massive amounts of qi and blood power flew toward Meng Hao. As that happened, Meng Hao's fleshly body became even more powerful. A Tao-seeking aura exploded out, followed by blood-curdling screams as the Li clan cultivators' bodies turned into skeletons. As the skeletons shattered into dust, their nascent divinities flew out and tried to escape. Meng Hao waved his arm in response. Wither! A wind suddenly kicked up, and the 5 nascent divinities trembled for a moment, and then began to wither and dry up. It took only a moment for the 5 Li clan cultivators to be dead in body and soul. It's too bad I haven't entered the 3rd level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic. Otherwise, I could use the Spirit Meridian Stratum. Even as Meng Hao sensed the ripples of strength inside his fleshly body, a massive roaring sound filled the air. Down below, the 30,000-meter Tao Lake was beginning to erupt. The second eruption. All eyes came to be fixed on the lake down below, and the boundless lake water rising up into the air. There was only one person who wasn't looking at the lake. Meng Hao's eyes flickered over to Tao Child Zhouchun of the Coffin Altar sect. After a quick glance, he headed directly in the man's direction. Who would have ever thought that Meng Hao would actually attack Zhouchun? Even Zhouchun could scarcely believe it. After all, he had no enmity with Meng Hao. Moving with incredible speed, Meng Hao punched out. A Tao-seeking aura surged out, and the air shattered as the fist sped toward Zhouchun. Zhouchun's energy surged. He performed an incantation and then shoved his hand out in front of him. Boom! Blood sprayed from Zhouchun's mouth, and he tumbled backward. Mind spinning, he roared. What are you doing? I want the halo you took earlier and put into your bag of holding, said Meng Hao, advancing toward him. Damn it! Damn it! Zhouchun was just about to retreat, when suddenly the eruption of the Tao Lake grew more intense. A bright glow appeared within the water, as if treasured items were about to appear. By this point, nobody was paying attention to Meng Hao and Zhouchun, although they remained on guard. Virtually all attention was focused on the Tao Lake below. Meng Hao punched again, and a shocking rumble sounded out. Zhouchun's face paled as he tumbled back. He performed an incantation gesture that caused his body to distort and grow blurry, but he was still just as incapable of fighting back. More blood sprayed from his mouth. Too powerful. I'm simply not a match for him. Zhouchun's face was ashen. The timing of Meng Hao's attack couldn't be worse for him. Right now, teleportation was impossible. It only worked after the eruption had begun. It's going to erupt any moment now, he thought, clenching his teeth. There's no way that I can't hold on for just a few breaths worth of time. Meng Hao's expression was cold. The reason he had attacked the Li clan cultivators was to absorb their qi and blood, which he planned to then use to snatch away treasures that others had already collected. There was no enmity between him and Zhou Chen. However, it was better to rob Northern Reaches cultivators than Southern Domain cultivators. That had nothing to do with any hatred between them, but rather territorial allegiances. Of course, this was a line of reasoning that Zhou Chen wouldn't be able to understand. "Give me the halo or you die," said Meng Hao, shooting in pursuit. The rumbling of the Dao Lake grew even more intense. The waters were boiling, and had sunken down so low that it appeared the eruption would occur in the next breath. "Hold on," thought Zhou Chen, gritting his teeth tightly. "Just hold on a few more breaths." His face flickering, he retreated with all the speed he could muster. "You really are looking to die," Meng Hao said with a cold snort. He waved his hand, causing the 9th mountain to appear, around which swirled the black-white pearls. As it descended toward Zhou Chen's face filled with intense astonishment. He wanted to struggle, but Meng Hao's fleshly body was already comparable to Dao seeking. Meng Hao raised his right hand up, seemingly fusing it with the 9th mountain. An indescribable force of destruction then rumbled down. Crushing, an incredible sensation of deadly crisis filled Zhou Chen's heart. The sensation was intense to the extreme. Zhou Chen was absolutely certain that he was incapable of evading, and that if the mountain did strike him, he would be dead in body and spirit. Damn it! He was a decisive person, so with a snarl, he produced the glowing golden halo from his bag of holding and tossed it out. The instant that Meng Hao laid hands on it, rumbly, the Dao Lake erupted. Endless amounts of lake water shot up into the air, within which could be seen, not vast quantities of treasures like the first time, but only one item. It was an illusory object that shone with multitudinous colors, like a soul. It looked like a man, although the features were somewhat obscure. As soon as the soul shot out from within the lake water, the sky grew dark and the land below began to quake. An unprecedented aura suddenly burst out, the intensity of which could suppress spirit severing and subdue Dao seeking. This was Immortal. An immortal aura surged skyward. Furthermore, it was not that of a false immortal but rather a true immortal. The area surrounding the soul instantly changed. Natural law spun and altered, as if this object's existence could substitute its own laws for what already existed. "The soul of a true immortal," said the teenager from the solitary sword sect, his voice hoarse and his expression one of extreme excitement. "True immortal soul," said the Golden Frost sect puppet, panting. Reverend Withered Dao, the Song clan patriarch, and everyone else were completely shocked. Although they had all braced themselves mentally earlier and knew that the second eruption of the Dao Lake would produce a precious treasure, none of them had ever imagined that it would actually be the soul of a true immortal. To someone at the peak of Dao seeking, absorbing the soul of a true immortal would create an incredible opportunity to achieve true immortal ascension. It's actually a true immortal soul. Not many people actually recognized what it was, especially among the hundreds of thousands of cultivators outside. However, the majority of the people above the 30,000-meter lake could tell what it was at a single glance. True immortals were people who were enlightened regarding a personal Dao, and after reaching the pinnacle, experienced immortal tribulation. Those who survived passed from Dao seeking to immortal ascension. On the other hand, false immortals faced no immortal tribulation. They carved their name onto the immortality bestowal dais of the 9th mountain, and were bestowed with immortality. They had immortal chi but could only be immortals in the 9th mountain. Such immortals could not step foot outside of the 9th mountain. Furthermore, were the immortality bestowal dais to be destroyed, they would all perish. After all, they were all immortals of the Ji clan. Not good. The appearance of a true immortal soul will definitely attract the attention of the peak Dao seeking cultivators from the various sects and clans of the southern domain. This aura is extremely difficult to seal. It won't get out of the southern domain, but as of this moment, There are definitely people here who have already sensed it. The Solitary Sword Sect teenager, the Golden Frost Sect puppet, and Reverend Witherdao, as well as some of the other cultivators, all realized what this meant. Fight! I have to get my hands on it as quickly as possible. Even if I can't use it, I can give it as a gift, and still be rewarded with incredible good fortune. I have to have it. Anyone who fights me for it is dead. The teenager from the Solitary Sword Sect shot out, his eyes bloodshot. Everyone else in the area also shot forward with glowing eyes. In the blink of an eye, everyone surged into motion, even Meng Hao. Fight for the soul of the true immortal. They would fight to gain control of the true immortal soul as soon as possible, before the peak Tao-seeking eccentrics arrived. This was immortal destiny, the opportunity to become a true immortal. When opportunities such as this came along, nothing else was important. The only important thing was the immortal destiny. Boom! Deep within Mount Solitary Sword of the Solitary Sword Sect in the southern domain, a rumbling could suddenly be heard. An ancient aura exploded out, causing the sky to go dark. An illusory sword appeared, floating in midair. At the same time, an ancient old man in a black robe appeared out of nowhere. As he stood there, his peak Tao-seeking aura burst out, causing everything to tremble. He turned to look in the direction of the ancient Tao lakes. The soul of a true immortal. A glow of determination appeared in his eyes, and he suddenly vanished, disappearing in the direction of the ancient Tao lakes. In a restricted area of the Golden Frost Sect could be seen a tombstone with nothing written on its surface. It looked ordinary and unremarkable. However, an ancient aura of decay suddenly emerged from inside the tomb, and a dried-up hand stretched out. The ground cracked and shattered as an ancient figure with disheveled hair abruptly flew out. The soul of a true immortal. That's the aura of a true immortal soul. A bizarre glow appeared in the figure's eyes as it shot through the air. Within the Violet Fate Sect, everything was still. A sigh rang out, and then the silence resumed. A roar could be heard within the Li clan. In the blink of an eye, an ancient man appeared. He wore a brightly brocaded robe and had towering killing intent. He flew through the air in the direction of the ancient Tao lakes, accompanied by rumbling booms. Deep in the Song clan, a half-corpse sat as still as death. Suddenly, its eyes opened, and they shone with a bizarre light. A true immortal soul. My chance to achieve immortal ascension has finally arrived. Flesh and blood suddenly appeared to fill out the lower half of his body. In the blink of an eye, he was a middle-aged man. He had no hair and wore a long Taoist robe. He took a step forward and then vanished. In the Black Civ sect, Patriarch Sixdaos could sense the same thing as everyone else. However, he hesitated, then let out a frustrated growl. Damn it! My cultivation base has already dropped to the mid-Tao seeking stage. How could I hold my own in the fighting? Meng Hao, Blood Demon Sect. I won't rest until you're dead. Meanwhile, on a mountain in the border region between the southern domain and the Milky Way Sea was a hamlet populated by 100 or so families. Smoke curled up into the air, and crisp peals of laughter could be heard from children playing outside the village. You can't catch me, old man. Grandpa, your hands are too dirty. Don't try to grab me. Try to catch me, old man. We're right here. The children were playing hide-and-seek with an old man. His hair was unkempt and he looked a bit crazy. His clothes were dirty, and even his skin had splotches of mud on it. It looked like his long, draping hair hadn't been tended to in a very long time. The old man laughed foolishly as he chased the children back and forth, which made the children laugh merrily. Ha ha ha! I'm gonna getcha! I'm gonna catch ya! Ha ha ha! I have no soul! I'm gonna getcha! Meng Hao! Who's Meng Hao? Immortal Ascension, Immortal Ascension. In the middle of running back and forth, the old man suddenly stopped in place, as if he had noticed something. A tremor ran through his body, and he looked off into the distance, his eyes listless. The soul of an immortal. A true immortal soul. Who am I? Who am I? The old man grabbed his head in his hands. Immortal Ascension. Immortal Ascension. I will become immortal. He then lifted his head up and let out a disconsolate howl, filled with shocking ripples and immortal chi. The amorphous ripples swept out in all directions. The smiles on the faces of the children twisted, and then their bodies began to turn illusory. The entire hamlet twisted and distorted, and began to glow with glittering lights. The lights flew up into the air and then shot toward the old man, where they swirled together to form a heavy saber. The man gripped the saber in his hand and shot off into the distance. The hamlet was never real, and neither were the people who lived there. They were all simply incarnations of the saber. Immortal Ascension. Immortal Ascension. I will become immortal. The old man continued to roar as he shot through the air. His expression was one of confusion, and his soul was incomplete. Meanwhile, back in Mount Blood Demon, Patriarch Blood Demon sat in the blood pond. His eyes suddenly opened, and he was about to rise to his feet, then hesitated. No karma or destiny connected to me, he said, shaking his head. He settled back down and continued to meditate. Throughout the entire southern domain, all the great powers were shaken. A streak of colorful light shot out from the western desert. It was a black-robed young man who looked very similar to Meng Hao. His expression was grim as he sped through the air. If you looked at him from a distance, he resembled an enormous black bat. He shot toward the ancient Tao lakes at top speed. He's there. I can sense him. As the southern domain was shocked, back in the inner region of the ancient Tao lakes, booms rang out across the 30,000-meter Tao lake. The battle for the true immortal soul was not something that ordinary spirit-severing cultivators could participate in. Even someone of the second severing would have a hard time wresting away this good fortune without perishing. Although the mere thought of the opportunity caused everyone's hearts to shake. After experiencing the fighting after the first eruption of the 30,000-meter Tao lake, the spirit-severing experts of the various sects and clans were left shaken. Therefore, they now hesitated, and many of them retreated from the fighting. The 6 blood demon sect patriarchs were the first to fall back. Then Sir Jian and the others from the solitary sword sect. As for the Song clan, the patriarch who had led them here finally gritted his teeth and departed. Reverend Wither Dao was the only one present from the Violet Fate sect. A strange gleam appeared in his eyes and he hesitated for a moment, but in the end, chose to leave. Booms rattled out, and violent pulses of magical energy spread through the air. Only a few people qualified to participate in this battle. The mysterious teenager from the Solitary Sword sect, the composite puppet from the Golden Frost sect, Lu Bai of the Imperial Bloodline clan from the Northern Reaches, and lastly, Meng Hao. Di Yi had been seriously injured by Meng Hao, and Zhou Chun from the Coffin Altar sect had experienced having his pride completely destroyed. The two of them didn't dare to participate in the fighting, and retreated off to the side. The booms were shocking. The mysterious teenager from the Solitary Sword sect wielded the 2-meter-long sword. As he slashed it out in front of him, a dazzling, resplendent crescent moon exploded out, sending out shocking ripples. In the battle for the true immortal soul, no one had any allies. Everyone was an enemy. Therefore, no one dared to fight one-on-one with anyone else, but instead used divine abilities that were essentially area attacks. Currently, the path to victory involved blocking the way of others. "All of you get out of my way!" roared the Golden Frost sect puppet. Brilliant light rose up from it, and it raised its hand and then swept it forward. A black mass of seawater magically appeared, within which surged numerous black dragons. Each of the black dragons spit out a pearl, which became a world that surged out in attack. Lu Bai of the Imperial Bloodline clan let out a cold snort. He quickly performed an incantation gesture and then waved his finger. The air distorted, as if time were beginning to reverse. Everyone suddenly slowed down exponentially, and it seemed as if time were about to flow backward. As for Lu Bai, in a scant moment, he was closing in on the soul of the true immortal. And then there was Meng Hao. He didn't employ any special divine abilities. All he did was summon the black-white pearls and the 9th mountain, which then bore down directly onto the position of the true immortal soul. The incoming 9th mountain caused Lu Bai's face to flicker. A moment ago, He had been on the verge of reaching the true immortal soul, but now he was blocked. The other powerful experts in the area were all attacking one by one. Everything rumbled, and for the moment, all of the cultivators were prevented from advancing toward the soul. It was in this moment that the teenager from the solitary sword sect lifted his head up and roared. His body began to grow. In a split second, he had become a young man. His aura grew explosively. Tao-seeking power rose up, and he was no longer in the spirit-severing stage. Apparently, he had stepped into Tao-seeking. Natural law formed around him, and he advanced forward through the black seawater. He broke through Lu Bai's time reversal and slammed into Meng Hao's ninth mountain. A boom echoed out as the solitary sword sect teenager lifted his hand and pointed. His natural law slammed into the ninth mountain and pierced it through. The man reached his hand out toward the true immortal soul. "Damn it! You're looking to die. Kill him." Lu Bai's face fell and he quickly performed a double-handed incantation, then pointed out. Immediately, a beam of light flew out, and the power of time reversal instantly appeared around the young man from the solitary sword sect. The Golden Frost sect puppet roared and then waved a hand. Monstrous black light transformed into a black rain, which then coalesced into 10,000 howling dragons that shot toward the young man from the solitary sword sect. Killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes. He did not use any offensive magic, but instead waved a finger to employ the 8th demon sealing hex. It didn't matter that the young man from the solitary sword sect had an early Tao-seeking cultivation base. The combined might of the 3 others was still enough to shake him. Lu Bai's bizarre magic made it so that he was almost stuck in time. Meng Hao's shocking divine ability thoroughly bound him in place and weakened his cultivation base. Then the Golden Frost sect puppet closed in with raging killing intent. The combined attack of the 3 different parties caused the young man from the solitary sword sect to go pale in the face. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he tumbled backward. Lu Bai was the first to make a move. Utilizing time reversal, he appeared next to the soul of the true immortal, and was about to grab a hold of it when the young man from the solitary sword sect roared. His sword raged, and 10,000 moons roared forth. They combined with the 10,000 snarling dragons of the Golden Frost sect puppet and Meng Hao's irksome hex. Boom! Lu Bai couldn't hold up. His scalp went numb, and blood sprayed from his mouth. He had no time to grab the true immortal soul, and was forced into retreat. In almost that exact same moment, Meng Hao and the Golden Frost sect puppet flew forward toward the true immortal soul. Their speed was shocking, and only a tiny instant passed before both were about to lay hands on it. The Golden Frost sect puppet's eyes flickered, and 10,000 dragons roared toward Meng Hao. At the same time, the young man from the solitary sword sect and Lu Bai joined together to attack Meng Hao and the Golden Frost sect puppet. This was a battle royale, filled with strikes and counterstrikes of all sorts. If this continued, no one would be able to prevail. Furthermore, time was of the essence. They all knew that peak Tao-seeking experts were definitely approaching, and then none of them would be able to continue to participate in the fighting. The Blood Demon Grand Magic was powerful, but Meng Hao wasn't confident that it could restrain all 3 of the others at the same time. If he missed even one, it would be difficult to fight that person while simultaneously maintaining the Blood Demon Grand Magic. His eyes flickered as he saw the divine abilities nearing. He suddenly lifted his hand and clenched it into a fist. All of the power of qi and blood that he had absorbed merged together in that fist, creating the most powerful blow he had ever delivered. This punch was comparable to Tao-seeking. However, what he attacked was not a person. The fist struck out, and the air vibrated. The land shook, and a deafening sound filled the air. He punched a gigantic hole into the air itself, after which a shocking gravitational force exploded out from within. It seemed that, in order to repair itself, it needed to suck everything from the outside world into it. This was a part of a natural law. Behind the emptiness was the void. The power of the gravitational force within the gap in the void was actually not very great. However, Meng Hao's strike contained Tao-seeking power. An incredible wind arose which, in combination with the gravitational force, caused the others to gasp in shock. The young man from the solitary sword sect looked astonished as he was helplessly sucked toward the gap. It was the same with the Golden Frost sect puppet and even Lu Bai. In just a short moment they were already nearing the rift. Their expressions flashed again when Meng Hao, despite being as out of control as them, suddenly looked at them with flashing eyes. Blood Demon Grand Magic. An enormous vortex suddenly appeared around Meng Hao, and a gigantic red hand wrapped around him. He was using the Blood Demon Grand Magic, not on one of them, but on himself. He was using the power of the red vortex to fight against the gravitational force coming from the gap. A rumbling sound could be heard as Meng Hao instantly came to a stop. Everyone could see that, of the group, he was the closest to the soul of the true Immortal. Fighting against the power of the gravitational force, he used the power of his fleshly body to shrug off the attacks from the solitary sword sect teenager and Lu Bai, as well as the Golden Frost sect puppet's divine ability. After coughing up some blood, he stretched his hand out and grabbed the soul of the true Immortal. Damn it! Meng Hao, are you looking to die? Meng Hao! As soon as he touched it, a rumbling filled his mind. At the same time, the soul of the true Immortal began to shrink. It took only a moment for it to transform into a crystal, which Meng Hao closed his fingers around. Got it, he thought. His eyes glittered, and he prepared to teleport away. However, it was in that instant that the 30,000-meter Dao lake down below suddenly emitted an astonishing rumbling sound. At the same time, the lake water transformed into an enormous whirlpool that pulsed with an incredible gravitational force. This intense gravitational force instantly superseded the gravitational force from the fissure in the air. Immediately, the Golden Frost sect puppet broke into pieces, reverting to the 5 cultivators from the Golden Frost sect. Their bodies were completely beyond their control, and they let out miserable screams as they were sucked down into the Dao lake below. Next were the young man from the solitary sword sect and Lu Bai, whose faces instantly fell. The young man from the solitary sword sect immediately crushed a jade slip. His body began to fade with the power of teleportation. However, it was not powerful enough, and he too was sucked down into the Dao lake. The power of time immediately began to ripple around Lu Bai as he attempted to reverse the flow of time. However, after a single breath of time, the distortions shattered. Time was incapable of being reversed. He was transformed into a streak of light and sucked down into the Dao lake. Meng Hao was the last person remaining. The Blood Demon Grand Magic remained, but it was trembling violently. Meng Hao's mind reeled as he fought to free himself from the gravitational force. However, he was only able to hold out for the space of 3 breaths before cracking sounds could be heard from the Blood Demon Grand Magic and the enormous hand. They shattered, and Meng Hao was violently dragged down into the Dao lake. Almost in the same moment that they were sucked down into the 30,000-meter Dao lake, 2 beams of light appeared far off in the distance. It took only 1 breath of time for 2 old men to suddenly appear above the lake. Damn it! One of them immediately gestured down toward the lake, but not even a single ripple spread out across its surface. At the same time, more beams of light approached from all directions, closing in on the same position. These were all the peak Dao-seeking eccentrics who had sensed the soul of the true Immortal. All of them were just a moment too late. However, they wouldn't give up that easily. They joined forces to attack the lake, after which they guarded it, observing it for a long time. When they were finally convinced that they couldn't get inside, they left, sighing with regret. It was at that point that the ancient Dao lakes were finally restored to peace and quiet. As for Meng Hao and the others, they were considered missing. Of course, the fact that Meng Hao ended up obtaining the soul of the true Immortal was something that couldn't be kept under wraps. After all, spirit-severing experts from all the clans and sects had witnessed the event personally. More and more people across the southern domain learned of the matter, and the various eccentrics of the sects and clans nearly went mad. They even joined forces to perform auguries which revealed that Meng Hao was, in fact, not dead. A furious search then unfolded across the entire southern domain. If Meng Hao appeared, then the sects would surely find out immediately. Of course, the Blood Demon sect didn't agree to all of that. As such, random skirmishes between sects became common in the lands of the Southern Domain. The entire Southern Domain was slipping into chaos. Rogue cultivators feared for their lives. Although there was no formal declaration of war, minor battles and fights were a common occurrence. As for Meng Hao, after he was sucked down into the Dao Lake with the others, he entered what seemed like a tunnel, and then lost consciousness. He was sucked along for an indeterminable period of time before an incredible roaring sound suddenly shook him awake. When he came to, he found himself in mid-air. Above was not a sky, but rather a boundless solid surface inlaid with infinite shining pearls that lit the entire area as brightly as day. Interspersed among the pearls were the mouths of tunnels, virtually endless. As soon as he saw them, Meng Hao could guess that he had dropped out of just such an opening. "What is this place?" he thought, his mind trembling. As he looked around, his eyes instantly went wide and his face filled with shock. He was not in the ancient Dao lakes. He was surrounded by endless ruins, the sheer enormity of which was difficult to describe. Wreckage and corpses stretched out in all directions, some of them half-buried. From the look of it, there were even more ruins that were completely buried beneath the ground. It seemed as if this place was filled with layers of ruins that had built up over countless years of time. There were also mountains visible. The mountains were not true mountains, but rather enormous collections of magical items, medicinal pills, and even corpses. There were tens of thousands of such mountains scattered about everywhere. The sight was completely shocking. Even more shocking was that in the middle of the tens of thousands of mountains floated an enormous portal of flames. The bright red flames of the portal shot up high into the sky, causing the entire world to be filled with the color of its fire. Up above in the air flew vicious winged creatures which were too numerous to count. Their bodies were completely violet, and they carried armfuls of magical items that they tossed into the portal's flames, which then burned them to absolutely nothing. Apparently, the magical items provided some sort of power, which caused magical symbols to occasionally appear on the flame portal. Every time the magical symbols flickered, a sea of flames would roil out. Beneath the flame portal was a gigantic fully 30,000 meters long. It was bright crimson, and was suspended in midair to point down toward a 3,000-meter-wide abyss. There were a few of the winged beasts who glowed with a silver light. They seemed as if they were in a position of great authority, and carried whips, which they used to lash the others. There were also some golden-colored beasts who lay prone near the flame portal, apparently asleep. In addition to all that, there were also a variety of strange beasts going to and fro on foot. They emanated shocking auras as they made their way among the ruins, carrying all sorts of objects. They carried corpses, magical items, spirit stones, and other wreckage. Almost in the same moment that Meng Hao saw them, the denizens of this place seemed to notice him. They all stopped moving and suddenly looked in his direction. Countless gazes came to fall on him, causing his scalp to go numb. Meng Hao had actually seen the violet, winged, humanoid beasts being spit out from the Dao lakes in the outside world. Each and every one he saw now was similar to the great circle of the nascent soul stage, and there were even some who had spirit-severing auras. As for the silver-colored beasts, each and every one was a spirit-severing beast. There were even some who had Dao-seeking auras, nearly 200 of them. Most shocking of all were the gold-colored beasts that lay prone by the flame portal. There were 11 in total. From what Meng Hao could sense, the golden-colored beasts all had Dao-seeking power. One of them was a violet gold color, and Meng Hao could tell that it was even more powerful, at the peak of Dao-seeking. It was even above Patriarch 6 Daos and the 10th Wang clan patriarch. As for the beasts who walked about on foot on land, they were a bit weaker. Even still, the vast quantity of the beasts was in and of itself enough to fill Meng Hao with a sense of deadly crisis. "What is this place?" he thought, his scalp tingling. As he saw the beasts turning to look at him, he felt as if he were standing under the shadow of death. If the golden-colored beasts weren't there, it wouldn't have been so bad. But with them present, the threat Meng Hao sensed was just far too great. Worst of all, there was a deep gold-colored beast sitting in the middle of the fire portal. Meng Hao could sense an even more terrifying aura. The aura of an immortal. It was at this point that the gold-colored beasts laying prone around the flame portal all began to open their eyes. They stared over at Meng Hao with cold gazes. At the same time, the deep gold-colored beast looked at Meng Hao, and he immediately felt as if he was being sealed in place. That thing is far more powerful than the 10th Wang clan patriarch, thought Meng Hao. If 6 Daos were here, he wouldn't be close to being a match. What kind of beast is this? I can't believe this underground world has such shocking beasts in it. Or perhaps, they're demons. His face flickered, and he edged backward. However, it was then that he suddenly saw a person pop out from one of the tunnel mouths up above. It was none other than Lu Bai. The instant he appeared, he looked around, and his face flickered. After him came the young man from the Solitary Sword sect, and then the 5 Golden Frost sect cultivators. When he realized the order in which they emerged, Meng Hao's eyes glittered. I was the last to be sucked in, but the first to be dropped out, he thought. The 5 Golden Frost sect spirit-severing cultivators were the first to be sucked in, and the last to drop out. When the young man from the Solitary Sword sect and the 5 Golden Frost sect cultivators saw the lands around them, their faces also fell. All 8 of the cultivators backed up, fearful of offending the terrifying beasts and provoking an attack. Foreigners, an ancient voice said. It echoed out through the entire world, from none other than the most powerful of the beasts, the deep gold-colored one that sat in the flame portal. It flew up into the air and suddenly began to grow larger. In a brief moment it was 300 meters long, and it appeared to be the overseer of the place. You are the second group of foreigners to arrive during this era. In accordance with the ancient treaty, you may take part in the life or death trial by fire here. If you succeed, then according to the ancient charter you may acquire treasures from this place. If you fail, then this place shall be your grave. There are 3 levels, and by passing the 2nd level you earn the right to leave if you wish. If you make it past the 3rd level, you can enter the land that has been guarded by my clan from generation to generation. There, you can acquire the ultimate good fortune. That good fortune is the divine flame essence, the most supreme flame that exists in heaven and earth. Even the tiniest spark of that flame can burn an immortal to death. In this age, you are the 2nd group to enter this place. As for the 1st group, it consisted of 19 people in total. Of that group, 2 made it through the 2nd level. 1 left, and the other died in the 3rd level. As the voice echoed out, Meng Hao's mind trembled, and he stopped in his tracks. The young man from the Solitary Sword sect, as well as Lu Bai, both had strange gleams in their eyes. As for the 5 patriarchs from the Golden Frost sect, their eyes were glittering brightly. You of this 2nd group are quite powerful, more powerful than the 1st group. One of the old men from the Golden Frost sect hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, Can we decline to participate in the life or death trial by fire? As soon as the words left the man's mouth, the deep gold overseer's eyes flickered and it looked over at the old man. What was that? The old man immediately began to quiver, as if his cultivation base had suddenly become unstable. A look of scorn appeared in the eyes of the deep gold overseer. Once you come to this place, it said coolly, you must participate. If you choose to quit, you die. Those were the terms of the ancient treaty. Our clan gave its approval, so the agreement will not be changed. Once you pass the 2nd level, then you may choose to depart. The 1st level is none other than our current location. You will battle with my fellow clan members. If you can enter the flame portal, then it signifies that you have passed the 1st level. The deep gold overseer's voice echoed out in all directions. Lu Bai's eyes glittered and he cautiously said, Senior, you're at the peak of Dao seeking. How can we compare to you? I will not participate, was the calm reply. Furthermore, only one of my gold-colored fellow clan members will join the battle. The golden-armored man from the Golden Frost sect immediately asked, Do we fight one at a time, or can we go together? One at a time. 1 person, 1 level. You will have 3 chances to get past a level. If you lose on your 3rd chance, you die. Next to speak was the young man from the solitary sword sect. What if we kill too many of your people, and then you regret letting us fight? Kill too many? The deep gold overseer laughed heartily. Our clan descended from the undying divinity clan. Do you really think you can kill us? As his voice echoed out, black flames sprang up from the bodies of the beasts down below. As soon as the fire appeared, the level of their auras shot upward. The explosive growth was terrifying. Many of the violet-colored beasts, which were at the great circle of the nascent soul stage, actually completely exceeded the limits of the nascent soul stage and stepped directly into spirit severing. As for the silver-colored beasts, their energy also shot up. Fine. I, Gu Tianxiang, will be the first to go, said the young man from the solitary sword sect. He lifted his right hand, causing the 2-meter-long sword to appear, as well as the 9 1-meter short swords that circulated around it. The energy that surged out was that of the early Tao seeking stage. The young man's eyes flickered as he shot forward. The instant he charged forward, the violet-colored beasts began to fly toward him one after another. Booms rang out without cease as Gu Tianxiang of the solitary sword sect shot forward with incredible speed, slaughtering the entire way. However, his expression soon began to flicker. The violet-colored beasts were extremely valiant. When they were injured, the flames that covered them would heal their wounds in a flash. However, Gu Tianxiang was also incredibly valiant. As he fought his way on, silver-colored beasts appeared. He fought his way onward until he was about 1,000 meters from the flame portal. It was at that point that he fell, surrounded by a group of 20 silver-colored beasts. With a miserable shriek, he retreated back to his original position. 1,000 meters. Your first attempt has failed, stated the deep gold overseer in a cool voice. Although, the fact that you were able to retreat in one piece is quite an accomplishment. You have the potential to make it past the first level. The expressions of Meng Hao and the others sank when they saw the incredible power of the beasts' fleshly bodies. They didn't seem to possess any divine abilities or magical techniques, but their physical might really was too powerful, to the point that they seemed virtually unkillable. Furthermore, after being injured, their flames would immediately heal them. Lu Bai's eyes flickered, and he suddenly strode forward. He was a powerful expert from the northern reaches who wielded the power of time and space, and possessed no scant amount of life-saving treasures. In the spirit-severing stage, he had already slaughtered experts of the early Tao-seeking stage. He immediately transformed into a streak of light that charged forward, surrounded by distortions of space-time. As he proceeded along, it almost seemed as if the beasts were incapable of even touching him. Every blow landed on thin air. Gu Tianxiang's pupils constricted, and unsightly expressions could be seen on the faces of the 5 men from the Golden Frost sect. As for Meng Hao, his eyes began to shine brightly. "Eh?" said the deep gold overseer, its expression one of surprise as it watched Lu Bai. "A master of the secret arts of time with your own Tao. Excellent. You are qualified to match up to the 2 members of that first group of foreigners who entered here." Boom! Lu Bai slaughtered his way on, passing the 1,500-meter mark, where he was immediately surrounded by 20 silver-colored beasts. When that happened, he began to sweat, but still managed to kill his way more than 500 meters further. By now, he was only about 500 meters away from the flame portal. Gu Tianxiang from the solitary sword sect had a very unsightly expression on his face. "Is this really my limit?" Lu Bai's eyes were shot with blood as he performed an incantation with his right hand and then pointed up into the sky. "River of time," he cried. Immediately, countless sparkling lights appeared around him, which transformed into a river that stretched out far and wide. The 20 silver-colored beasts had no choice but to fall back. Lu Bai charged forward 250 meters. He was now only 250 meters away from the flame portal. The deep gold overseer up in midair watched on with a strange gleam in its eyes. It was at this point that a gold-colored beast suddenly rose to its feet. It shot with incredible speed toward Lu Bai, and when the two met, a huge boom rose up into the sky. Blood sprayed from Lu Bai's mouth, but his expression was one of savagery as he backed up and slapped his bag of holding. Immediately, a black dragon corpse appeared. This black dragon corpse was none other than the one he had procured during the eruption of the Dao Lake. Time reversal. Resurrection. Blue veins popped out on Lu Bai's forehead, and he suddenly seemed to age by 10 years. The river of time exploded into countless colorful lights which then inundated the black dragon. It was now possible to see the dragon apparently returning to life from the dead. Its eyes suddenly snapped open, and a shocking aura roiled out which contained the power of an immortal. The power exploded out for only a moment. Then it vanished, and the dragon was once again dead. But that one moment was shocking to the extreme. Gu Tianxiang of the Solitary Sword sect gasped, and a look of astonishment could be seen in his eyes. How could he have imagined that Lu Bai would have such an amazing secret art? The 5 men from the Golden Frost sect all looked shocked, and their minds were filled with roaring. A secret art like the one they had just seen was unbelievable. Meng Hao's eyes widened. Earlier, he had been able to sense that Lu Bai was powerful, but now he realized Lu Bai was even more powerful than he had imagined. However, he was only barely able to use that secret art, he thought. Suddenly, the same desire to do battle that he had seen in Lu Bai's eyes now appeared in his own. I wonder who between the two of us is stronger. Surrounded by the beast horde, Lu Bai's secret art unleashed the explosive power of the dragon, which turned into an incredible attack that shot toward the gold-colored beast. The gold-colored beast's face fell, and it wanted to flee, but before it could, the attack slammed into it with a boom, shredding its flesh into ribbons. It let out a miserable scream and fell back at high speed. Flames burst out, rapidly healing the wounds. It didn't die, but it was forced into retreat. That gave Lu Bai the opportunity he needed. Coughing up blood, he shot forward at top speed, crossing the final 250 meters and stepping up into the flame portal. He coughed up some more blood, then waved his hand to collect up the black dragon corpse. "What an incredible cultivator," said the deep gold overseer, an expression of admiration on its face. "To have passed the first level in one attempt, you may proceed to the second level. I look forward to seeing how you perform there. After passing the second level, you will acquire a precious treasure from our clan. When your secret time art has reached its pinnacle, you can bring dead things back to life. Unfortunately, your cultivation base is too weak. If you can achieve true immortal ascension, and then utilize that art, you can resurrect that nightmare dragon to aid you for an entire battle. There's no need to wait to be a true immortal," said Lu Bai coolly, wiping the blood from his lips. "The day I reach the peak of Dao seeking, I can resurrect it to use in battle." He turned to look back toward Meng Hao, who was standing 3,000 meters away. His gaze passed through the hordes of beasts to lock with Meng Hao's. "Meng Hao, can you pass through?" he asked coolly. "Don't disappoint me now." With that, he turned, paying Meng Hao no more heed as he stepped into the fire portal. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. "Your turn," said the deep gold overseer, his gaze sweeping over Meng Hao and the others. "If you're not confident, you can wait here until you are. Time means nothing to us. If you wish to practice cultivation here for a few thousand years before you try to charge through, you may. Normally speaking, it's quite lonesome here. Now that I've been able to lay eyes on you foreigners, I feel it would be a shame to see you die here. However, if you fail 3 times in a row, then I will personally slay you. And of course, there is always the possibility that you will be killed trying to break through." Meng Hao's eyes glittered. "Thousands of years? Can't wait at all. Elder sister Su won't even stay alive for another 99 years. I need to spend this life with her, not end up getting stuck in this place." His eyes shone with coldness as he stepped forward, transforming into a beam of light that shot toward the beast hordes. This time, it was the Solitary Sword sect's Gu Tianxiang whose eyes were fixed on Meng Hao as he shot forward. "I always thought Meng Hao was the most inhuman cultivator I'd ever seen. I never imagined that Lu Bai would be even more shocking, although it took a bit of effort for Lu Bai to pass the level. This Meng Hao won't be able to make it across. The 5 Golden Frost sect cultivators were looking on with unsightly expressions. If they joined forces, they might have a chance. But alone, none of the 5 had any confidence at all. To them, this place was a dead end. After seeing Gu Tianxiang suffer defeat, and then seeing Lu Bai succeed, they were filled with many complex emotions. At the moment, they were watching Meng Hao. Meng Hao shot forward with incredible speed, smashing into the beast horde with a bang. Immediately, countless violet-colored humanoid beasts surrounded him with flapping wings. All he could see was a mass of violet. Of the 3,000 meters to the flame portal, the first 1,500 meters were firmly occupied by the violet-colored beasts. Only after passing through that region would they stand down. The silver-colored beasts made their move at the 1,000-meter mark, which was where Gu Tianxiang of the Solitary Sword Sect had been defeated. If one could pass the silver-colored beasts, the next challenge was a gold-colored beast. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. He didn't have time to waste here, so he immediately went on the offensive. The black-white pearls and the 9th mountain rumbled out. As the 9th mountain descended, with the black-white pearls circulating around it, everything trembled. The air vibrated, and multiple layers of ripples expanded out, transforming into an astonishing pressure that weighed down on everything. The intense pressure was like a wall that crashed into the violet-colored beasts. As Meng Hao charged forward, they tumbled back, howling. Even the most outstanding of the violet-colored beasts were incapable of even getting close to Meng Hao before being smashed backward. 250 meters, 500 meters, 750 meters, 1,000 meters. In the space of only a few breaths of time, Meng Hao proceeded forward as if he were walking along a paved path. He quickly reached the 1,500-meter mark, with the violet-colored beasts left behind in the dust. They glared at him, but didn't pursue or attack him any further. Up ahead was a glittering silver glow, which was a silver-colored beast. It shot forward with a ferocious expression and incredible speed. Its power seemed equivalent to the second severing. Meng Hao gave a cold snort as he waved his right hand. The 9th mountain arrived, crushing the silver-colored beast. It let out a miserable howl as its body began to fall apart. However, the flames leaped out and quickly restored it. Meng Hao quickly advanced by about 250 meters, putting him only 1,250 meters away from the flame portal. It was then that 6 more silver-colored beasts joined the beast from earlier. 7 total, 5 with second severing cultivation bases, and 2 with third severing cultivation bases, charged toward Meng Hao. Crushing time. Meng Hao advanced, waving his right finger. The 9th mountain grew in size, rumbling as it crushed down onto the 7 silver-colored beasts. Meng Hao charged onward. He was now only 500 meters away from the flame portal. At this point, more than 10 silver-colored beasts attacked him furiously. Booms rang out from the 9th mountain as the 7 silver-colored beasts being suppressed burst out from within, their bodies wreathed in flames. They joined in to completely surround Meng Hao. The 5 men from the Golden Frost sect were watching intently as all of this happened. Off to the side, Gu Tianxiang's eyes glittered. Meng Hao was now in the same position he had been when he suffered defeat. That Lu Bai is inhuman, he thought. Meng Hao might be powerful, but if he thinks he can get any farther, well, that's impossible. The Deep Gold Overseer up in midair was also watching the proceedings closely, and thought, he's definitely going to be defeated. However, it was then that Meng Hao's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and he waved his sleeve. Blood Demon Grand Magic. Rumbling could be heard as a gigantic vortex formed, enveloping the roughly 20 silver-colored beasts. At the same time, an enormous blood-colored hand appeared, which firmly grasped the beasts. Qi and blood stratum, roared Meng Hao. The more than 20 silver-colored beasts began to tremble, and expressions of astonishment could be seen on their faces. Their bodies began to wither rapidly as vast quantities of qi and blood shot toward Meng Hao. A tremor ran through him. The qi and blood was incredibly powerful, and in an instant his body had already reached the limit that spirit severing could accommodate. The more than 20 silver-colored beasts struggled violently, to the point that the vortex seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Apparently, the limit of the second level of Meng Hao's blood demon grand magic had been reached. Gu Tianxiang's eyes glittered. He's going to be defeated. The 5 members of the Golden Frost sect sighed. If Meng Hao couldn't get past the first level, then there was no hope at all for them. Up in midair, the deep gold overseer eyed Meng Hao's blood demon grand magic, and its expression flickered, but then quickly returned to normal. Currently, the more than 20 silver-colored beasts were struggling and roaring so violently that the vortex couldn't handle it. Cracking sounds could be heard, and rifts spread out. However, Meng Hao then pointed his finger and cried, "Wither!" The withering character from the Withering Flame demon magic true self Dao caused the silver-colored beasts' bodies to tremble. Their fleshly bodies began to wither even more rapidly, and their cultivation bases were instantly suppressed. Even their life forces showed signs of withering. Because of their weakening, the blood demon grand magic vortex was no longer under the strain it had been. It once again rumbled into motion. From a distance, the vortex was incredibly huge and shocking. Boom! Even denser streams of qi and blood poured from the vortex to be absorbed by Meng Hao. He trembled violently as his fleshly body suddenly burst out of the spirit-severing stage and into Dao seeking. The more than 20 silver-colored beasts were withering rapidly, and seemed to be just on the verge of death. Flames appeared to restore their bodies, but their power was sucked away by Meng Hao even as the restoration occurred. It was a cycle that became like a wellspring of power for Meng Hao. It was almost as if he could continue to grow stronger forever. Early Dao seeking, mid-Dao seeking. He lifted his head up and roared as he felt an unprecedented level of power coursing through him. Along with this incredible fleshly body power came an increased self-confidence. This was the heaven-defying might of the blood demon grand magic. This intense, unprecedented strength also caused Meng Hao to be racked with severe pain. It felt as if his body might be ripped apart. When Gu Tianxiang saw what was happening, he gasped. The 5 cultivators from the Golden Frost sect watched with wide eyes. The deep gold overseer up in midair was even more astonished. He gasped and thought, "What divine ability is that? It's so shocking. It's completely different than the River of Time, and, in fact, far more terrifying." Furthermore, the regeneration of the more than 20 silver-colored beasts was actually not able to keep up with the absorbing power of the vortex. Looks of despair could even be seen on some of the beasts' faces. Meng Hao seemed as if he had become the vortex itself as he gobbled up all the incoming power of blood and qi. The deep gold overseer's face fell. "Damn it! If this goes on, he might really be able to wither my clan members to death." Meng Hao's eyes flashed as his fleshly body exploded with power. It burst through the mid-Dao seeking stage and then stepped into the late Dao seeking stage. In that moment, the blood demon grand magic vortex suddenly changed color, turning from red to gold. When it became gold-colored, intense rumbling sounds filled the air, and an incredible pressure weighed down on everything. The 5 Golden Frost sect cultivators' faces were filled with shock, and their hearts trembled. They could clearly sense the fearsomeness of the golden vortex, and they knew that even if they combined into the puppet, they would be incapable of phasing Meng Hao in the least bit. Gu Tianxiang of the Solitary Sword sect was even more shocked. His pupils constricted as he realized that Meng Hao was actually just as inhuman as Liu Bai. The golden vortex seemed to have transformed on a fundamental level. The pressure exploded out tenfold, and Meng Hao trembled inwardly as he sensed the terrifying nature of the golden vortex. No wonder I wasn't ever able to cultivate the 3rd level. The blood-colored vortex isn't the final limit of the 2nd level of the blood demon grand magic. Only by turning the vortex golden can I reach the great circle of the qi and blood stratum. Enlightened, Meng Hao was now confident that he could easily suck the silver-colored beasts out of existence. However, that was not the course of action he chose. After all, the deep gold overseer was in control of this entire place, so it was best not to go overboard. "Damn it!" thought the deep gold overseer. "One inhuman is bad enough. How could a second one have appeared? And this new one is even more shocking than the previous one. Lu Bai had passed through the first level by using his river of time to avoid the silver-colored beasts. Meng Hao, on the other hand, was relying on the power of his magic to crush everything in his path. It was easy to see which of the two was superior. The Deep Gold Overseer was getting anxious, but because of the ancient treaty there was nothing he could to interfere. Just when he was at the peak of anxiety, Meng Hao waved his hand, causing a boom to rattle out. The golden vortex faded away, and the more than 20 silver-colored beasts were sent spinning away, blood spraying from their mouths. They were listless and dispirited, and they looked at Meng Hao with expressions of unprecedented fear and awe. They had not feared Lu Bai. Were Lu Bai to be even stronger than he was, he still wouldn't be able to kill them. Meng Hao was quite different, though. He was qualified to utterly exterminate them. Even as rumbling sounds continued to echo out, and the more than 20 silver-colored beasts retreated, Meng Hao proceeded onward. He had absorbed a virtually inexhaustible amount of qi and blood. Although it didn't truly belong to him, he was temporarily incredibly powerful, and could explode out with fleshly body power that was almost completely equivalent to the peak of Tao seeking. He proceeded forward, and natural law spread out around him. The world rumbled, the air distorted, and shocking energy filled him. As he charged forward, the Deep Gold Overseer's eyes flickered. It had a certain amount of control based on the treaty, so it quickly called upon a gold-colored clan member that was more powerful than the one that had attacked Lu Bai. It roared and charged toward Meng Hao, its Tao-seeking cultivation base surging. Its body was surrounded by flames, and it streaked toward Meng Hao like a shooting star. Meng Hao could instantly see the difference between this beast and the one that had attacked Lu Bai. He snorted coldly and then clenched his fist. "Screw OFF!" he roared, punching with all the strength his fleshly body could muster. Everything dimmed as an insane, earth-shattering wave of power rocketed forth which seemed capable of covering the sky and burying the earth. The incoming gold-colored beast looked shocked, and was instantly filled with an intense sensation of deadly crisis. Without hesitation, it attempted to dodge. However, the wave of power generated by Meng Hao's fleshly body was far too shocking. In the blink of an eye, it completely inundated the gold-colored beast. A blood-curdling scream echoed out. Flames completely covered it, but they were incapable of preventing the creature's body from beginning to fall apart completely. Seeing that its fellow clan member was about to die, the Deep Gold Overseer shot down in a flash of light. It grabbed the gold-colored beast, then slapped out to disperse the wave of power generated by Meng Hao. It managed to save its fellow clan member in the nick of time. The gold-colored beast was panting for breath and staring at Meng Hao with intense fear. It wasn't just this particular gold-colored beast. All of the others were watching on with intense shock. "You have passed the first level," said the Deep Gold Overseer, staring at Meng Hao with a deep look. The gold-colored beast that had attacked Meng Hao was clearly far more powerful than the one that had been dispatched against Lu Bai. Despite that, it almost died. Were it not for the intervention of the Deep Gold Overseer, it would surely have been destroyed. However, Meng Hao was also only capable of throwing this one punch. That strike had contained all the power he had just absorbed. At the moment, his body was returning to normal. Although his aura was quite a bit weaker, there was no one who would dare to look down on him. The 5 Golden Frost sect cultivators were thoroughly shaken. "He's even stronger than before. Don't tell me that golden vortex appeared because he was just enlightened, or was he simply holding back before?" The 5 men exchanged glances, and each could see how shocked the others were. If they were to fight Meng Hao and he used the golden vortex, then even in their puppet form they would still be completely defeated. Gu Tianxiang from the Solitary Sword sect had a face filled with shock. His eyes were wide, and his heart trembled. He's clearly only at the second severing level, but that blood demon grand magic, it's simply terrifying. He was a powerful expert from the Solitary Sword sect, and had previously viewed himself as quite knowledgeable regarding the Blood Demon sect. As of now, though, he realized that the magic of the Blood Demon sect was beyond imagination. The Deep Gold Overseer was also shocked, and could do nothing but stare wordlessly at Meng Hao. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he slowly walked forward. When he reached the flame portal, he stepped in without hesitation. On the other side of the flame portal was what seemed to be a completely different world. As soon as Meng Hao entered, he saw Lu Bai off in the distance, coughing up blood as he tumbled backward like a kite with its string cut. The black dragon in front of him was returning to its usual lifeless state. This world was a world of fire. A sea of flames stretched out in all directions, from within which emerged an enormous, towering altar. The altar was colossal, hundreds of thousands of meters tall, arranged into 9 levels. Just now, Lu Bai had met defeat on the 3rd floor and was ejected, blood spraying from his mouth. He hovered in midair, his face pale. He looked back and saw Meng Hao, and his eyes began to shine with a bright glow as well as complex thoughts. "So, you're here," he said as he floated down to the ground. Paying Meng Hao no more heed, he sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. Meng Hao looked up at the enormous altar stretching up out of the sea of flames. For some reason, he got an odd feeling about this place. For some reason, he felt more relaxed, as if some intangible shackles had been removed from him. His mind felt clearer. "Foreigner," said an ancient voice, which echoed out from up above. Looking up, Meng Hao was shocked to see a white, humanoid beast, another overseer. It hovered up above at what seemed to be the very top of the world, emitting absolutely no cultivation-based aura whatsoever. It looked down at Meng Hao and said, "You have passed the 1st level, which is your good fortune. If you pass the 2nd level, you will be qualified to leave this place and can also receive a treasured item of our clan. This is a life-or-death trial by fire, the result of the treaty with our benefactor long ago. Any foreigner who enters, regardless of which clan they come from, may participate in the trial by fire. Step across the flames and onto the altar of 9 floors. Defeat the enemy you find on each floor, and you may pass to the following floor. You may employ any magical technique, any divine ability, any means or method you wish. You have 3 chances. If you suffer defeat on your 3rd attempt, you will be blotted out of existence." When the white-colored overseer finished speaking, it closed its eyes and said nothing further. Meng Hao took a deep breath and then immediately sat down cross-legged to meditate. After fine-tuning his cultivation base for a day, he opened his eyes and stepped out over the sea of flames. In that instant, Lu Bai opened his eyes and looked at Meng Hao. "Be careful of the 3rd floor," he said slowly. "There, you will find a copy of yourself." Meng Hao stopped for a moment, looked at Lu Bai, and nodded. Then, he flew across the sea of flames and stepped onto the 1st floor of the altar. As soon as he did, he saw a human-shaped statue, which immediately melted and transformed into a young man wearing an azure robe. The young man's eyes were listless at first, but when Meng Hao looked at them, they suddenly began to shine with a brilliant light. "That kid from earlier got past me by a fluke. You won't be so lucky." Even as he spoke, he lifted his hand up into the air and then pointed forward. Behind him, a single black bee appeared. Immediately, ghost images sprang up around it. In the blink of an eye, Meng Hao was facing over 10,000 bees. Buzzing sounds could be heard as the bees shot toward Meng Hao. The young man's fingers flickered in an incantation, and he pointed out again. This time, shockingly, more than 10,000 centipedes appeared. "A dragoner?" thought Meng Hao, shocked. Everything that was happening seemed very familiar. In the Western Desert, dragoner cultivators attacked in much the same fashion. Meng Hao didn't immediately respond, but rather backed up a bit and looked the situation over. After a moment, he realized this was not dragoner magic, but overall it was very similar. As for Meng Hao, when it came to the Tao of dragonering, he was once a grand dragoner of the Western Desert. In fact, it could be said that he was the most powerful grand dragoner of his generation. Meng Hao's face was the same as ever as the bees and centipedes closed in. He performed an incantation gesture to employ dragoner magic. His divine sense rolled out, and the bees and centipedes immediately stopped short. They looked a bit confused, and as for the young man, his face filled with shock. At the same time, Meng Hao pointed out, causing the black-white pearls and the ninth mountain to appear. Roaring sounds filled the air as they crushed down. Meng Hao shot forward with incredible speed to appear directly in front of the young man. He waved his right hand, and the blood demon grand magic appeared. The shocking golden vortex appeared, as well as a golden hand that grabbed a hold of the young man. Immediately, his body began to wither as his chi and blood were absorbed. It only took a moment for him to completely collapse. After collapsing, the young man reappeared in another location. He looked deeply at Meng Hao for a moment before coolly saying, "I am merely a Dharma clone created by a strand of chi. However, you were able to rout me, which is something no one has ever done before. You have passed." Meng Hao frowned slightly. He had not absorbed very much chi and blood, and he was still unable to see the young man's cultivation base. Without another word, he flashed toward the second floor. As soon as he stepped foot onto the second floor, an incredible power surged toward him. Meng Hao's face flickered, and he raised his hand and pushed it straight out in front of him. Rumbling filled the air as an incredible surge of energy bore down on him. Meng Hao trembled, and his face flickered as he retreated at full speed. He looked up to see a giant minotaur, looking back at him with an expression of surprise. At the very least, thought Meng Hao, he also has Tao-seeking fleshy body power. It also seems like the attack just now was casual. How did Lu Bai get past this part? Ha ha ha! The Minotaur laughed maliciously. Excellent, excellent. Finally somebody with some real power has arrived. That brat with the time powers was much weaker than this. The Minotaur's muscles bulged as he stamped his foot into the ground and charged at Meng Hao. "Don't let me down now," he roared. That brat from before was a complete hassle. That secret time art he used was strange and difficult to deal with. Fighting that fool wasn't fun at all. He pestered me to the max until I finally let him pass. "But you! I like you, punk!" Bang! The Minotaur punched out with explosive Tao-seeking power, causing Meng Hao's face to flicker. He rotated his cultivation base and immediately sent out his own punch. A massive, astonishing roar rippled out, and Meng Hao's face went even paler. He was now in full retreat. The Minotaur lifted his head back and laughed heartily. "Excellent! Excellent!" he said, charging toward Meng Hao once again at full speed. Meng Hao's eyes widened. "He's using more power this time," he thought, and the desire to fight gleamed in his eyes. Power surged throughout his fleshly body, and he once again counterattacked, adding the power of vibration into his attack. The two massive powers collided, and Meng Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood as he was sent tumbling backward. As for the Minotaur, his body vibrated, and the ground beneath his feet cracked and split. When he looked up, his eyes shone with a bright light. "This is awesome! Awesome! You're not bad at all, brat. Come, come. Allow Grandpa Minotaur to smash you to death." With a hearty laugh, he charged again. Meng Hao's face flickered, and his entire body was shaking and numb. In contrast, his opponent didn't seem to be even slightly hurt. In fact, Meng Hao could sense that the thing's fleshly body was actually growing increasingly powerful. "I can't compete with him in terms of physical strength," thought Meng Hao, his eyes flashing. As the Minotaur bore down on him, he performed a minor teleportation to evade. "Why are you running away?" fumed the Minotaur, charging him once again. Meng Hao performed another minor teleportation, leaving the Minotaur enraged. "Damn it! You're pissing me off as much as that other guy," roared the Minotaur. He suddenly stamped his right foot onto the ground, unleashing an incredible boom. The air distorted, making it impossible for Meng Hao to teleport. He quickly performed an incantation and then pointed out, "Blood Demon Grand Magic." Immediately, the golden vortex appeared around the Minotaur, who was immediately stuck in place. As his fleshly body began to wither away, his eyes bulged, and he howled, "What kind of crappy magic is this?" With that, power seemed to explode from within him, surging out to fight back against the vortex. For the first time ever, the vortex collapsed. Meng Hao's face fell and he shot backward in retreat. The Minotaur laughed maniacally and then unleashed another punch. Meng Hao was barely able to dodge it, and yet was still forced to cough up a mouthful of blood. He retreated again, 1,000 ideas flitting through his mind. Extraordinary strength, an incredibly tough body, can lock down teleportation in the area, and even the blood demon grand magic is useless against him. What do I do? Meng Hao fell back constantly, and was wounded constantly. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and the Minotaur continued to get more and more excited as he battled on. If I could absorb his fleshly body, then I would definitely turn this around and win. But he simply shook off the blood demon grand magic vortex. Wait. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. Hold on a second. The blood demon grand magic first binds, then absorbs. That's why it requires such a huge vortex. That means its power is spread out. If I focus the vortex on the smallest area possible, and don't attempt to absorb everything, but instead only do a quick absorption. Meng Hao's mind was now thinking incredibly clearly. Enlightenment had come suddenly, right in the midst of battle. At the same time, the Minotaur was yet again almost on top of him. Meng Hao had no time for further consideration. He waved his hand, and again the blood demon grand magic appeared. However, it was not a large-scale version but rather a vortex the size of the inside of his palm. The vortex spun rapidly in his palm, fusing into his hand to such a degree that it seemed to replace his palm print. Well, it's go time. Will it work? Even as the Minotaur closed in, Meng Hao shot forward, extending his palm out in a strike. Blood and chi stratum. Boom! Blood sprayed from Meng Hao's mouth. He could tell that the Minotaur's punch contained an incredible fleshly body power. Such power and ferocity was something he himself couldn't withstand. However, before the blow could land, the chi and blood-absorbing suction power in his hand, which was even more astonishing than before, immediately absorbed a batch of power, strengthening his own fleshly body. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed brightly. The Minotaur stared in shock and astonishment. Well, that worked, thought Meng Hao. The blood demon grand magic doesn't just have to be used externally. I can employ it using other methods, for example, fusing it with my fleshly body. Meng Hao laughed out loud, and his eyes gleamed with the desire to do battle. However, instead of rushing to attack, he fell back into a pattern of retreat just like before. Every time he dodged or evaded, he would find ways to get close to the Minotaur to touch it with his palm. Damn it! This is like getting bitten by a mosquito, roared the Minotaur. I dare you to fight head-on. Meng Hao didn't respond with a single word. However, his eyes began to glow with increasingly bright light. Every time he touched the Minotaur, he would absorb a bit of chi and blood. Gradually, the power of his fleshly body increased, and he grew more powerful. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Meng Hao's body trembled, and in the instant the next attack was leveled against him. His fleshly body burst out of spirit, severing into Tao seeking. Wanna fight? Let's fight! As he spoke, he ceased retreating, and punched directly toward the Minotaur, who was a bit slow to react. The Minotaur actually seemed to be rejoicing, and was laughing wildly as he charged forward. Boom! Meng Hao and the Minotaur exchanged blow after blow in midair. Each time, Meng Hao would end up tumbling backward, but at the same time his fleshly body grew more and more powerful. In contrast, the Minotaur grew more and more shocked. His strength was slowly diminishing, and his previous hulking and sturdy body was gradually withering. You're so strong, he exclaimed. Don't tell me you were just going through the motions before? How dare you toy with me? Now that it realized something was going on, it went on a rampage, charging Meng Hao relentlessly. Another incense stick worth of time passed. Meng Hao could now battle head-on, back and forth, with the Minotaur and did not need to retreat. The Minotaur's rage continued to intensify. Yet another incense stick worth of time passed. Why you? You're so powerful. How is it possible? Now the Minotaur was retreating, and was completely struck dumb by Meng Hao's display of ferocity. He punched and punched, but the result was only increasing weakness. After enough time passed for 3 incense sticks to burn, A boom rang out and the Minotaur tumbled backward head over heels. He slammed hard onto the surface of the altar, his body withered and incredibly weak. Compared to his previous stalwart frame, he was much weaker, though this still made him far stronger than the average person. How come I'm skinny now? Ag, I'm skinny. The Minotaur saw Meng Hao closing in again with another attack, and suddenly gave a start. Demon magic! You little punk! You're using demon magic! The Minotaur was now in full retreat, its face filled with fury. Okay, I quit. Damn it. The contest is over. You win, you pass. Meng Hao stopped in place. He actually felt a bit bad. Thanks to the Minotaur, he had gained a new understanding of yet another unique usage of the Blood Demon Grand Magic. This new technique made the Blood Demon magic even more useful. Many thanks, Senior, he said, clasping hands and bowing deeply. The Minotaur gave a cold snort and ignored Meng Hao. He looked down at his body and scowled miserably. I'm skinny now. So skinny. I'm finished. Finished. When I get home, my woman is gonna beat me for sure. What if she gets some crazy ideas about what happened? What am I supposed to do? Meng Hao felt even more guilty now. He cleared his throat. Aware that no explanations could fix the situation, he quickly headed toward the third floor. On the third floor, he found himself facing a huge, glittering mirror. From within the mirror emerged a person who looked completely like Meng Hao in all aspects. He glanced down at his body, then smiled bashfully and looked back at Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes flashed, and then thought back to Lu Bai's warning. Fighting myself? Black white pearls and the ninth mountain. Black white pearls and the ninth mountain. Both people attacked at the same time and instantly shocking booms rattled out. Outside the altar, Lu Bai lifted his head and looked up toward the third level, his eyes gleaming. Meng Hao retreated, as did his doppelganger. Blood Demon Grand Magic. Blood Demon Grand Magic. Boom! Both attacked with exactly the same divine abilities and magical techniques. After fighting for several hours, Meng Hao's doppelganger suddenly changed strategies. No longer did it do exactly the same thing as Meng Hao. Instead, it used Meng Hao's various techniques and magics to attack in its own unique way. Rumbling filled the air as Meng Hao saw a gigantic blood immortal face appear in front of him, along with a blood-colored vortex that began to spin around him. His face was extremely unsightly. This magical incarnation was incredibly troublesome. A real headache. All of a sudden, he realized what it must be like for other people to fight him. What a feeling. That was especially true when he thought of the 8th Demon Sealing Hex. His doppelganger actually utilized the technique perfectly, and Meng Hao had to admit that this opponent was much better than he was. Every time the doppelganger attacked, it would use the 8th Demon Sealing Hex at just the right time. Meng Hao wanted to bellow in rage. So, you can use the technique in that way, he thought. Even in the midst of his frustration, he began to imitate how this magical doppelganger used his own battle magic. The 8th Demon Sealing Hex was incredible. An incredible booming sounded out as the two of them attacked each other. By now, they had been fighting for close to a day. Every time Meng Hao used the Blood Demon Grand Magic to absorb some of his opponent's chi and blood, the same would happen to him. It seemed that it would be difficult for either party to clinch victory. However, Meng Hao was learning a lot over the course of the fighting. At this rate, I won't be able to wrap things up anytime soon. He was starting to get anxious. It was at this point that the white-colored overseer up in midair suddenly opened its eyes. You may not battle for more than a day on any given level. You still have enough time left for an incense stick to burn. After that, if the battle has not been concluded, then it counts as your loss. Why? Asked Meng Hao, looking up at the white-colored overseer. Defeating others is easy, and while defeating yourself is difficult. If you can't even come up with a method to defeat yourself, then how can your Tao heart be stable? How can you face immortal tribulation in the future? In the earliest of times, any foreigner who came here would die. However, the ancient will arrived and my clan had no choice but to enter into the treaty. After that, this place became a location for deadly refinement. According to the treaty, The purpose is to train true immortals. For example, the first level tests your survival capabilities. If you reach true immortal ascension, you will face many tribulations. You must have the power to protect yourself. This second level tests your powers of perception and understanding. If you are perceptive enough, you can naturally gain enlightenment regarding various magics that are currently stuck in atrophy. The Tao heart is only one aspect. Defeat yourself, strengthen your Tao heart. That is only the first step toward being a true immortal. If you can't pass this first step, then of course you fail. Meng Hao's mind reeled. Don't tell me that you haven't noticed that this place is different from the outside? Continued the overseer. Well, forget it. You're only in the spirit severing stage. You are incapable of seeing how extraordinary this place is. Let me tell you, kid, there are no natural laws here. The second level is a place with no laws. Here everything is a blank. Therefore, you have even more opportunity to gain enlightenment regarding your magical techniques, and even your Tao. Understand your divine abilities and your path to enlightenment. Because this place has no law to interfere with or distort your true heart. Meng Hao stared in shock. Before, he hadn't put too much thought into why this place seemed a bit strange. All he knew was that he felt somehow freer, and his mind clearer. He had never imagined that this place lacked natural law. You have the time it takes an incense stick to burn. If you can't defeat yourself in that time, then you fail. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. Rumbling filled the air as his doppelganger closed in. The two of them once again began to battle back and forth. Time passed, and soon half an incense stick had burned. What do I do? Thought Meng Hao. What do I do? If I fail the first time, the second time will be even harder. If I could gain enlightenment into the third level of the blood demon grand magic and cultivate it successfully, then I could probably slay this doppelganger. Another possibility would be to gain enlightenment into my third severing. Or perhaps, if I understood how to use one more of the characters that make up the Withering Flame Demon Magic True Self Tao. If I could use the soul of the true immortal to make a second true self, it would definitely be terrifying in the extreme. Another option is the 9 Heavens Treasured Body Seal. Unfortunately, there was not enough time for any of those things. He only had the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. Meng Hao's eyes were shot with blood as he fell into retreat. Suddenly, his doppelganger utilized the blood demon grand magic. So Meng Hao did as well. Instantly, the doppelganger's fleshly body began to wither. However, at the same time, he absorbed Meng Hao's qi and blood, replenishing himself. Such a circumstance had occurred many times throughout their battle. The third level of the blood demon grand magic, the spirit meridian stratum. All cultivators have spirit meridians running through their body. Such spirit meridians are essentially the cultivation base. The purpose of the blood demon grand magic is to stir the spirit meridians. In much the same way that a miner deals with a vein of gold, the spirit meridian is dug up and consumed. But how exactly am I supposed to absorb the spirit meridians? Time was running out. Spirit meridians. Meng Hao and his doppelganger ceased using the blood demon grand magic and began to utilize other divine abilities. Meng Hao's mind was racing as he tried to come up with a solution. This was a world with no natural law, and his mind was extremely clear. It was in that moment that he suddenly thought of the 10th Wang clan patriarch. He recalled the scene of the 10th Wang clan patriarch absorbing his perfect Tao foundation. When he thought back to that time, he remembered the various transformations that occurred in his body. His cultivation base had rotated in reverse, and then collapsed, transforming into an energy which was then sucked out of him. Recalling that feeling suddenly caused a tremor to run through Meng Hao. Reversal. I understand now. The key to the third level is reversal. When the vortex of the second level reaches maximum rotation, I can suddenly reverse the flow, which will unleash an incredible power. His eyes shone with a bright light. Boom! In that moment of enlightenment, he utilized the blood demon grand magic, then immediately pushed it through from the second level to the third. When he entered the third level, energy exploded around him. A strange light glowed in his eyes, and he lifted his hand to point at the doppelganger. Instantly, a golden vortex appeared around the doppelganger, which caused it to give a cold snort. It raised its hand and pointed toward Meng Hao as it too once again employed the blood demon grand magic. However, at this point, when the golden vortex was rotating at full speed, Meng Hao suddenly reached his hand out and then turned it over. Immediately, the vortex surrounding the doppelganger reversed. The doppelganger's expression flickered as its cultivation base suddenly collapsed, completely beyond its control. It rushed out through the doppelganger eyes, ears, nose, and mouth to shoot toward Meng Hao. Simultaneously, the doppelganger's entire body collapsed, and it disappeared without a trace. The only thing left behind was the glittering mirror. "In your first tempering, you defeated yourself in less than a day," said the white-colored overseer, looking deeply at Meng Hao. "As such, it is unnecessary for you to participate in the following floors. Please go directly to the 9th floor. If you can pass the 9th floor, then you may leave this place. In addition, you can acquire one of our clan's valuable treasures." Outside the altar, Lu Bai suddenly looked up. His eyes shone with shock as he caught sight of Meng Hao on the 3rd level and heard the words of the white-colored overseer up in midair. He suddenly grew incredibly taciturn. He successfully defeated himself? Thought Lu Bai, slowly lowering his head. A moment later, he looked up again, and his eyes shone with the intense desire to do battle. "I don't care about my status as a young Star Lord, nor my titles in the Northern Desert, nor the rumors about me being a reincarnated, almighty cultivator. The only thing I care about is that I must be the strongest person in my stage. According to my Tao, I must become a true immortal. My heart must be intensely staunch. If Meng Hao can do it, then I can do it too." With that, Lu Bai took a deep breath. Eyes radiating unprecedented resoluteness, he slowly rose to his feet and then strode back toward the 1st floor of the altar. "This time, I'll definitely pass the 3rd floor." Meng Hao stood on that very same 3rd floor to which he referred. He didn't proceed onward immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes to feel the surging of his cultivation base and the majestic 3rd level of the blood demon grand magic. Now that he was in the spirit vessel stratum, he could absorb cultivation bases into his own body and transform that into incredible power. No wonder Patriarch Blood Demon said that if I get to the 4th level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic, I can hold my own against early Tao-seeking cultivators. This Blood Demon Grand Magic is incredibly astonishing. It's especially useful when fighting against groups. The more enemies that get stuck inside, the more powerful I can become. Black Civ Sect. Meng Hao's eyes suddenly snapped open, and they shone with incredible killing intent. His hatred for the Black Civ Sect had long since seeped into his very marrow. If it weren't for the Black Civ Sect, Su Qing wouldn't have to enter the cycle of reincarnation, and could have had the chance at immortal ascension in this lifetime. Now though, they only had 100 years, after which this lifetime would be destroyed. This enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. Meng Hao took a deep breath and then took a step forward, whereupon he vanished. When he reappeared, he had passed the 4th and 5th floors, and gone all the way to the 9th floor. The 9th floor was the smallest of all the floors. This was the pinnacle of the altar. This was the final barrier of the 2nd level. After passing this floor, Meng Hao would have the option to either leave this world or, of course, enter the 3rd level. Boom! The instant he stepped foot onto the 9th floor, he felt almost like he was at the pinnacle of the sky. Around him stretched a world of boundless flames, beyond which was nothing but pitch black. In the instant that he stepped foot onto the 9th floor, he also heard an ear-piercing, squawking laugh. The laugh sounded almost like the call of a male duck, and was filled with an indescribable arrogance. "It's been many years since someone has stood in front of Lord Fifth. Bitch, come. Allow Lord Fifth to see how much fur you have on your body." As soon as he heard that voice, all the noble and lofty feelings that had existed inside of Meng Hao instantly vanished. His eyes went wide with disbelief as he stared at something appearing out of thin air in the middle of the 9th level. It was an enormous parrot, The parrot was covered with motley feathers that all stuck out on end. Its expression was one of extreme arrogance and pride, as if it was the only important thing in all of heaven and earth. As soon as it appeared, a shocking energy exploded out from its body. "You?" said Meng Hao, his breath quickening. This parrot appeared to be exactly the same damnable bird that had fled the instant Meng Hao faced true danger. "What do you mean, you? Huh? Bitch. What, you've never seen a Lord Fifth as handsome as me before?" As the parrot flew out, it seemed to be completely displeased with the way Meng Hao was looking at it. Its eyes gleamed with a sharp light, and its voice was jarring. Even as it spoke, the parrot went on the offensive, charging at incredible speed. Meng Hao could barely see it, and before he could react, he was sent tumbling backward. The parrot reformed in midair and then squawked and attacked again. Meng Hao's face flickered. The parrot was moving so fast that he couldn't see it clearly. Nonetheless, he was able to determine that this parrot was actually not exactly the same as the damnable bird that he remembered. As for what exactly about it was different, he couldn't quite say. It was more of a feeling. Booming sounds echoed out as the parrot attacked relentlessly. However, it didn't seem to be able to completely overwhelm Meng Hao within a short period of time. Meng Hao retreated without hesitation. Every time the parrot attacked, it almost felt like a mountain was bearing down on him. He tried using the blood demon grand magic, but the parrot was too fast and impossible to entangle. It was as if it was surrounded by some strange power that enabled it to break through anything that stood in its way. This damned, wretched bird. How could it be so strong? Meng Hao frowned. At the same time, the parrot appeared suddenly in midair up ahead of him. Staring seriously at Meng Hao, it said, "I'm gonna screw you, bitch. Screw you, you hear? How could your body be so tough? Well, fine, the tougher the better. Screw you. Screw you. Screw you into a pulp." With a piercing cry and incredible speed, it circled around Meng Hao, and its eyes shifted maliciously in the direction of Meng Hao's rear end. When Meng Hao sensed that, his scalp went numb, and his heart trembled. The first thing he thought of was the parrot's vile hobbies, and then, images of the parrot exploding rear ends suddenly flashed through his mind. These thoughts stabbed through his mind, causing his train of thought to be upset and fall into disarray, such that it caused Meng Hao to begin to shake uncontrollably. It didn't matter how vicious he had become inside. The images left him profoundly frightened. Normally speaking, he was the one to hear the miserable shrieks of others. There was absolutely, positively no way that he wished to experience such things himself. Damn it! Damn it! Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Even when facing the challenge on the third floor, he had not sweat, but as of this moment, he was tempted to concede defeat. This was a power that cultivators were fundamentally incapable of matching up against. Especially the incessant hooting call of the damnable parrot, and how its previously curved beak suddenly transformed, becoming ever longer and straighter. A few times, it opened its mouth, after which a perverse aura blasted out, causing Meng Hao's heart to tremble. Having no other options, Meng Hao anxiously cried out, "I know you!" "Huh?" replied the parrot, gaping. "Well, Lord Fifth doesn't know you, so you're gonna get screwed anyway." With that, it prepared to charge again. "I'm your master," said Meng Hao, slapping his bag of holding to produce the copper mirror. "You're insulting me," said the parrot, completely ignoring the copper mirror. It transformed into a black streak of light that shot toward Meng Hao. "What do I do? What do I do?" Having noticed that the black streak of light was curving through the air to flank him from behind, Meng Hao was now in a state of complete emergency. As the black beam of light closed in, Meng Hao had a sudden flash of inspiration as he recalled the damned bird's fatal weakness. Without hesitation, he cried out, "Even if you were more powerful than you are now, who cares? I don't believe for a second that you could drill a hole through this altar. You can't, can you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the black beam stopped in midair. The parrot appeared again, and it glared at Meng Hao as if infuriated. "What did you just say? Did you say there's something Lord Fifth can't do?" Meng Hao's eyes glittered, and his thinking was suddenly stable. A look of scorn appeared in his eyes. The expression immediately caused the parrot to go mad. Its voice shrill, it yelled, "How dare you look down on Lord Fifth? Lord Fifth is omnipotent. How are you, pissage?" Meng Hao have a cold snort. Ah! To be scorned with such words caused the last bit of the parrot's powers of reasoning to be scorched away. "You just watch, bitch!" raged the parrot. "Watch Lord Fifth. Watch Lord Fifth bore a massive hole into this altar." With that, the parrot flew up into the air and then turned to charge toward the altar. The white-colored overseer immediately flew down to intercept the parrot. "Immortal Fifth, please calm yourself. Calm. There's no need to get impulsive, right? Listen to me." "Screw off and listen to this, bitch!" roared the parrot. "Immortal Fifth, The white-colored overseer smiled wryly and was about to expound when, "I said screw off, bitch. If you don't, I'll screw you along with him." The white-colored overseer was getting extremely nervous. This was the first time it had heard of the parrot having such a weakness. It looked over angrily at Meng Hao and was about to rebuke him, when Meng Hao saw the look in his eye, rolled his eyes and then snorted coldly. "He doesn't believe you can break through the altar either. Forget about the altar. I bet you couldn't even screw that white-colored overseer. Ah! How dare you look down on me like this?" The parrot's fury raged to the heavens. It jerked around to glare at the white-colored overseer, who immediately began to tremble. Seeing that the parrot was about to attack, the overseer immediately roared without hesitation, "You pass! Pass!" Instantly, the altar began to rumble, and an incredible force enveloped the parrot, who did nothing to fight back. As the power covered it over, it stared fixedly at the rear end of the white-colored overseer. "When this place was built, Lord Fifth helped out, and therefore left behind a stream of divine will," said the parrot. "Truth be told, it would be difficult to break a hole through the altar. However, if I have the chance, you cheeky little beast, Lord Fifth will definitely give screwing you a try." With that, the parrot gave a cold snort, then glared over at Meng Hao. It said nothing, but the look in its eyes was clear. "You just wait, brat. If I get a chance, I'll screw you too." Meng Hao glared back at the parrot. He didn't say anything either, but his meaning was equally clear. "You just wait, you damned bird. When I get out of here, I'm gonna track you down, and then we'll see who's boss." Meanwhile, in the Milky Way Sea, on the shore near the northern reaches, a hulking, dark-faced man currently hovered in midair. Surrounding him was a group of smaller cultivators, all of whom looked at the man with fawning eyes. The dark-faced man seemed quite pleased with himself. In his arms he carried a black bear, which he would occasionally lean down to kiss, his expression one of intoxication. The bear had a luxuriant coat of fur, and it was hard to tell where he had found something like it in the Milky Way Sea. "Ah, this is the life. Don't be despondent, little third. It's merely a master we're talking about. We can always get a new one. Look, after somebody else gets the mirror and refines it, then we can go back. Look at how free and unconstrained we are now. This is the good life." Suddenly, the dark-faced man sneezed, then shuddered. A strange look appeared in its eyes, and suddenly two voices began to argue inside of him. "What's going on? What was that? Lord Third just sneezed." "Screw off. It was obviously Lord Fifth who sneezed. You'll even steal that from me? Something fishy is going on here, bitch. Something's off. I feel an evil wind stirring, as if something bad is about to happen. Huh. Don't tell me Meng Hao is alive. Finished. We're finished. I'm gonna die. We're finished. When we ran off that time." "What do you mean ran off? That was a strategic transition. You don't understand crap. Damn it. Last time you said we needed to give him a chance to temper himself. You're changing your mind again. Are you absolutely sure that's what I said?" "You did. You said it. You said." Despite the bickering, the dark-faced man turned and flew toward the northern reaches. "Let's go to the northern reaches. It should be safe there." Beneath the 30,000-meter Dao Lake in that world within a world, at the very top of the altar in the second level, Meng Hao moved forward. The parrot gave a cold snort as it faded away. The white-colored overseer sighed with relief, then looked over at Meng Hao, clearly displeased, but incapable of doing anything about it. You got lucky, but you passed, the white-colored overseer said slowly. As of now, you have two options. You may leave, or proceed onward to the third level. Up to now, no one has ever passed through the third level. Therefore, no one has ever been able to inherit the essence of the divine flame. Now make your decision. Meng Hao muttered to himself for a moment. He still had his eternal stratum, which meant that although he wasn't completely indestructible, he was still completely unique in the lands of South Heaven. That was a trump card, something he could use to rise back up from the clutches of death when in battle. Unfortunately, he didn't have time right now. If he got stuck in the third level, 100 years could go by in a flash. Although, he wasn't quite resigned to giving up on trying to pass the level. He suddenly looked up at the white-colored overseer. Senior, I remember you saying that a valuable treasure would be given as a reward for passing the second level. The white-colored overseer's eyelids twitched as if it didn't want to respond. It waved its right hand, instantly causing a pitchfork to appear. It was pitch black and completely unimposing. It did emanate a Tao-seeking aura, but in this world where there were no natural laws, the aura was not very powerful. Even the white-colored overseer realized that it was being stingy. A Tao-seeking item, a valuable treasure, it explained. According to the ancient treaty, it was actually supposed to produce all of the clan's valuable treasures and allow anyone who passed through the second level to pick one of their choosing. However, their clan had always been a stingy one. Even the two that had passed from the first wave of people to come here before Meng Hao had only been given an option to take one of 3 items. It was a loophole in the agreement, but the overseer did not feel that it was breaking the treaty. Meng Hao's face was the same as ever as he looked the pitchfork over. It was obvious to him that the white-colored overseer was displeased with him, and his eyes glittered. According to the ancient treaty, it can be assumed that you can offer a better treasure than this, senior. Perhaps you can give me a few options to select from. Forget about it, was the reply, accompanied by a cold snort. In that case, senior, I will pass on the item. However, I have 2 small requirements. The white-colored overseer immediately put the pitchfork away. In truth, even giving that away was something it wasn't quite willing to do. Meng Hao licked his lips and continued. I noticed that outside in the first level, there were many mountains. They were all made up of various magical items and treasures, many of which were spirit-severing treasures. How about this, senior? I'll just take 100,000 spirit-severing magical items. What do you think, sir? The white-colored juggernaut stared with wide eyes. The reason it didn't wish to part with the Tao-seeking treasures was that they contained their own natural law within them, and were extremely valuable. As for spirit-severing treasures, they were far inferior. 100,000? Are you trying to rob me? 10 at the most. 90,000. Can't be any less, senior. I just gave up a Tao-seeking treasure, you know? Hey, spirit-severing magical items are equally valuable. At the most, I can give you 100. Senior, how can you be like that? After all, I just passed through the second level. The lowest I can go is 80,000 magical items. On the outside, spirit-severing treasures are incredibly common. Furthermore, I want a chance to poke my head into the third level to see what it's like. Well, you did make it through the second level, but the two bickered for a while, and in the end, the white-colored overseer gave Meng Hao 5,000 spirit-severing magical items. Furthermore, Meng Hao was to be allowed one chance to step into the third level. After they finished negotiating, the white-colored overseer grimly waved his arm, causing 2 vortexes to appear. One was the exit, the other was the entrance to the third level. Meng Hao took a deep breath, and a look of resolve appeared in his eyes. He immediately transformed into a beam of light that shot toward the third level's vortex. Just as he was about to enter, the altar rumbled. Lu Bai had entered the third floor and was beginning to fight himself. Meng Hao looked back, then paid no further heed as he vanished into the third level. As soon as he stepped foot inside, he found that he was not in a land of flames. Everything around him was quiet. He saw a blood-colored field that was surrounded by enormous structures. They were pagodas that looked like spikes driven into the earth. The grass in the world was completely white. There was no wind, and yet the grass swayed back and forth. Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he surveyed his surroundings, and he muttered to himself for a moment before sending his divine sense out. Quickly covered an enormous area. 990,000 pagodas. Countless bleached bones. The 990,000 pagodas seemed to form a colossal spell formation. There's a city. Meng Hao's divine sense detected the 99,000 densely packed pagodas, which were arranged around a gigantic city. The city was pitch black and covered with white vines. A spark of flame hovered in midair, seemingly an endlessly burning fire that sent resplendent light out into the entire world. Almost in the same instant that Meng Hao sent his divine sense out to the limit, he suddenly heard a roar. Dao Feng, you must die. You killed me, Dao Feng, and if I'm reincarnated, I'll definitely kill you. The world of immortals is doomed to experience tribulation. The immortal lands will grow old, and the immortals will perish. But I refuse to give in. I know the truth. No matter how long you suppress me, I won't admit defeat. Damned monkey. If I can get free, I'll have your hide. If I'm transmigrated, I will slaughter myself out of this place. If my transmigration fails, I will fall into oblivion like all other living things, with virtually no hope of reawakening even after countless cycles of reincarnation. Therefore, I will leave a heavenly command for this place. My decree contains the essence of my Tao flame, a remnant of the existence of my flame. I hope that countless years later, that vestige will still exist. Meng Hao's mind was reeling. It felt as if a sharp sword was stabbing into his brain, preparing to split apart his body and shred his soul. Blood oozed from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. He staggered backward, coughing up a mouthful of blood. A rumbling filled him, and he felt as if his body might explode. Thankfully, his eternal stratum immediately pulled everything back together. However, that omnipresent divine sense and resentful will raged as madly as ever. The sensation of grave danger that he felt grew even stronger. He looked around in shock at the world around him, backing up at top speed all the while. The divine sense filling this world closed in on him again, and he immediately leaped out of the third level. When he emerged, he was back in the second level coughing up blood, his face pale and breath ragged. From what he had heard, he could tell that what he had encountered was a shred of will. However, despite the fact that it was only a shred of will, it was still able to injure him instantly. This was terrifying to a degree that thoroughly astonished him. Failure, said the white-colored overseer, its voice cool. No one has ever successfully passed the third level. What is that place? Asked Meng Hao, looking over at the overseer. Only those who pass the third level are qualified to know the answer to that question. You may leave now. Remember, if you speak to any one of the things that occurred in this place, you will meet with great calamity. The white-robed overseer gave him a meaningful look. Meng Hao didn't respond. He looked back down at the altar and Lu Bai on the third floor. Without another word, he clasped hands and bowed to the white-colored overseer, then stepped into the exit vortex. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. The white-colored overseer hovered in midair looking at the spot where Meng Hao had left through the vortex, a profound, ancient look in its eyes. In the lands of South Heaven, not too far away from the region of the ancient Tao Lakes, was a valley in the mountains. A brilliant, glittering light rose up in the valley, a teleportation spell. Suddenly, Meng Hao appeared within the light. As soon as he appeared, the teleportation spell vanished. I snatched the true immortal soul, and a lot of people saw, he thought. Word will spread. I need to get back to the blood demon sect as quickly as possible. His eyes glittered as he flew into the air, slapping his bag of holding to produce the war chariot. Once in the war chariot, rumbling could be heard as it sped off into the distance. Meanwhile, at almost the exact moment that Meng Hao reappeared, an old man sat cross-legged in a restricted area of Mount Solitary Sword in the Solitary Sword sect. In front of him, 9 pearls circulated in the air, apparently rotating in accord with some natural law. Suddenly, one of the pearls began to glow brightly. The old man's eyes opened and he looked at the pearl. There were many images within the pearl, but one of them was Meng Hao teleporting out into the region near the Dao Lakes. So, he finally reappears. The old man vanished. In the Golden Frost sect was a pool of water, next to which sat the Peak Dao-seeking patriarch of the Golden Frost sect. As he gazed into the water, ripples suddenly spread out over the surface of the pool. The ripples seemed to conceal mysteries of heaven and earth, mysteries that others would never be able to comprehend. However, an image of Meng Hao actually materialized in the reflections within the patriarch's eyes. In the Li clan, in a restricted area, a cold voice suddenly rang out. The soul of a true immortal is not something that a tiny spirit-severing cultivator may possess. The voice caused heaven and earth to distort, and a shocking energy shot out in all directions. At the same time, Meng Hao was detected by the withered, half-bodied old man in the Song clan. He suddenly opened his eyes from meditation. True immortal soul. However, the person who snatched it was Meng Hao. He hesitated for a moment, then closed his eyes to meditate. In the Violet Fate sect, everything was quiet. No aura spread out, nor did any ripples appear. However, a brilliant light appeared in the enormous statue of Reverend Violet East, as it stared off into the distance. The formerly calm and peaceful southern domain was suddenly stirred into commotion by the appearance of Meng Hao. To Peak Dao-seeking experts, the soul of a true immortal was something incredibly precious. So precious, in fact, that they would do anything in their power to get it. In the Black Civ sect, Patriarch Sixdaos let out a miserable shriek. His cultivation base had already degraded to the border of the mid-Dao seeking stage. Soon it would drop further and he would be in the early Dao seeking stage. I can't accept this. Blood Demon Sect, you must be destroyed. Meng Hao, you shall die. At some point, dark clouds had appeared above the southern domain in many locations. Lightning danced and thunder crackled. The sun was covered up, casting the lands into darkness. Huge raindrops the size of beans began to plop down. The rain appeared not because the clouds layered top of each other, building up to a critical pressure. Rather, it was the passage of people forcibly tunneling through the cloudy sky that caused them to collapse in on themselves and shed rain prematurely. At the moment, 3 Peak Dao-seeking eccentrics were shooting toward Meng Hao's location. Their speed was such that they appeared near the ancient Dao lakes shortly after Meng Hao stepped foot into the war chariot. They did not reveal their physical appearances, but their aura was clear. It only took a moment for them to pick up traces of Meng Hao's passing, after which they shot after him in pursuit. Of course, they had never imagined that Meng Hao would actually be equipped with something that could achieve the terrifying speed of the war chariot. Meng Hao pushed as fast as possible. In the blink of an eye, he was far away from the ancient Dao lakes, and was nearing the border of Blood Demon Sect territory. At this point, he took a deep breath and went even faster. Behind him, a rumbling like thunder could be heard as a pair of emaciated hands ripped a massive hole in the air. From within emerged a red-haired old man. He was big and tall, and sparks of electricity arced around his body. Rumbling filled the air as soon as he appeared, as if he were a god. Off to his right, a sword aura appeared, seemingly capable of splitting heaven and earth. A black-robed old man stepped out from within the sword aura. Further off in the distance, the Peak Dao-seeking cultivator from the Li clan, their third patriarch, proceeded along, accompanied by booms like thunder. The full power of his cultivation base was on display. As he flew, orbs of ghostly flame twinkled around him, blazing up into the sky. When these 3 people appeared, Meng Hao's face fell. Each of them were comparable in power to the 10th Wang clan patriarch when they fought years ago. The instant the 3 appeared, the war chariot rumbled, and countless fierce beasts appeared. Everything trembled, and Meng Hao shot off into the distance. He moved with such speed that he disappeared in the blink of an eye. The 3 Dao-seeking cultivators began to pursue him. Suddenly, from another direction, A deranged old man flew beneath the clouds, laughing maniacally as the rain soaked him. Ha ha ha! Immortal Ascension! Immortal Ascension! His foolish laughter seemed to contain a hint of lucidity. His body flickered and he vanished. Meng Hao's war chariot moved with incredible speed, but his three pursuers moved as fast as lightning. As they got closer and closer, the sense of danger in Meng Hao's mind grew more intense. However, killing intent could also be seen in his eyes, along with ruthlessness and fury. And yet, he did not slow down or stop. His cultivation base was no match for a peak Dao-seeking opponent, and he did not want to risk losing his eternal Dao foundation. Nevertheless, the distance between him and his pursuers continued to shrink. Faster! Must go faster! He thought with an internal roar. Behind him, the three Dao-seeking experts raised their hands and pointed in Meng Hao's direction. All of a sudden, a cold snort echoed out from up above. "Screw OFF!" said a voice that was ancient and yet also filled with boundless aggressiveness. As soon as the voice rang out, the sky turned crimson, and the land transformed into a sea of blood. Patriarch Blood Demon suddenly appeared between Meng Hao and the Dao-seeking experts. His words caused rumbling to echo throughout the heavens, and groaning creaks to issue forth from the land itself as everything to turn the color of blood. A roar rose up from the ground that transformed into a shockwave which sped toward the incoming three cultivators. The three men all used various methods. The red-haired old man lifted his hand up, then dropped it down in a palm strike. 10,000 bolts of red lightning smashed down. Yet the old man was forced to stop in place, his face flickering. The black-robed old man from the solitary sword sect had a gaze that was like a sword. The air around him rumbled and then shattered as he suddenly stopped in place. As for the thirdly clan patriarch, who wore a brocaded garment and had flowing white hair, his body emanated a powerful energy, and an illusory sun and moon circulated around him. He fought back against Patriarch Blood Demon's attack, too, but issued a muffled grunt as he was also stopped in place. Meng Hao let loose a sigh of relief, then put away the war chariot. He stood next to Patriarch Blood Demon, staring coldly at his three pursuers. The three old men's gazes were just as cold as they looked at Patriarch Blood Demon and then began to speak. "Blood Demon, hand over the soul of the true immortal. Hand over the true immortal soul. Let the matter drop. You can't fight back against the entire southern domain. Take it out and we'll decide here and now who it belongs to. In fact, we can even take turns sharing it. Blood Demon, give us your answer or else." Of course, inwardly, all three feared Patriarch Blood Demon, especially after the battle at the Black Civ sect. "Or else what?" replied Patriarch Blood Demon. "Or else you're instigating war with the entire southern domain. The Solitary Sword sect, the Golden Frost sect, the Li clan, and especially the Black Civ sect will all be happy to join forces to invade you. If that happens, you'd better prepare your Blood Demon sect to be exterminated. For great powers of the southern domain can easily destroy the very foundation of the Blood Demon sect. Blood Demon, don't do anything to bring ruin down on yourself." Having heard all of this, Meng Hao's heart was trembling. Although he had made his own appraisal of the value of the true immortal soul, he had never imagined that it was so valuable that it could instigate a great war in the southern domain. Meng Hao looked at Patriarch Blood Demon. He didn't want the soul of the true immortal that he had snatched to draw everyone into a war. "Patriarch," he began. "I don't mind." "There's no need to say anything," said Patriarch Blood Demon, his voice placid. "You took it, so it belongs to you. That true immortal soul will be of great use. How can you even think of giving it away?" His gaze then swept over the three other cultivators, and he laughed coldly. "As for the rest of you, screw off." "Blood Demon!" they shouted. Their faces flickered with various emotions, and they stared fixedly at Patriarch Blood Demon. Finally, eyes flickering, they turned and vanished. "Patriarch," said Meng Hao, "if you need this true immortal soul, it's yours." His heart was still trembling a bit. Suddenly he realized that Patriarch Blood Demon seemed somewhat different than he had been before. "Don't worry," said Patriarch Blood Demon, shaking his head. "I'll handle everything. As for the soul of the true Immortal, it wouldn't be of much use to me. I'm afraid it wouldn't be of much help to your master, Pill Demon, either. In the future, let him study it for a bit, and that will do." "My master," said Meng Hao, gaping. Of course, he was unaware of the matter of Pill Demon's spirit severing and Tao seeking. "You'll understand the details later." With that, Patriarch Blood Demon flicked his sleeve, sweeping up Meng Hao and vanishing into thin air. When they reappeared, they were back in the Blood Demon sect. As soon as the disciples of the Blood Demon sect saw him, they began to speak excitedly. "Blood Prince! The Blood Prince is back! Greetings, Blood Prince!" Patriarch Darkheaven and the 5 other patriarchs all flew down from their mountain peaks to greet Meng Hao with excited expressions. "Congratulations on your return, Blood Prince." On the 5th mountain peak, the hunchbacked old man smiled and then bowed toward Meng Hao with clasped hands. Wang Yukai rose to his feet from his place at the mouth of the valley and looked over at Meng Hao. Su Qing was his elder sister, and he had grown up with Meng Hao. Although Wang Yukai had become grimmer because of his violent surroundings, there were some fundamental aspects to his personality that would never change. When Meng Hao wasn't present, he would protect the valley with his life. What he was protecting were his memories, and the last vestiges of a once wonderful life that existed inside of him. Su Qing walked out from the valley and smiled up at Meng Hao, who hovered overhead. When her gaze met his, it became a memory that would last for an eternity. This chapter was sponsored by Tandra Johannes, Artur Nikogosian, Simon Jacques, Brandon Varn, and Christopher Choi. Patriarch Blood Demon looked at Meng Hao, smiled, then faded away into thin air. Yet another clone. Meng Hao turned to look at Mount Blood Demon, and a warm feeling rose in his heart. For the first time, he felt as if the Blood Demon sect was his home. Welcoming voices surrounded him as he returned to Blood Prince Gorge. Su Qing had alcohol warmed and waiting, and she immediately filled a cup for him. They looked into each other's eyes for a long time before speaking. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Now that he was back in Blood Prince Gorge, he felt separate from the world. He had Su Qing to accompany him, and the days were wonderful. Suns rose, suns set. Patriarch Blood Demon honored his promise to Meng Hao. Aware that Meng Hao had reached the 3rd level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic, he had a cane sent over. The cane was crafted from bone, and was pitch black. When he held it in his hand, Meng Hao felt icy coldness pulsating out into his body. In addition, the demon sealing jade in his bag of holding began to glow, spontaneously flew out of the bag, and circulated around the bone cane. After a moment, it actually fused into the cane, and the two apparently become one. Simultaneously, something like memories flooded into Meng Hao's mind. They were vague, almost as if someone were whispering them to him. Many of the things the voice said were indistinct and unintelligible, but there was one sentence that was crystal clear. 7th Demon Sealing Hex. Karmic Hex. Use demonic chi to hex karma. Slaughter anything formed from 5 elements, and exterminate to the highest heavens. Meng Hao's mind trembled. The demon sealers had a multitude of magical arts, but the 8 demon sealing hexes were considered their primary abilities. Each one was personally crafted by a previous generation of demon sealers and were shockingly powerful. However, the various hexes had not been passed on and had, for the most part, been lost over the years. It was only by coincidence that Meng Hao was able to acquire the 8th hex. Now, by means of this bone cane, he had acquired the 7th hex. He quickly immersed himself in gaining enlightenment of the karma of the 7th hex. Thankfully, he already understood a bit about karma. Therefore, he was able to cultivate the 7th hex without any obstacles, albeit a bit slowly. As he practiced his cultivation, the rest of the southern domain made quite a contrast to the calm and quiet of the Blood Demon sect. The southern domain was boiling. The solitary sword sect was fully prepared for war. Countless disciples had been recalled from all corners of the southern domain, and the sect was now like a shocking, unsheathed sword, ready for battle. They even produced precious treasures that could seal the fates of entire sects. After refining the treasures, They floated up in mid-air above the sect, casting about radiant, multicolored light and incredible energy. Anyone could tell that the Solitary Sword sect was about to march to war. In addition to the Solitary Sword sect, the Golden Frost sect was also preparing for war. All 18 of their great spell formations were fully operational. Clearly, they had activated the spell formations in order to protect the sect in preparation for war. The Golden Frost sect disciples were nervous. They had heard bits of news here and there that slowly formed together into a more accurate version of recent events. Fatty was getting quite anxious, although he hid it well. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do to prevent what was happening. Of the three great clans, the Wang clan was no more. The Li clan was now in the position of prominence. The killing intent of the Li clan members surged high as they prepared for war. In the Black Civ sect, Patriarch Sixdaos didn't hesitate at all after he received the invitation. He immediately responded in the affirmative. In recent days, the full power of the Black Civ sect was focused on mobilizing discarnate souls, as well as the full power of their Tao reserve. 193 coffins were brought in, all of which were to be used in battle. At the same time, the medicinal pills, spell formations, and magical items needed for warfare were purchased in large quantities by all four of the great powers. All of these things caused rumors to spread like wildfire across the southern domain. There's going to be a war. The sects and clans haven't mobilized like this in ages. I just wonder who they will be going to war against. The Blood Demon sect for sure. The cultivators of the southern domain were alarmed by the developments. However, there were also some rogue cultivators who saw opportunity. When the four great powers began to recruit rogue cultivators, many joined because of the potential benefits. The Violet Fate sect maintained silence on the matter. Because of their relationship with Meng Hao, they did not join the group of four powers. The four great powers, of course, understood this, and did not expect to form any alliance with the Violet Fate sect. However, what they wanted to prevent was the Violet Fate sect coming to the aid of the Blood Demon sect. As far as the Song clan was concerned, the four great powers were rather confused to find that they also maintained silence, and would not join the alliance. When an entire region goes to war, it cannot be done secretly. A properly conducted war requires much preparation that cannot be completed quickly. The preparations for war often create a stifling pressure that influences everyone, and is even more intense than the actual war itself. As a result, in the Blood Demon sect, taciturn silence was becoming more common and frequent. Based on what was happening in the outside world, it was obvious that the Solitary Sword sect, Golden Frost sect, Black Civ sect, Li clan, and large numbers of rogue cultivators were preparing to go to war with the Blood Demon clan. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators were coming to wipe them out. Such pressure from the outside world weighed down on the Blood Demon sect disciples, causing them to grow more and more dour. Even more so, killing intent began to radiate out. From the depths of their marrow, they were Blood Demon sect disciples, and they behaved like demons. Furthermore, the name of their sect had the character Wuxia in it. How could such a thing not be terrifying? Of course, they were getting ready for the coming war too, and the hunchbacked old man from the fifth mountain peak was in charge of all the preparations. In Blood Prince Gorge, Meng Hao could also sense the pressure. He knew that all of this was happening because of the true Immortal's soul. In fact, he actually attempted to hand the soul over. However, Patriarch Blood Demon once again refused. What's yours is yours. I brought you here to be the Blood Prince of the Blood Demon sect, and I'm responsible for you. If I allow some bystander to snatch away something that belongs to you, then what's to prevent them from taking things from other disciples? How could the Blood Demon sect stand for such a humiliation? I might be old, but I still need to maintain face. If they want war, we'll give them war. When Meng Hao heard this, his eyes began to glow with a strange light, which gradually transformed into determination. By this point, he didn't care how it was that he came to be in the Blood Demon sect. What he cared about was a concept that existed in his heart, to face others with a clear conscience. For the Blood Demon sect to treat him like this meant that he needed to act just as responsibly in return. Meng Hao chose to go into secluded meditation. For the moment, he ceased his constant study of the seventh demon sealing hex, and instead spent most of his time on the self character from the withering flame demon magic true self Dao. He was already enlightened regarding most of the aspects of the self character. What he needed to do now was actually make a second true self. As for how powerful the second true self would be, even he had no idea. He did know that it was made from his own flesh and blood, and was like a sheath within which was placed a soul. As for which soul to use, Meng Hao decided to use the true immortal soul. His only concern was that if he used it, then his master pill demon would be unable to benefit from it later on. Therefore, he consulted with Patriarch Blood Demon on the matter. After Patriarch Blood Demon reassured him that there was no harm in going forward with his plan, he made up his mind. Meng Hao was in thorough anticipation of what sort of power would be unleashed when he merged the true immortal soul into his second true self. Other people can cultivate clones, but this art produces a true self, he thought as he sat cross-legged in the log cabin. Those who cultivate clones merely separate a portion of their soul and then use that as the essence. Place it into a molded body, and that is the Tao of cloning. To cultivate a true self, you use flesh and blood. After nourishing it, it becomes like an invincible sheath, within which is concealed an unmatchable sword. Using the soul as the basis is actually very different from using flesh and blood. They seem similar, but in fact are completely different. After gaining enlightenment of the self-character, his eyes suddenly opened. In unison, he splayed the fingers of his right hand, after which 5 drops of blood flew out. He then did the same with his left hand. 5 drops of blood flew out from both hands. Next were each of his legs, then his feet. 5 drops of blood each. Finally, a tremor ran through his torso, and 10 drops of blood emerged. In total, there were 40 drops of blood floating in front of him, radiating brilliant light. Then, they began to congeal together. As they did, the skin of Meng Hao's forehead split open, and another drop of blood emerged to join the others. Finally, he bit the tip of his tongue and spit out some qi and blood. 42 drops of blood radiated brilliant light and merged together, gradually forming the shape of a person. Meng Hao's face paled, and his body sagged with weakness. However, his eyes were as determined as ever. What makes this a true self? He mused rhetorically. The blood that circulates is mine. The skin is mine. The blood vessels are mine. The vital organs are mine. It all comes from me, and is the same as my original true self. This is my second true self. A vicious gleam appeared in his eyes as he lifted his hand and stabbed it into his abdomen. A cracking sound could be heard, but he endured the pain as he broke off one of his own ribs. After pulling it out of his body, he crushed it into a powder which he then blew out toward the blood mass of a person in front of him. As soon as the bone powder entered the body in front of him, cracking sounds could be heard, as if a skeleton were forming inside. Meng Hao trembled as his eternal stratum healed his body at rapid speed. Unfortunately, the drops of blood and the rib were lost forever. The second true self is formed from what the self-character incantation permanently extracts from my body. What is taken away cannot be recovered. This divine ability basically creates a new person. How extraordinary! Muttering to himself, Meng Hao severed some of the redundant blood vessels in his body and then fused them into the other body. Immediately, blood vessels appeared within. Next came the vital organs and other miscellaneous parts. The only thing lacking now was the soul. Time passed, although Meng Hao wasn't sure how much. His body was very weak, but in front of him was now a person whose features were the exact same as his own. He wore a white robe and sat there cross-legged, as fair as jade. He was handsome and had a strong scholarly aura. He looked exactly like Meng Hao had when he was about 15 or 16 years old. Looking at him, Meng Hao got the sensation that he was looking at an extension of his own body. He almost forget altogether that this was his second true self. It was almost like a precious treasure in the shape of a person. And now it's time to insert the soul of the true immortal. His eyes shone with strange light as he slapped his bag of holding. the true immortal soul appeared, along with gentle, radiating light and a mysterious aura. The instant the soul appeared, the entirety of Blood Prince Gorge filled with immortal chi. In fact, the entire Blood Demon sect instantly became like an immortal paradise. Patriarch Blood Demon opened his eyes and stared in the direction of Blood Prince Gorge. Outside in the Blood Demon sect, everyone was astonished. What aura is that? How refreshing. I feel incredible. I feel like my cultivation base just advanced a little bit. Back in Blood Prince Gorge, Meng Hao took a deep breath. He began to place sealing incantations onto the true immortal soul according to the prescribed method of the self-character incantation. It was not done in a forceful manner, but rather oh so gently. This was not a fusing of the soul and the body. Rather, what was needed was for the soul to remain inside without struggling or fighting back. Meng Hao carefully placed the sealing incantations onto the soul and then, filled with anticipation, placed the soul into his second true self with the greatest of care. In that instant, a tremor ran through his second true self, after which he returned to his previous placid state. In 81 days, my second true self will awaken. There are 3 phases to incubating my second true self. The first is 81 days, the second is 81 months, the third is 81 years. At the end of each of those phases, the second true self will become more and more perfect. Meng Hao took a deep breath. This was the first time he had ever worked with such a bizarre and strange magic. Finally, he closed his eyes and calmed his mind, then rotated his cultivation base. A few days later, he opened his eyes again. He was no longer weak. Although he had sustained quite a few unrecoverable losses, the overall impact to him was relatively insignificant. Compared to the gains, such losses were completely worth it. 3 months. In 3 months, the first version of my second true self will emerge. I wonder how powerful it will be. His eyes shone with persistence and anticipation. He was extremely curious to find out how this combination of the true immortal soul and his second true self would turn out. And now, it's time for the 9 heavens treasured body seal, he thought, his eyes glowing with a bright light. In the underground world beneath the ancient Tao lakes, he had acquired thousands of spirit-severing level magical items. Although he didn't quite have 10,000, it was still enough to cultivate the 9 heavens treasured body seal. 10,000 spirit-severing magical items will make my fleshly body incredibly tough, and will enable me to break through from the spirit-severing level to Tao-seeking. With that, he opened his bag of holding and took out a sword. He placed it onto his arm, and then the 9 heavens treasured body seal appeared in his mind. After enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn, something like flames appeared in his eyes. The flame consisted of 9 layers, which merged together and then flew out shapelessly from his eyes. It was invisible, but when it touched the sword on his arm, the sword melted, then fused into his body in the blink of an eye. When the sword fused into him, he felt an intense jolt of pain. He began to tremble, although he did his best to control it. By the time the sword was completely absorbed into him, his body was soaked in sweat. The pain reminded him of the pain he had felt when his Tao foundation was ripped away. He took a deep breath and clenched his right fist tightly. Popping sounds rang out, and the air around his fist twisted and distorted. I really am a bit more powerful, he thought. Excitement shone in his eyes. It was painful, but the 9 heavens treasured body seal truly did make his fleshly body stronger. And that was all he needed. One more time, he thought, his expression one of determination. A great war was on the horizon, and he needed to use every method at his disposal to get even more powerful. More time passed. 2 months later, the 4 great powers were now completely ready for war. 150,000 cultivators flew out from the solitary sword sect, including 10 spirit-severing cultivators and 2 Tao-seeking experts. One of them was none other than the Tao reserve of the solitary sword sect, the peak Tao-seeking old man who wore a black gown. It was impossible to tell how many countless years he had lived. The other was an ordinary Tao-seeking eccentric. Although he was only in the early Tao-seeking stage, he was still a patriarch of the solitary sword sect. As they flew out, tens of thousands of swords also appeared. 10 of those swords were roughly 3,000 meters in length. Most shocking of all was a 30,000-meter bronze sword. In addition, there were various valuable treasures that flew along, circulating around the swords. Their glow seemed infinite as the countless cultivators flew through the air. "Sword, come!" cried the peak Dao-seeking expert in the black robe. He extended his hand toward the enormous stone sword that rose up into the sky above the solitary sword sect. It began to rumble, and then cracks appeared on its surface to reveal a green sword made of bamboo. As soon as it appeared, wild colors danced in the sky, the wind howled, and a shocking sword chi could be sensed. When the peak Dao-seeking expert grasped the sword, it continued to vibrate with a humming sound. "The ancestor acquired this treasure in the ancient Dao lakes," the old man said coolly. "Now it will be used in battle to acquire the true immortal soul, also from the ancient Dao lakes. This is karma." Clearly, the true immortal soul was meant for the solitary sword sect. With that, he flicked his sleeve, and the 150,000 solitary sword sect cultivators made their way directly toward the blood demon sect. At virtually the same time, countless armored figures flew up into the air from the Golden Frost sect. This was a force of 100,000, flying on loom shuttles, surrounded by countless valuable treasures. Shockingly, the huge group began to organize into a spell formation, which transformed into a gigantic puppet, tens of thousands of meters tall. The huge puppet was completely shocking in appearance, and emanated an indescribably terrifying aura. The peak Dao-seeking expert of the Golden Frost sect, a red-haired old man, appeared on top of the puppet's head. He sat there cross-legged, eyes radiating ferocity. This red-haired old man was the only Dao-seeking expert from the Golden Frost sect. Apparently, they couldn't quite match up to the Solitary Sword sect, which made sense since the Solitary Sword sect was considered the #1 sect in the Southern Domain. However, that did not mean the Golden Frost sect was weak. Their offensive techniques, utilizing puppet incarnations which combined the energy of large groups of cultivators, could explode out with multilayered power. As their puppet strode across the land toward the Blood Demon sect, it let out a roar, which was actually the combined roar of 100,000 cultivators. Chun Fan of the Solitary Sword sect refused to participate in the battle, as did Li Fugue of the Golden Frost sect. Fatty had a special status, so he had that right. However, Chun Fan was different. Because of his refusal, he was punished by being locked up in the sect dungeon, where he was to be tortured for 30 years. Even as the Solitary Sword sect and the Golden Frost sect mobilized their forces, the Black Civ sect emerged in full strength. Patriarch Sixdaos had been waiting for this day for a long time. As soon as he received the notice, countless discarnate souls, as well as all the Black Civ sect disciples, flew out. Han Bei, however, was nowhere to be seen. Neither had she been present the day when Meng Hao came to wipe out the Black Civ sect the first time. Apparently, she had gone missing after returning from the ancient demon Immortal sect. As for the Li clan, they also flew out in formation. Flying up ahead of them was an enormous bronze bell. It emitted a droning sound as well as golden light, which spread out to cover all of the Li clan members and carry them along through the air. On top of the bell was the Li clan's most powerful expert, their third patriarch. He sat there cross-legged, his eyes shining with bright, flickering light. The four great powers all sprang into action at the same time, heading directly toward the Blood Demon sect. Earlier, the four powers had distributed declarations of war throughout the Southern Domain, calling for rogue cultivators to join them in punishing the Blood Demon sect. No small quantity of magical items and medicinal pills had been offered up as rewards. The declarations of war listed nearly 1,000 wicked acts committed by the Blood Demon sect. The cultivators who perused the list were instantly furious, and felt their hair standing up on end in rage. In truth, though, everyone also knew that much of the list was a mere fabrication. Even so, nobody would attempt to question it too much. After all, declaring that they were righting wrongs in accordance with the heavens, wiping out the Blood Demon sect to cleanse the Southern Domain, was just a pretext. Few people believed that the Blood Demon sect would be able to escape this catastrophe. Everyone felt that they were doomed to be destroyed. All Blood Demon sect disciples would surely be wiped out, and any who somehow managed to escape would be hunted down and killed. Soon, there would be no more Blood Demon sect in the southern domain. Therefore, hundreds of thousands of rogue cultivators sprang into action. In their minds, the outcome of this war was a certainty, and they could use the destruction of the Blood Demon sect cultivators to acquire resources they needed for their own cultivation. The war was like a massive storm that swept across the southern domain, made up of the 4 great powers and the rogue cultivators, a combined force of 600,000 to 700,000 cultivators. The clouds blackened, and the lands grew dark. A great war would break out at any moment. In the Blood Demon sect, all the disciples waited in taciturn silence, their killing intent rising to monstrous heights. They were proud to be Blood Demon sect cultivators, and even if they were facing an apocalyptic calamity, their faith in the sect was not weakened. They would fight, to battle, live or die with the sect. The Patriarch is the top expert of the southern domain. The Blood Prince is the #1 figure in the spirit-severing stage. So what if we have to fight all the other sects in the southern domain? If we lose, fine. But if we don't, then we will sweep across the 4 powers and make the Blood Demon sect the only sect in the entire southern domain. Roaring and shouting filled the air in the Blood Demon sect. It wasn't necessarily that they were devoted heart and soul to the Blood Demon sect. Rather, this war was unavoidable. They had 2 choices: fight or die. No disciple would betray the sect, not even if the destruction of the sect itself was nigh. The terrifying consequences for betrayal had long since been imprinted into the hearts of the disciples. 7 days later, the Solitary Sword sect, the Golden Frost sect, the Black Sieve sect, and the Li clan blasted through the air to appear in the region of the Blood Demon sect, surrounding it on all sides. These 4 powers could be seen advancing from all 4 directions. The sword chi of the Solitary Sword sect surged. The Golden Frost sect's puppet was astonishing. The Black Sieve sect was sinister to the extreme. The Li clan was surrounded by golden light. In actuality, they could have come earlier had they wished. However, they had spent a bit more time en route in order to make sure that they all arrived at the same time. That way they could assure victory in one fell swoop. They didn't attack immediately, but instead began to set up spell formations to block and surround the Blood Demon sect. They also began to set up teleportation portals right under the Blood Demon sect's noses, which enabled vast crowds of rogue cultivators to teleport to the area from all over the southern domain. The sealing and blockade spell formations thoroughly pinned the Blood Demon sect down. No one would be able to escape. The sky above the southern domain filled with dark clouds, as did the hearts of the Blood Demon sect disciples. All of their own spell formations had long since been activated. The glow of blood circulated through the air in all directions around the sect. From a distance, it looked like an enormous demon. The demonic incarnation was illusory, but its body was tens of thousands of meters tall. It was bigger than a mountain. It sat cross-legged on the land, clad in black armor. Its green hair floated in the wind, and a golden mask covered its face. The mask was incomplete, as if it were composed of many parts. On the head of the demonic incarnation was a long, curved horn, around which lightning crackled. The parts of the demonic incarnation's skin that were not covered by armor were crimson, like the color of blood. Anyone who laid eyes on it would be filled with a sense of awe and terror. This was the Blood Demon sect's most powerful spell formation, the Blood Demon Grand Spell Formation. This spell formation resulted in a demonic incarnation that could merge the cultivation bases of all of the Blood Demon sect disciples. It had protected the Blood Demon sect for countless years, and had ensured its long-lasting survival. Inside the demonic incarnation, the 5 mountain peaks of the Blood Demon sect glowed with brilliant light that transformed into 5 layers of ripples. Each layer was a different color, and as they spread out, they transformed into a 5-layered restrictive spell shield. Each layer of the shield was maintained by spirit-severing experts, and was filled with the power of the entire mountain peak. The entire defense was incredibly tough and resilient. Suddenly, Patriarch Blood Demon's voice echoed out through the Blood Demon sect. The first formation, the demonic incarnation, will have Meng Hao as the nucleus. He will lead 100,000 disciples, and will control the formation. Meng Hao currently stood in Blood Prince Gorge. When he heard Patriarch Blood Demon's voice, he looked up. Next to him was Su Qing. She didn't speak, but instead silently straightened his robe, and then wrapped her arms around him. After a moment passed, she released him and stepped back. Meng Hao looked at her. "Wait for me. I'll be back." Su Qing nodded. Inside, she was getting incredibly nervous, but she didn't let Meng Hao see it for fear that it might distract him. Meng Hao took a deep breath and then walked out of Blood Prince Gorge. The moment he emerged, the mad, burning eyes of the Blood Demon sect disciples all came to focus on him. When he saw their impassioned gazes, Meng Hao felt a deep guilt. All of this was because he had taken the true Immortal's soul. If he hadn't, this great catastrophe would not have descended on the Blood Demon sect. It was at this point that he suddenly heard Patriarch Blood Demon's calm voice speaking in his ear. "There's no need to feel guilty. Do you really think that the Solitary Sword sect, the Golden Frost sect, and the Li clan are willing to start a war just because of the soul of a true immortal? The true immortal's soul was just an instigating factor. The true reason for their actions is their fear of me. They believe me to be an existential threat, and have been looking for an opportunity to get rid of me. Even if the true immortal soul didn't come along, this war still would have happened. The southern domain has been at peace for too long." Meng Hao didn't respond, but his eyes gleamed with decisiveness and the desire to slaughter. In this war, he would definitely be doing some killing. In fact, he would do everything within his might to kill as many enemies as possible. His body flashed as he flew up toward the first spell formation. Behind him, 100,000 Blood Demon sect disciples soared through the air. All of them entered the spell formation and then sat down cross-legged. There were 20,000 in the torso. The four limbs had 15,000 each. The head had 20,000. In total, there were 100,000 disciples. As for Meng Hao, his position was in the forehead of the demonic incarnation. As soon as the 100,000 disciples entered the spell formation and sat down cross-legged, they unleashed their cultivation bases. As the power merged into the demonic incarnation, rumbling sounds filled their minds. The enormous demonic incarnation suddenly seemed to revert from a state of death-like inactivity to life. Flourishing life force exploded out inside of it. Meng Hao sat cross-legged in the forehead position, monstrous killing intent visible in his eyes. He would protect this place both for the Blood Demon sect and for Su Qing. As long as he was alive, he would not permit anyone to harm even a hair on Su Qing's head. Even as he sat there cross-legged, he continuously produced spirit-severing magical items, which he absorbed into his body. Even as the pain threatened to cross the threshold that he could tolerate, he clenched his jaw tightly and pressed on. With the absorption of each treasure, his fleshly body continued to grow stronger, bit by bit. The strongest of all was his right arm. That was the first location into which he had absorbed the spirit-severing treasures. After melding exactly 1,000 such treasures into his right arm, he could sense a breakthrough in that specific area. It now radiated ripples similar to Tao seeking. Almost there, he thought. His expression was calm as he continued to fuse more items into his body. Time passed. Several days later, the Blood Demon sect was deathly silent. The atmosphere was one of suppression of the incredible energy that had built up to a peak and was just waiting to explode out. Outside of the sect, the four great powers had finished setting up their spell formations. Hundreds of thousands of Southern Domain rogue cultivators had arrived. From a distance, 700,000 cultivators could be seen surrounding the Blood Demon sect, spread across the horizon as far as the eye could see. It was an incredible force, and looking at it would cause one's heart to tremble. Blood Demon sect. This war will end with the extermination of the Blood Demon sect. Fight! It was noontime, but the sun was completely covered by the dark clouds. Lightning crackled through the sky as the vast crowds of the four great powers roared. 700,000 voices combined together, roaring with such intensity that the clouds were split open and rain began to pour down. Rain, thunder, Slaughter. Battle. The war was beginning. The Solitary Sword Sect, the Golden Frost Sect, the Black Civ Sect, and the Li clan were not the first ones to make a move. The first to attack were naturally the rogue cultivators who had come hoping to earn rewards. Hundreds of thousands of them surged forth with earth-shaking power. The sky shook, and the rain was incapable of even falling to the ground, and was instead scattered about in all directions. A great variety of cultivation bases could be seen among the rogue cultivators. The highest were in the great circle of the nascent soul stage. However, there were no spirit-severing experts present. As they attacked, the spell formations around them burst out with blinding light. Lightning from above was pulled down, entering into the spell formations, which then produced numerous silver snakes composed of lightning bolts. There were 8 silver snakes in total, 300 meters wide and 30,000 meters long, that sucked the hundreds of thousands of rogue cultivators inside of them as they emerged. From a distance, tens of thousands of rogue cultivators could be seen inside each of the silver snakes, lending their power to the lightning. The snakes immediately shot directly toward the enormous demonic incarnation surrounding the Blood Demon sect. Inside the demonic incarnation, the 100,000 Blood Demon sect disciples began to call out, "Blood Prince, do we fight? Blood Prince, we're waiting for your command." Their voices echoed about inside of the demonic incarnation, but could not be heard in the outside world. "The time has not come yet," replied Meng Hao calmly. He slowly raised his right hand, and in response, the enormous, cross-legged demonic incarnation also raised its hand, then pounded the ground violently with a palm strike. Boom! A deafening sound could be heard as a blood-colored shield of light shot out from the palm of the demonic incarnation to sweep out in all directions. As the 8 incoming lightning snakes closed in on the demonic incarnation, they were blocked by the blood-colored shield at a distance of 3,000 meters. The shield twisted and distorted under the power of the repeated attacks levied against it, but did not collapse. Inside the demonic incarnation, killing intent flashed brightly in the eyes of the 100,000 Blood Demon sect disciples. Their bodies emanated bloody glows as they waited, fused completely with the demonic incarnation. As for Meng Hao, he sat in the forehead position, continuously feeding spirit-severing treasures into the flesh of his right arm. 1,451. 1 for 52. As the items continued to fuse into his arm, it grew more and more powerful. The Tao-seeking aura became more prominent, and Meng Hao knew that he was just a little bit away from making his hand the first part of his fleshly body that was truly in Tao-seeking. 8 silver lightning snakes attacked constantly, but the blood-colored shield continued to hold strong, despite the distortions that marred its surface. It even managed to make counterattacks, such that 2 of the silver snakes were beginning to show signs of breaking apart. Trash! Even with the help of our Li clan spell formations, those good-for-nothing fools still can't break the Blood Demon sect's first spell formation. The Li clan's 3rd patriarch gave a cold snort. "Fellow Taoist Sixdas," said the red-haired Golden Frost sect cultivator, his eyes coming to rest on Patriarch Sixdas of the Black Civ sect. "It's about time for you to make your move." The black-robed cultivator from the Solitary Sword sect also looked over at him. Sixdas' face flickered and he snorted coldly. There was no way for him to refuse, so he raised his hand and pointed forward. The Black Civ sect discarnate souls and cultivators behind him gritted their teeth and charged forward. There was even one discarnate soul who emanated a spirit-severing aura. Including it, the Black Civ sect looked like an enormous sword, slicing through the air to stab toward the blood-colored shield that the 8 lightning snakes were contending with. A huge boom rattled out, and the blood-colored shield shuddered, seemingly growing weaker. The 8 lightning snakes merged their power together. That, combined with the cultivation bases of the Black Civ sect, smashed into the weakest parts of the shield. Cracking sounds could be heard as fissures spread out. The fissures quickly sealed back up, though, and even sent counterattacks back out. The 2 silver lightning snakes that had been weakened before suddenly exploded. There were no miserable screams. The instant that the snake exploded, the tens of thousands of cultivators inside were instantly wiped out, dead in spirit and body. The cultivators in the remaining 6 lightning snakes looked shocked. However, they had come here to seek good fortune and had been promised by the 4 great powers that they would get what they sought. It didn't matter that the battle was fierce. Would they really give up so easily? Meng Hao! The spirit-severing discarnate soul cried out. Are you going to keep hiding in the blood demon sect the whole time? I dare you to come out and fight. He assumed Meng Hao was somewhere in the blood demon sect, not inside the demonic incarnation. His voice reverberated as it passed through the blood-colored shield, all the way to the demonic incarnation, and into Meng Hao's ears. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with killing intent, but he did nothing. Instead, he continued to feed spirit-severing treasures into his right hand. 1479. 1480. Meng Hao could clearly sense that his right arm was now almost completely beyond spirit-severing, and had truly entered into Tao seeking. Booms echoed out from the outside as 6 lightning snakes, joined by the Black Civ sect cultivators under the leadership of the spirit-severing discarnate soul, continued to attack the blood-colored shield. The shield began to distort and shrink, and portions even began to shatter. Meng Hao! Called the spirit-severing discarnate soul. I was the one who personally extracted Su Qing's soul. The process of separating her body and soul racked her with intense pain. The look on her face, I still remember it as if it were yesterday. He waved his hand, and the shield shook. He was obviously trying to bait Meng Hao into fighting. The instant his voice rang out, Meng Hao looked up. Intense viciousness could be seen in his eyes, as well as explosive killing intent. The 1,500th spirit-severing treasure fused into his right arm, and it broke completely out of spirit-severing and reached the Tao-seeking level. An incomplete, fragmented natural law spread out, although it didn't affect Meng Hao. His right hand was now the most powerful part of his fleshly body. Blood Prince, let's fight. Blood Prince, we want to do battle. Yes, said Meng Hao. Fight. Even as the words left his mouth, he raised his right hand and made a violent grasping gesture. What everyone on the outside saw was the demonic incarnation raising its enormous right hand, which then shot out of the shield with indescribable speed to grab a hold of the spirit-severing discarnate soul. The hand clenched viciously, and a boom could be heard, as the discarnate soul was crushed into pieces. A lingering scream echoed out over the battlefield. The demonic incarnation suddenly stood up. It was tens of thousands of meters tall, completely shocking in appearance. Meng Hao sat cross-legged in the forehead position of the demonic incarnation. The life forces and cultivation bases of 100,000 cultivators poured into the demonic incarnation, all of which Meng Hao could sense. Early Tao seeking, said Meng Hao, sensing the power of the demonic incarnation. He waved his hand, and in response, the shrinking, blood-colored shield returned to cover the entire demonic incarnation. Without the blood-colored obstructing the way, the 6 lightning snakes instantly shot toward Meng Hao. So did the Black Civ sect discarnate souls and cultivators, who were ashen-faced. Offend the blood demon sect? You shall die. The combined voices of 100,000 people boomed out from the demonic incarnation. Heaven and earth shook, and Meng Hao raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. The fist slammed into one of the lightning snakes, which instantly collapsed into pieces. In the blink of an eye, the entire snake fell apart in a huge explosion. Meng Hao sent the demonic incarnation forward. It performed an incantation with its right hand, then gestured forward. Immediately, the air was rent open as a huge fissure appeared. It slashed out and hit another lightning snake, which then exploded. All of these things happened with incredible speed. Next, Meng Hao turned the body of the demonic incarnation and sent it directly toward the enormous sword formed by the discarnate souls and cultivators of the Black Civ sect. Die! Meng Hao's voice joined with the 100,000 cultivators to let out an incredible roar. Their cultivation bases surged, and the power of early Tao seeking bolstered the noise to transform the roar into a terrifying sound wave. The sound wave transformed into visible ripples which then slammed into the Black Civ sect discarnate souls and cultivators. One by one, the discarnate souls vanished, as if they were being erased. As for the cultivators with fleshly bodies, they were ripped into pieces by the passing ripple. Tens of thousands of Black Civ sect disciples. All died in body and soul. "Your blood demon demonic incarnation is pretty good," said the black-robed man from the solitary sword sect, his voice cool. He advanced forward, and was soon directly in front of Meng Hao. Although his hand was clearly empty, a shocking sword chi suddenly materialized and slashed toward Meng Hao. However, before the sword chi could fully descend, a cold snort echoed out from within the blood demon sect. A blood-colored figure flickered into being in front of Meng Hao. It was none other than Patriarch Blood Demon. "How meaningless to bully the junior generation," he said. "You want to fight? Let's fight." Boom! Patriarch Blood Demon and the black-robed man from the solitary sword sect immediately rose high up into the air as they began to fight. At the same time, the red-haired old man from the Golden Frost sect, the third Li clan patriarch, and Patriarch Sixdaos flew up. Sixdaos cast a murderous glare at the demonic incarnation under Meng Hao's control, gave a cold snort, then proceeded to completely ignore it as he flew toward Patriarch Blood Demon. It was at this moment, though, that 3 more blood-colored figures shot out from the Blood Demon sect. Each and every one looked exactly like Patriarch Blood Demon, and each one shot toward one of the 3 who had just flown out. There were now 4 clones of Patriarch Blood Demon present. 4 incredible clones, battling 4 of the most powerful patriarchs of the southern domain. Booms filled the air, and the battle above caused the air to warp and distort. It was difficult for anyone looking on to see clearly, but they could tell that the sky itself seemed on the verge of falling. The intense battle being carried out could clearly shake even the heavens. "Kill them!" Almost in the same moment that the patriarchs were locked in the decisive battle up above, the rest of the forces of the 4 great powers charged into battle. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators sped directly toward the demonic incarnation controlled by Meng Hao. Among them was an early Dao-seeking expert from the solitary sword sect, as well as a puppet from the Golden Frost sect formed by spirit-severing experts, which also emanated a Dao-seeking aura. The Li clan had even more spell formations circulating around them. Unfortunately for the Black Civ sect, they had sustained severe casualties. Killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes as he brazenly sent the demonic incarnation forward to battle directly with the 4 powers. Inside the demonic incarnation, the 100,000 Blood Demon sect disciples' eyes were bright red. They formed the Blood Demon sect's first spell formation, which was not easily destroyed. Were it to be broken, the Blood Demon sect would then be vulnerable to the outside world. To the death! The demonic incarnation emanated early Dao-seeking energy as it roared into battle against the hundreds of thousands of cultivators which surrounded it. There were only 4 lightning snakes left, filled with rogue cultivators with bloodshot eyes. They flew through the air, occasionally attacking. As for the Black Civ sect, they were in disarray and no longer had enough forces to do battle. However, such was not the case with the solitary sword sect. Under the leadership of the early Dao-seeking expert, 100,000 flying swords exploded out, transforming into a shocking power that continuously pelted Meng Hao. The early Dao-seeking expert was actually capable of fighting directly with Meng Hao and the demonic incarnation. He became the primary force in the battle, backed by the power of 10 solitary sword sect spirit-severing cultivators. The spirit-severing experts of the Golden Frost sect combined to form a puppet, which also emanated a Dao-seeking aura that caused the clouds to seethe when it attacked. They joined forces with the early Dao-seeking cultivator from the solitary sword sect and successfully pinned down Meng Hao and the demonic incarnation. As for the Li clan, they were attempting to harm Meng Hao more covertly. They flew around the perimeter, surrounding the area with countless spell formations. Some were used to bind the demonic incarnation, others self-detonated. Incredible pressure weighed down on Meng Hao. Every time Meng Hao attacked, every time the 2 sides clashed, many of the cultivators inside the demonic incarnation would spit up blood. On one occasion, the solitary sect's early Dao-seeking expert and the Golden Frost sect puppet combined their attacks and struck the demonic incarnation with an earth-shaking force. 0.0000 of the cultivators inside were unable to withstand the force and their bodies immediately exploded. Blood oozed out from the demonic incarnation, forming a bloody rain that splattered down onto the ground. However, the forces of the four great powers were also paying a heavy price. Over a 3-day period, a third of the Golden Frost sect cultivators died. 20% of the Solitary Sword sect perished. The Black Civ sect was thoroughly crippled, and 20% of the Li clan were dead. As for the rogue cultivators, Meng Hao had no time to pay them any heed. Despite that, of the 4 lightning snakes, 1 more was destroyed. As of this point, the 4 great powers had suffered over 200,000 casualties. Meng Hao persisted with gritted teeth. Were it not for the fact that his right arm possessed Tao-seeking strength, he would not have been able to hold out for this long. He lifted his right hand and punched out, connecting with the Golden Frost sect puppet up ahead. It tumbled back, seemingly on the verge of complete collapse. However, the early Tao-seeking cultivator from the Solitary Sword sect suddenly appeared and blocked Meng Hao with a flick of his sleeve. Countless spell formations around him detonated, and amidst the booming explosions, 100,000 greatswords stabbed into Meng Hao's demonic incarnation. "Piss off!" roared Meng Hao, his voice hoarse. The demonic incarnation collided with the Golden Frost sect. Everywhere he passed, he left in his wake the shattered remains of countless puppets formed from the Golden Frost sect cultivators. Solitary Sword formation. Bright gleams appeared in the eyes of the Solitary Sword sect disciples. All of them began to perform incantations, then gripped their swords tightly as their bodies began to shine intensely, as if they were swords glinting in the light. Each and every person seemed to transform into a sword that flew up into the air. Shockingly, the swords began to interweave into an enormous sword formation. The sword formation swirled in midair, forming into the shape of a gigantic greatsword that slashed down toward Meng Hao. Black-white pearls. 9th Mountain. Meng Hao waved his left hand, and the 9th Mountain smashed into the greatsword. The mountain trembled and then collapsed, but so did the Solitary Sword formation. Meng Hao sent the demonic incarnation into retreat. Of the remaining 80,000 cultivators inside, 10,000 were once again unable to withstand the force of the blow, and exploded. At the same time, the Solitary Sword sect's early Tao-seeking expert suddenly appeared. His hand flashed in an incantation gesture, and an amorphous green fog appeared, within which was a poisonous thorn. He pointed out, causing the green fog to envelop the demonic incarnation. Simultaneously, the poisonous thorn shot forward to stab directly into the demonic incarnation. As it passed through, blood-curdling screams rang out in Meng Hao's ears. Meng Hao clenched his right hand into a fist and instantly punched out. The early Tao-seeking expert frowned, then gave a cold snort and performed another incantation. Rumbling could be heard as his body vanished, then reappeared 3,000 meters away. His face was a bit pale. Clearly, despite have avoided the fist, he had still suffered injuries. "Everyone attack!" he cried. As his voice rang out, he pointed up into the sky. Bamboo sword. A green streak of light shot out of his finger, which then transformed into a tiny bamboo shoot. It rapidly grew larger, transforming into a bamboo stalk. The stalk then shed its leaves and became a bamboo sword. There were some experienced cultivators in the surrounding groups who began to cry out in shock. The Solitary Sword sect's precious treasure. "I've heard of this precious treasure." The most powerful of the Golden Frost sect's puppets let out a cold snort, then made an incantation gesture with its right hand. It stretched its right hand out and made a grasping motion, whereupon a hand-sized piece of rock flew out. It grew rapidly, transforming into a 3,000-meter-tall mountain. It was pitch black except for one golden character on the side. Termination. Mount Termination. This was the precious treasure of the Golden Frost sect, as famous in name as the bamboo sword of the Solitary Sword sect. The 5th Li clan patriarch, who had a cultivation base at the Great Circle of the 3rd Severing, had been flitting about activating spell formations. When he saw the latest developments, he produced a pink feng shui compass and then pushed down onto its surface. Immediately, the ground began to rumble, and multiple columns of pink light shot up into the air. Die! The Solitary Sword sect's bamboo sword seemed to split the heavens, transforming into a green beam of light that shot toward Meng Hao. The golden frost sect's Mount Termination began to rotate, emitting crushing pressure as it joined the green beam of light to attack Meng Hao. Meng Hao's face fell, and the black-white pearls and ninth mountain appeared again. He waved his right hand and summoned the full power of his cultivation base to strike out with the most powerful blow he could muster. Boom! The demonic incarnation fell back. Green light flashed as a huge wound was opened up. The demonic incarnation's right arm was lopped off. It transformed into 10,000 cultivators in midair, and as soon as they appeared, a massive power swept over them and ripped them into pieces. Boom! Mount Termination crushed down, and Meng Hao coughed up blood. A multitude of cracks appeared on the demonic incarnation, which then rapidly began to spread out. Soon, numerous cross-legged blood demon sect disciples became visible, expressions of hopelessness covering their faces. Boom! The final salvo came from the spell formation formed from the pink beams of light. Everything rumbled as the light transformed the land into a world of pink. The light beams then shrank down into the form of an enormous pink talon, which slashed out at Meng Hao's demonic incarnation. The demonic incarnation was incapable of holding out any longer. It appeared to be on the verge of collapse, and many of the cultivators inside died. Currently, only 30,000 remained alive. Retreat! Meng Hao shouted. Back to the sect! A tremor ran through the demonic incarnation as the 30,000 cultivators were ejected from its back. Meng Hao was the last to retreat. As soon as he left, his right hand flickered in an incantation gesture and then pointed at the almost shattered demonic incarnation. Detonate! A shocking boom rumbled out. Even Patriarch Blood Demon and his opponents couldn't help but notice the detonation of the demonic incarnation. The force of the explosion actually helped the 30,000 Blood Demon sect in their retreat. However, to others in the immediate vicinity of the blast, it was like a devastating attack. The shocked Dao-seeking expert from the Solitary Sword sect shot forward, determined to block the force of the explosion, as did the puppet from the Golden Frost sect. Even the 5th Li clan patriarch did the same. If they did not do so, then the losses their various sects and clans would experience would be far too critical. Even so, there were still many cultivators who simply couldn't avoid the blast, and were incinerated. In the blink of an eye, the Solitary Sword sect, the Golden Frost sect, and the Li clan, as well as the rogue cultivators, all sustained heavy losses. Thanks to the Solitary Sword sect's Dao-seeking expert, the Golden Frost sect's puppet, and the 5th Li clan patriarch, the losses were reduced by about half. Were it not for them, even more would have died. Unfortunately for the nearby rogue cultivators, no one was around to assist them. The ripples from the explosion completely wiped them out, along with the remaining silver snakes. Afterwards, not a trace remained of them. Fundamentally speaking, this battle was not something they were qualified to participate in. They had believed that, with the assistance of the 4 great powers, exterminating the Blood Demon sect would be a simple task. They had never imagined that the Blood Demon sect would be so fearsome. And this was only the first spell formation. When the demonic incarnation collapsed, the air distorted, and the 5 mountain peaks of the Blood Demon sect suddenly became visible. The 5 mountain peaks were actually located in an enormous basin in the ground. They were surrounded by a 5-layered shield which emanated brilliant, blinding light. It was something that could not be bypassed save by battering it into non-existence, 1 layer at a time. That was actually exactly what the Blood Demon sect wanted. The 4 great powers would have to smash against the shields and withstand counterattacks. That meant that, in order to break the shield, they would have to pay a price. Borrowing momentum from the explosion of the demonic incarnation, Meng Hao led the 30,000 Blood Demon sect disciples back into the sect. As soon as they passed the 2nd layer of the shield, other Blood Demon sect disciples arrived to give aid to them, helping them along and also giving them medicinal pills to consume. As for Meng Hao, his face was pale white. He had significantly depleted himself in the course of the battle, but now was not the time for rest. He stood there, surveying the scene outside of the spell formation shield. The 2 Iron Blood patriarchs sat cross-legged off to the side, surrounded by more than 20,000 disciples. The forces of Mount Ironblood were the ones responsible for maintaining the first layer of the shield created by the second formation. Behind Meng Hao, the cultivators on the other various mountain peaks were all in the process of maintaining the other 4 shield layers of the second spell formation. Outside the shield, the cultivators of the Solitary Sword sect, the Golden Frost sect, and the Li clan were all shaken by the events of moments ago. However, after they saw the 5 mountain peaks of the Blood Demon sect, their killing intent soared. Immediately, a clamor arose as the cultivators of the 4 great powers began to call out, "Kill them! Don't leave a single one alive! The time has come to eradicate the Blood Demon sect. From now on, there will be no Blood Demon sect in the southern domain." Even as their voices echoed out, the remaining several 100,000 cultivators charged toward the Blood Demon sect. There were so many enemy cultivators that it was essentially impossible to see the end of their ranks. They seemed infinite. Earlier, when Meng Hao had been fused with the enormous demonic incarnation, he had been able to see the extent of their forces clearly. Now that the demonic incarnation had been destroyed and he had retreated to this position, all he could see was cultivators, stretching out in all directions. The sheer numbers involved caused his scalp to go numb. The cultivators whistled through the air toward the enormous 5-layered shield formed by the Blood Demon sect's second spell formation. Even though the shield was in place, the Blood Demon sect disciples had not lost their fighting spirit, and were just waiting for the enemy forces to slam into the shield. However, it was at this point that a bright beam of light suddenly streaked toward the battlefield from high in the sky. It sliced through the air, moving at an incredible, indescribable speed. It almost looked like the heavens were being split apart in shocking fashion. What was now visible was a leaf. It was a flying, burning leaf, emitting an astonishing aura. Its target was no single person, but rather, the Blood Demon sect's second spell formation. "What gall!" roared Patriarch Blood Demon furiously, who was still in the midst of battling with the other patriarchs. Immediately, he waved his hand, and a glittering, bloody light shot toward the incoming leaf. Rumbling could be heard as the leaf decayed by more than half. However, there was still a streak of green that made it through the blood-colored light. The streak continued on, slamming into the shield of the second spell formation, piercing through the 5th layer, the 4th, and the 3rd, before finally stopping at the 2nd. The 5th, 4th, and 3rd layers all shook and trembled. Although they did not collapse, they now had holes punched in them. Patriarch Blood Demon let out a furious shout, but the other patriarchs went all out to prevent him from doing anything. When the gaps in the shield appeared, the faces of the Blood Demon sect disciples fell. At the same time, killing intent could be seen in the eyes of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators on the outside. They immediately changed directions and headed toward the places where the gaps had been opened. The holes were not large, but were something that the spell formation was incapable of closing up. Facing such a situation, and such enemies, looks of dour hopelessness appeared on the faces of the Blood Demon sect disciples. "Damn it! How do we fight back now? They punched holes in the shields. Those are biggest areas of weakness now. How do we fight? Our blood prince killed so many of them, yet there's still more of them as far as the eye can see. Do we have any hope left at all?" Facing hordes of attacking enemies and holes punched through to the second shield, the Blood Demon sect disciples fell into a mute despair. Su Qing had long since emerged from Blood Prince Gorge, where she had stood the entire time, nervously watching Meng Hao. When he finally returned safely, she had breathed a sigh of relief. The new developments, however, caused her face to go pale. Meng Hao looked up into the sky and began to pant nervously for a moment before calming himself down. He looked around at the despairing Blood Demon sect disciples and did nothing to try to rouse their spirits. He wasn't willing to do so. He already felt guilty because of the war. How could he directly ask them to go put their lives on the line? He couldn't. Suddenly, a sigh could be heard echoing amongst the crowds. The hunchbacked old man from the 5th mountain peak slowly walked out. Clearly, he intended to head toward the gap in the 5th shield layer. Behind him was the pretty girl, his apprentice. "Master," she said, her eyes filled with anxiety. Clearly she had guessed her master's plan. "I've lived for too long and seen too many things," he said with a smile. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." He was just about to step out when suddenly Meng Hao strode forward. He couldn't ask the blood demon sect to fight, but there was one thing he could do. He walked out, and as he did, he looked back toward Su Qing and gave her a slight smile. Then coldness filled his eyes and he advanced onward. Next, he appeared outside of the shield, directly in front of the only weak space, that one gaping hole. "Blood Prince," said the hunchbacked old man, gaping. "I will hold this gap," said Meng Hao coolly. He obviously planned to use himself as the stopper to prevent anything from entering. "My right arm already has Tao-seeking power," he thought, "and the blood demon grand magic is perfect for fighting against groups. If I can hold out for only 10 more days, then my second true self will awaken. It's time to fight." When Meng Hao appeared on the outside of the shield, the blood demon sect disciples behind him were shocked. Blood Prince, you." Meng Hao did not look back. He took a deep breath and rotated his cultivation base. He was tired, but he ignored the feeling and pushed himself to the peak of his power. His spirit-severing aura exploded out, and his right arm gradually began to exude the pressure of Tao-seeking. He waved his hand through the air, and the 9th mountain magically appeared around him, as well as the black-white pearls. Next, he retrieved the blood immortal mask from his bag of holding and slipped it onto his face. Rumbling filled the air as hundreds of thousands of cultivators closed in on him. It was at this point that a roar suddenly echoed out from within the mask. A beam of red light shot out to appear next to Meng Hao. It was none other than the fully reformed blood mastiff. It had died before, but now that it had reappeared, it was even more ferocious than before. Its spirit-severing aura roiled out, and its energy surged. Meng Hao waved his hand again, and time sword tips appeared. They were objects that were useless against the peak Tao-seeking powers. However, they were still incisive to the extreme. Shockingly, 10-time sword tips flew out. Meng Hao had specially prepared them just for this battle, using the copper mirror. The 10-time sword tips swirled about in the air, transforming into a sword formation. As it rotated, a bloody glow appeared in Meng Hao's eyes. "My eternal stratum makes my stamina almost limitless. My resurrection lily, my spirit-severing treasure, has been hibernating for too long. The time has come for it to appear." Meng Hao's life force surged up, and at the same time, a shocking, illusory resurrection lily suddenly appeared. It had 5 colors, but shockingly, a 6th color could just barely be made out on one of the petals. The 6th color faded in and out. Meng Hao was convinced that it wouldn't take long before the 6th color would appear in full. When that 6th color became stable, it would only need to bloom with one more color to achieve immortal ascension. The sight of the ferocious resurrection lily caused the faces of many of the incoming hundreds of thousands of cultivators to flicker. However, they did not cease their approach. The scene from the inside of the shield was that of Meng Hao, alone, facing hundreds of thousands of enemies. It was an image that would be indelibly burned into the minds of each and every blood demon sect disciple, a memory that would remain for an eternity. "Die!" shouted Meng Hao. Killing intent blazed in his eyes as he performed a double-handed incantation, then suddenly pointed out. The blood mastiff charged, and the time sword formation shot out. The resurrection lily behind him writhed as its tentacles shot out like whips toward the incoming waves of enemies. The slaughter had begun. The power of Meng Hao's right arm was incredible. A single punch could cause heaven and earth to shake. A glow of blood emanated out from the blood immortal mask. This was the blood immortal divine ability. Without a face, a single word, flames of war unify. Ceaseless rumbling filled the air as the blood demon grand magic appeared. Despite all of this, he was still facing hundreds of thousands of cultivators. It was like a single praying mantis standing up to an army. The initial onslaught sent blood spraying from his mouth, and his fleshly body instantly began to explode. However, in the very instant that the signs of collapse appeared, his fleshly body fused back together under the power of the eternal stratum. Meng Hao could almost be considered unkillable. He remained there in front of the gap, carrying out slaughter just as before. When the blood demon grand magic was unfurled, the golden vortex sent endless quantities of blood and qi into Meng Hao, along with spirit meridians and cultivation bases. Rumbly. Only 10 breaths of time had passed since the initial onslaught, yet Meng Hao's body had fallen apart 3 times. The third time was because of a combined attack from the early Dao-seeking expert from the Solitary Sword sect, the Golden Frost sect puppet, and tens of thousands of cultivators. Despite all of this, he refused to budge, nor did he allow anyone to enter through the gap. When the Blood Demon sect disciples behind the shield saw his body on the verge of collapse, blood smeared on his skin and soaking his clothes, their eyes went red. There were even some from the group of 30,000 survivors from the first spell formation who leaped up and began to charge toward the battlefield. Blood Prince! Blood Prince! We will fight with you! However, even as they charged forward, Meng Hao waved his sleeve behind him, causing a powerful wind to rise up and carry them back behind the safety of the shield. All of you stay back. He looked back, and determination could be seen in his eyes. It was a look that said, "This is my fight." To Meng Hao, this was the only option that could leave him with a clear conscience. Besides, his body was difficult to destroy, which could not be said of the others. Boom! Meng Hao fell back, a ferocious expression on his face. By this time, multiple Blood Demon Grand Magic Vortexes had appeared in the area, 9 in total. Each and every one was gold in color, and unleashed boundless gravitational force. The cultivators who found themselves trapped in the vortexes could only watch in shock as their bodies withered rapidly, and their cultivation bases were sucked out. Massive quantities of qi and blood flowed toward Meng Hao, which he absorbed, causing his fleshly body to grow powerful to an incredible degree. His cultivation base also climbed higher, making him even harder to destroy. A strange glow appeared in his eyes. He would not let anyone into the gap in the shield behind him, not even over his dead body. Boom! Even with the vast quantity of qi, blood, and cultivation base power that were replenishing him, he was facing up against assaults from hundreds of thousands of enemies. There were also many powerful experts amongst them. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and his body once again exploded into a cloud of blood and gore. In the blink of an eye, however, it seemed that the cloud underwent a reversal of time and coalesced back into the form of Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes were bloodshot as he roared and yet again unleashed the Blood Demon Grand Magic. The 9th mountain appeared up ahead and descended with massive rumblings. Along with the Time Sword formation, it swept across the battlefield madly. The Blood Mastiff was not faring well, and didn't seem capable of holding out much longer. However, with Meng Hao there, it would continue to fight. But would Meng Hao really allow the Blood Mastiff to face such danger? He waved his right hand, causing the Blood Mastiff to return to the blood-colored mask. Then, he performed an incantation gesture, and a 10th Blood Demon Grand Magic Vortex appeared. If I can hold on with the Blood Demon Grand Magic, then there's the possibility that the vortex will reach a certain point that it can sustain my defense of this position indefinitely. As he gritted his teeth, resurrection lily tentacles shot out from behind him, creating a dense barrier in front of him. "Looking to die?" someone said, along with a cold snort. 3 old spirit-severing cultivators appeared, standing on glowing halos that appeared to be a spell formation. They immediately shot toward Meng Hao. Behind them were tens of thousands of cultivators wielding countless varieties of divine abilities. If Meng Hao had faced any of these magics by themselves, he could just ignore them. However, their overwhelming numbers caused the sky to dim and the land to quake. It was like a massive flood filled of murderous hate, surging down onto Meng Hao. The 3 spirit-severing cultivators closed in, and Meng Hao's killing intent flickered as he realized that these 3 were experts from the Li clan. He performed an incantation with his left hand, and blood immortal divine abilities appeared. Rumbling filled the air as they fused with the resurrection lily. A blood-red flower shot out to defend against the incoming flood. Massive explosions boomed out as Meng Hao unleashed all his magic against the torrent of enemies. Unfortunately, he could only hold them back temporarily. Soon, they burst through, and the three spirit-severing cultivators bore down on Meng Hao, roaring. As they neared, the halos beneath their feet shot out ghost images that closed in on Meng Hao. Seal! 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 Immediately, the ghost images of the three halos began to emanate brilliant glows, as well as shocking, explosive sealing power. They descended onto Meng Hao, preparing to seal him away. It was at this exact same moment that 6 more people flew out from the crowds. Of the 6, 3 were from the Solitary Sword sect and 3 were from the Golden Frost sect. The air around them distorted as they unleashed their most powerful, shocking magical techniques. Die! 9 incredible spirit-severing cultivators all attacked with full force. Furthermore, not far behind them was the Solitary Sword sect's early Dao-seeking expert and the Golden Frost sect's puppet. They glared at Meng Hao like tigers eyeing a prey. They didn't need to personally attack right now. Once Meng Hao was either dead or sealed in place, they could enter the gap in the shield and then begin to carry out their slaughter. It wasn't even necessary to keep Meng Hao sealed for a long period of time. A few short breaths of time was all they needed. The Blood Demon sect disciples in the shield could see that a perilous situation was developing, and their anxiety grew. Li Shiqi looked at Meng Hao's silhouette in the outside world and bit her lip, her expression one of worry. Wang Yukai sat quietly, but killing intent burned hotter and hotter in his eyes. He hated the fact that his cultivation base was insufficient, and that he did not possess enough latent talent to be chosen. Su Qing gazed at Meng Hao in silence, her eyes filled with an affection that seemed like it might be able to melt the world away. Meng Hao's current state caused her heart to ache with distress. The 6 spirit-severing patriarchs of the Blood Demon sect, as well as the hunchbacked old man from the 5th mountain peak, stared blankly at what was happening, at the Blood Prince that they had initially refused to acknowledge. A rumbling suddenly echoed out from the 3 Li clan patriarchs. Meng Hao's eyes began to glow with a bright light, and he struck out violently with his right hand. The blow caused everything to tremble and shake. This was a Dao-seeking blow. The 3 incoming halos trembled and seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. However, they were able to continue on, causing Meng Hao to take a deep breath. The surrounding golden vortexes suddenly shattered. The force of the shattering sucked away any remaining qi and blood from the people trapped inside, all of which then merged into Meng Hao. Finally, he punched out again. Bang! The 3 glowing halos were crushed as easily as dry weeds. The 3 Li clan patriarchs' faces fell, and they employed divine abilities to defend themselves. However, blood still sprayed from their mouths, and one of them let out a miserable shriek as his body exploded. Looks of astonishment appeared on the faces of the 2 that remained, who then clenched their jaws and charged toward Meng Hao. Die! By now, the 6 cultivators from the Solitary Sword sect and the Golden Frost sect were closing in on Meng Hao. At the same time, vast quantities of cultivation base power surged into Meng Hao. He raised his right hand and pointed up to the sky, causing the 9th mountain to appear. It immediately spread out to fight back against all 8 of the incoming enemies. Booms rattled out, and blood oozed out of the corners of Meng Hao's mouth. A ferocious expression filled his face as the illusory 9th mountain shook. "Now's our chance," said the early Dao-seeking cultivator. He and the Golden Frost sect puppet flew up into the air. At the same time, Meng Hao pointed toward the 2 of them. Demon Sealing, 8th Hex. Demonic chi roiled out like strands of silk to entangle the 2 of them. Although they were able to slough it off in the space of only a single breath, that was all the time Meng Hao needed to unleash a divine ability. 9th Mountain Destruction. Instantly, the 9th mountain that surrounded him exploded. The 8 spirit-severing experts were sent tumbling backward, blood spraying from their mouths. The Solitary Sword sect early Dao-seeking expert and the Golden Frost sect puppet were forced to stop in their tracks. "Kill him!" roared the 8 spirit-severing cultivators. In response, hundreds of thousands of cultivators roared and then began to unleash divine abilities. Shocking booms could be heard as a rain of magic descended onto Meng Hao. The air distorted around Meng Hao as he stood in place, panting heavily, his cold eyes flickering across the crowds. Currently, he was silhouetted against the brilliant glow of the magical techniques and divine abilities of hundreds of thousands of cultivators. His eternal stratum once again surged into operation, and he held his ground. None shall pass. Behind him, the disciples of the blood demon sect looked on with trembling hearts. For the rest of their lives, they would never be able to forget the image of the Blood Prince's silhouette. It was a silhouette like a mountain. Unfortunately, the war was not concluded, and the fighting raged on. Time continued to pass in much the same manner. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. Now, only 7 days remained until Meng Hao's second true self awakened. Meng Hao couldn't remember exactly how many times his body had fallen to pieces. Were it not for his eternal stratum, he would long since be dead. By now, he could unleash more than 50 golden vortices. Terrifying amounts of qi and blood poured into him, as well as cultivation-based power. And yet, it was not enough. He trembled, and his eyes were shot with blood. His world was now a world completely the color of blood. During those 3 days, Meng Hao finally came to understand that there was nothing truly eternal in the world. Even though his body was restored over and over again, the speed with which it occurred was slowing, and he was even beginning to show signs of withering. Behind him, the blood demon sect disciples watched with red eyes as their blood prince used his own body to block the single gap in the shield. Their hearts felt as if they were being stabbed through with blades. Even someone completely apathetic would be shaken by Meng Hao's figure. Even the patriarchs engaged in battle with Patriarch Blood Demon were moved by the scene unfolding below. Finally, after 3 days of slaughter, silence broke out down below. Of the hundreds of thousands of enemy cultivators, many had died. But their numbers were vast, so the group as a whole didn't really care. The only thing they cared about was that Meng Hao was blocking the gap. He was like a god. With him holding the pass, the entire army was blocked on the other side. Meng Hao's clothes were soaked in blood, and his expression was one of exhaustion. His eyes were completely shot with blood. To his hundreds of thousands of opponents, he had become like an unforgettable nightmare. Meng Hao stared out at the hundreds of thousands of cultivators, and they stared back. In truth, by this point, many of them had begun to secretly admire him. He was one man defending one gap. He might have extraordinary divine abilities, and he might have a bizarre fleshly body that could revive itself, but even with that, what he was doing still required courage. He was doing something that few other people could do. Furthermore, they could see that despite the fact that his fleshly body could heal itself, he was showing signs of withering. He was obviously reaching his limit. The early Tao-seeking old man from the solitary sword sect looked at him coldly, and killing intent flickered in his eyes. "I haven't admired very many people in my life," he said. "From today on, you are one of those few. Since you have some mysterious magic that prevents you from dying, then let's see how many strikes from our legacy precious treasure you can withstand." Release the legacy precious treasure. Legacy precious treasure. In the Tao reserve of every sect was some sort of precious item that would ensure the continued existence and development of the sect, and could also be used as a threat to protect it from its neighbors. The solitary sword sect's Tao reserve was multitudinous. However, it was the bamboo sword that truly intimidated the rest of the southern domain. The sword came from the ancient Tao lakes, and was almost infinitely powerful. It could unleash different amounts of power depending on who wielded it, and after extensive research, the solitary sword sect came to the conclusion that its true powers could only be unleashed by an immortal. Unfortunately, although immortals had appeared in the solitary sword sect before, they were only false immortals. As far as true immortals went, from ancient times until the present, not a single one had ever appeared in the entire southern domain. There was no need to even mention the western desert. True immortals had only ever appeared in the eastern lands. The early Tao-seeking expert from the solitary sword sect took a deep breath and lifted his right hand. Shockingly, a leaf appeared again, which quickly began to grow. In the blink of an eye, a stalk of bamboo could be seen, which then peeled away to reveal the bamboo sword. "This sword is only a subcomponent of the main treasure," the old man said coolly. However, considering the level of my cultivation base, even if I had the full sword, I would only be able to wield a portion of its power. With that, he raised the sword up, and abundant life force surged in the area. It was as if everything had turned green, and innumerable motes of light began to swirl around. The entire scene was extremely magnificent. The Tao-seeking puppet from the Golden Frost sect gave a cold snort. It lifted its right hand, and the tiny, hand-sized rock in its hand rose up into the air and began to expand. In the blink of an eye, it was a 3,000-meter-tall mountain. It exuded an overbearing will, which exploded out to cover the area around the puppet. Ripples appeared, which transformed into a river that swept across the area. There was also a pulsating aura that emerged from the rock mountain. This rock was also a precious legacy treasure, and was even more domineering than the solitary sword sect's bamboo sword. Everything beneath the mountain seemed about to crack and shatter. The Fifth Li clan patriarch was watching from off in the distance, his expression the same as ever, but his eyes cold and grim. He swished his sleeve, and the feng shui compass flew out. The countless magical symbols on the feng shui compass sank down and then began to glitter with shining light, giving off the feeling that there was some sort of enigmatic, undeterminable natural law at work. All three of these people were not using their main treasures but subcomponents. The true treasures were up in the air, wielded by the three patriarchs who were battling with Patriarch Blood Demon. When the three precious treasures appeared, the surrounding hundreds of thousands of cultivators slowly began to back up, yielding the battlefield to them and denying Meng Hao any opportunity to utilize the Blood Demon grand magic. Meng Hao's pupils constricted, and an intense sensation of crisis welled up inside of him. However, his expression remained as calm as ever. He had experienced such feelings of danger at virtually every moment during this battle. "Cleave!" The solitary sword sect Tao-seeking expert said coolly. His hand descended, and the bamboo sword sucked in all the green light that it had previously emitted and then transformed it into brilliant sword of light. It flew up into the air and then transformed into half of a green greatsword. The great sword, filled with indescribable power, slashed down toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao looked up. "Ninth mountain," he said, and the ninth mountain appeared, only to immediately collapse. Wooden time sword tips appeared, combining into a sword formation that instantly began to spin rapidly. And yet, this formation also fell apart almost immediately. The bamboo sword continued relentlessly toward Meng Hao, who lifted his head up and roared, simultaneously stretching both hands out in front of him. In his left hand, a white fog appeared, and in his right hand, a black fog. They transformed into the black-white pearls, which then flew up to resist the greatsword. A huge boom echoed out. The greatsword shuddered and the black-white pearls trembled. Meng Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the pearls vanished. The greatsword seemed just on the verge of slashing into Meng Hao when a bloody glow suddenly appeared in his eyes. Cultivation base power exploded out, which he focused into his right hand and then punched out toward the descending sword. Everything shook. The sword stopped in place, and Meng Hao's hand looked as though it might be ripped to shreds. An indescribable pressure crushed down onto him, and cracking sounds could be heard from inside of him. It almost seemed like he couldn't stand up to the power weighing down on him. Countless rips appeared all over his body. Although they healed almost as soon as they appeared, the matchless speed with which more appeared made it so that Meng Hao was quickly covered in blood. It looked like he was about to be torn to pieces at any moment. At the same time, the Golden Frost sect puppet raised its hand, causing the 3,000-meter-tall mountain to teleport to a position directly above Meng Hao. It instantly began to crush downward. Boom! Meng Hao's body fell apart again, to be held together only by the eternal stratum. The great sword continued its slashing descent, sword chi swirling, causing Meng Hao's body to fall apart again. The stony mountain continued its descent, emitting massive amounts of crushing pressure. It was at this point that the Fifth Li clan patriarch gave a cold snort and waved his hand, causing the feng shui compass to fly out. Black flames and hellfire, killing intent refined into a soul. A vicious gleam appeared in the man's eyes as he spoke. Black-colored fire suddenly spewed out of the feng shui compass, which then transformed into numerous black flame birds. Fully 1,000 appeared, which then shot toward Meng Hao's collapsing figure. They were clearly aiming to strike a fatal blow. Even with the eternal stratum, Meng Hao would surely perish when facing an onslaught from precious treasures like these. By this point, the Blood Demon sect disciples were all going mad. Blood Prince. Not a single one held back. All of the Blood Demon sect disciples transformed into beams of light as they utilized the top speed they could muster to shoot forward. However, in the moment that they began to charge, the hunchbacked old man let out a sigh. His hunched back suddenly straightened a bit, and his features changed. He looked different than the old man from before. Shield, collapse. He pushed his hands forcefully out in front of him, and an indescribable power spread out. As soon as it touched the fifth layer of the shield, it rippled and then, in the blink of an eye, shattered into pieces. The shattering released an incredible, surging force that spread out in all directions. The intensity of it instantly caused the three precious treasures to stop in place. Then, they started to emanate ripples that caused the ground to quake and the air to rip. Borrowing the force of the shattering, the hunchbacked old man dashed forward, reaching the location of the three precious treasures in only a moment. He raised up both hands, then jerked them down. Boom! His cultivation base exploded out, creating a huge shield that covered over Meng Hao and his collapsing body. It seemed the old man was using all the power he could muster to protect Meng Hao and give him time to recover. As for him, he fought back alone against the three precious treasures. The great sword descended, and the hunchbacked old man's body trembled. Blood spewed from his mouth, and a vicious gleam appeared in his eyes. Once again, his hunched back straightened, and his features changed to that of a middle-aged man. As he stood his ground, his cultivation base suddenly changed to that of the second severing. Given the brief respite, Meng Hao's body fused together once more, and it seemed that in a moment, it would be completely whole again. That was when the mountain completely crushed down. The hunchbacked old man's face went pale, and blood sprayed out from his entire body, forming something like a mist. His hunched back straightened even further, and he now looked like a young man. By this point, Meng Hao's body was more than half materialized. Unfortunately, that was when the black flame birds arrived. Under their onslaught, the hunchbacked old man lifted his head up and roared. His back was now completely straightened, and he looked like a teenager. His cultivation base surged again, and he was in the third severing. He now appeared to be 14 or 15 years old. His features were handsome and his energy surged. At the same time, his body burst into flames. Not flames of darkness, but flames of life force. As he burned his life force, his cultivation base once again climbed up until it was at the early Tao-seeking stage, where it now contained natural law. He was using his own life force to fight back against the three precious treasures. The scene was moving even to the hundreds of thousands of enemy cultivators. "Master!" cried his apprentice, the pretty young woman. Tears were streaming down her face as she realized what he had chosen to do. Patriarch Fifth Peak. Patriarch. As the Blood Demon sect disciples watched what was happening, their hearts quivered, and their eyes filled with tears. Burning one's life force in such a way would result in certain death. Finally, Meng Hao's body completely restored itself, and he opened his eyes to look at the teenager burning his life force to give him time to recover. Although his fleshly body had been on the point of shattering, his soul and divine sense had remained, so he was aware of everything happening around him. "You," he said, his eyes filled with grief. "Blood Prince," said the teenager, his voice ancient and archaic. "You've done too much for the Blood Demon sect already. This time, no arguing with me over who does what. This time, allow me to protect you." He laughed happily, but his body quivered as he fought back against the three precious treasures. Even by burning his life force, he would not be able to hold out for very long. "Get out of here," he suddenly said, glancing back at Meng Hao. "I'm going to die, but before I do, I'll sully these three precious treasures, making it impossible for them to be used against you." at least temporarily. The Patriarch is fighting, and so am I. But soon, everything will be up to you. Go! Meng Hao trembled as he realized that Patriarch Fifth Peak was already mentally prepared to die, and that there would be no changing his mind. Meng Hao's heart felt like it was about to be ripped to shreds, but decisiveness appeared in his bloodshot eyes, and he immediately retreated. When he passed into the fourth layer of the shield, the teenager who had once been an old man smiled and continued to burn his life force. I've lived for too long, and seen too many things. He turned back to look at his apprentice back in the blood demon sect. He gave her a kind smile, then closed his eyes. The flames of his burning life force turned a bright, majestic red. Suddenly, his body exploded, releasing shocking, blood-colored undulations that slammed into the precious treasures, staining them red. The precious treasures immediately grew dark and drab, as if their spirits had been sullied. They instantly began to fall toward the ground. "Master!" cried the heartbroken disciples of the fifth mountain peak. Tears ran like blood down the face of the pretty young woman. All of the disciples of the blood demon sect were trembling. Their previous hopelessness was now gone, replaced by frenzied hatred. They needed no rousing speeches now. The blood demon sect was like a sword, ready to kill. Meng Hao looked up, and a shocking red glow could be seen in his eyes. The subcomponents of the precious legacy treasures of the solitary sword sect, Golden Frost sect, and Li clan were sullied and fell to the ground. However, because of the heroism displayed by Patriarch Fifth Peak, there was something that occurred which no one noticed, not even Meng Hao. A unique halo suddenly flickered into being around the solitary sword sect's legacy precious treasure. Apparently, the halo had always been there, but had been sealed and suppressed. Now that the item was sullied, the seal weakened a bit, allowing the halo to become visible for the first time. Although this sword not the main treasure, only a subcomponent, the reaction that had begun was like a spark thrown onto a bale of hay. That spark, although tiny, it was impossible to extinguish. Furthermore, it even affected the main treasure in the hand of the black-robed old man up in midair, who was currently locked in combat with Patriarch Blood Demon's clone. "What's going on?" he cried, even in the midst of performing an incantation. Next to him was the true legacy precious treasure of the solitary sword sect, the bamboo sword. Before, it had been matchlessly sharp and could emanate astonishing pressure. Even Patriarch Blood Demon had to be careful of its potency. Now, though, the sword was emanating a unique aura. In fact, it was an aura that seemed like time power. When the aura appeared, the bamboo sword became even more astonishing, causing joy to rise in the heart of the black-robed man from the solitary sword sect. Patriarch Blood Demon frowned. He could spread his power among many clones, or concentrate it in just one. A single clone could easily defeat any peak Dao-seeking cultivator, just as he had done with Patriarch Six Daos. Now, however, he was facing 3 peak Dao-seeking experts, all of whom wielded legacy precious treasures. It was only by increasing the number of clones he was using that he could deal with the sheer number of foes. Furthermore, deep in his heart, Patriarch Blood Demon had the feeling that someone was watching him, as if a gaze from some unknown place had suddenly come to be fixed on him. "It's too bad I can't let my soul leave the blood pond," he thought with a sigh. However, not even a scrap of fear could be seen in his expression. He was completely confident that no matter what violent upheavals occurred, he could resolve all crises that arose. That confidence had always existed in his heart, and had not faded in the least, no matter how bad the situation seemed. The battle in midair continued as he used clones to fight 3 peak Dao-seeking experts, as well as Patriarch Six Daos, who had used some secret art to burn his longevity and temporarily restore his cultivation base to the point where he could battle Patriarch Blood Demon. The hatred in his heart for Patriarch Blood Demon had turned into a festering obsession. Rumble. The fighting on the ground below was also changing. With the 5th shield layer having collapsed, Patriarch Fifth Peak having fallen, and the 3 subcomponent treasures sullied, hundreds of thousands of cultivators were left shaken. At the same time, crowds of Blood Demon sect disciples were waiting behind the 4th shield layer, looking like monstrous, blood-colored swords. "Storm the breach!" roared the early Tao-seeking cultivator from the solitary sword sect, his eyes sparkling with coldness. He was in the vanguard position, flanked by the Golden Frost sect puppet and the Li clan cultivator, as well as numerous spirit-severing experts. All of them shot toward the fourth shield layer. Die! Hundreds of thousands of cultivators joined the charge, their energy surging. Once again, they looked like floodwaters ready to completely submerge and shatter the blood demon sect. Inside the fourth shield layer, Meng Hao took a deep breath and then strode forward. This time, he was followed by the 2 Ironblood patriarchs as well as more than 10,000 blood demon sect disciples, who radiated killing intent. Their eyes were filled with such decisiveness and determination that Meng Hao knew he could do nothing to prevent them from fighting. Since that's the case today, we will fight to the bitter end. He looked up, and his eyes shone with sparkling redness. Time sword tips swirled through the air around him, transforming into the shape of a lotus that emanated an astonishing power of time. Even the air seemed to affected by that power. At the same time, a faint bloody glow became visible around Meng Hao. It started out as what appeared to be a ghost image, but when it moved forward, it became clear that it was a blood clone. The G-clan blood clone. Fight! Meng Hao's right hand flashed in an incantation and the time sword formation shot forward. The blood clone's eyes glittered, and a blood-colored glow shot up into the sky, along with an evil will. Then it transformed into a streak of red that pounced onto one cultivator after another. Every time it pounced, its victim would tremble and then let out a miserable shriek. It would only take a moment for that person's blood to be completely drained. After they became a desiccated husk, the blood clone would fly out looking like it had just enjoyed a grand meal. It would then shoot gluttonously toward its next victim. Gradually, a bit of consciousness seemed to be awakening within the blood clone, which was one reason that Meng Hao was hesitant to use it in battle. On previous occasions, he had dealt with resistance from the blood clone, and he was certain that the more blood it absorbed, the harder it would be to control. In fact, there was also the possibility of direct rebellion. Right now, though, in this battle, Meng Hao did not have the luxury to worry about the future. Therefore, the blood clone appeared in the battle, and the glow of blood it cast rose up into the sky. The blood clone could be considered undying and was bizarre in appearance. Although it did not kill vast numbers of enemies, the sight of it caused quite a few people on the battlefield to be alarmed and bewildered. "What's that? Don't let that blood-colored thing touch you. It's evil." The blood demon sect only cultivates demon magic. Malicious magical arts like that are why the blood demon sect deserves to be exterminated. Blood-curdling screams, shouts of anger, cries of madness, and the sounds of explosions fused together into sound waves that shook the entire battlefield. Amidst the cacophony of sound, the 2 Iron-blood patriarchs and the 10,000 blood demon sect disciples met the enemy head-on. As for Meng Hao, he single-handedly pinned down the solitary sword sect early Tao-seeking patriarch, the Golden Frost sect puppet, and the Li clan cultivator, as well as several spirit-severing experts. Golden vortexes of the 3rd level of the blood demon grand magic spun in all directions. By use of his various magical techniques, he ensured that these powerful opponents could not break out of the area. The task was a strenuous one for Meng Hao, especially against the old man from the solitary sword sect, who snorted coldly and unleashed natural law. Then he strode forward, and appeared near the 2 Iron-blood patriarchs, toward whom he leveled a deadly attack. Meng Hao's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Detonate," he growled, causing one of the time sword tips in the lotus sword formation to explode. The power of time burst out, transforming into a tempest that swept out in all directions. Peak Tao-seeking experts could disregard such a time tempest, but not an early Tao-seeking cultivator. The old man's face flickered, and he forced himself to a stop, then retreated. "Spirit-severing cultivators," he cried. "New orders. Pin him down immediately." The solitary sword sect's spirit-severing cultivators immediately shot forward. The Golden Frost sect puppet and the Li clan cultivator also issued similar orders. It only took a moment for numerous spirit-severing cultivators to charge toward Meng Hao, unleashing divine abilities and magical techniques to obstruct him. At the same time, the Golden Frost sect puppet's eyes flickered as it attempted to fly past Meng Hao's position. The Li clan cultivator was also trying to do the same thing. It was at this point that a cold glow appeared in Meng Hao's eyes. Detonate! 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 3 sword tips exploded in quick succession. The Golden Frost sect puppet and the Li clan cultivator were forced to halt in place as time tempests raged out in all directions. Meng Hao was sparing no cost in this battle. He strode forward, and a vicious expression appeared on his face as he waved his hand. Detonate! Of the remaining wooden time sword tips, 5 exploded, leaving only 1 remaining behind. An enormous tempest of time power surged out in all directions, causing the entire battlefield to rumble and shake. Miserable shrieks could be heard as the spirit-severing experts' bodies rapidly aged. Several actually ran out of longevity and then directly died, and the others retreated at full speed. However, even as they fell back, Meng Hao transformed into a green smoke that vanished and then reappeared behind one of the men. His right hand shot out, and a crunching sound could be heard as a neck was smashed. Another flicker and punch. Another enemy killed. Meng Hao's shadow flashed back and forth, and in only the space of a few breaths of time, he had killed 7 spirit-severing cultivators. By this time, the time tempest had faded away. The early Dao-seeking expert from the Solitary Sword sect, the Golden Frost sect puppet, and the Li clan cultivator all joined forces, releasing their most powerful divine abilities in an earth-shattering attack that threatened to inundate Meng Hao. Bang! Meng Hao's body collapsed, then reformed. His face was pale, and he had the intense premonition that if his body continued to collapse in this way, then it wouldn't be long before he actually died. By now, many of the Blood Demon sect disciples on the battlefield had been killed, their bodies dead and their nascent souls destroyed. Before dying, most chose to self-detonate, causing blood to spatter throughout the battlefield like red flowers. The bravery shown was grand and spectacular. Inside the 4th layer of the shield, the rest of the Blood Demon sect disciples' eyes were bloodshot. Tens of thousands of disciples flew out, along with the 3 Demon Fire Patriarchs. However, considering that they were up against hundreds of thousands of enemies, the best they could do was delay them for a bit. Even then, they couldn't hold on for very long. Even Meng Hao was slowly forced to fall back under the repeated onslaught of the Solitary Sword sect, Golden Frost sect, and Li clan experts. The 9th mountain had collapsed. He was no longer capable of wielding the black-white pearls. He had detonated his entire time sword formation. The tentacles of his spirit-severing treasure, the Resurrection Lily, had been severed, and it was in a sorry state. His own body was weak to the extreme. He utilized the Blood Demon Grand Magic over and over again, but by now, whenever the multicolored lights of the magic appeared, people in the area were prepared and quickly evaded. As for the early Dao-seeking expert of the Solitary Sword sect, the Golden Frost sect puppet, and the Li clan cultivator, the 3rd level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic wasn't strong enough to thoroughly pin them down. The Patriarch said that the Blood Demon Grand Magic's 4th level was enough to slay early Dao-seeking. He thought, 4th level. I need to achieve the 4th level. His eyes were bright red as he retreated, once again unleashing the Blood Demon Grand Magic, and once again experiencing the collapse and recovery of his fleshly body. I need the vortex to spin faster. If it goes fast enough, it will reach the 4th level. There shouldn't be a bottleneck before the 4th level. I'm already in the Spirit Meridian Stratum. I just need the golden vortex to rotate faster. Much faster. His cultivation base exploded with power as he unleashed the Blood Demon Grand Magic and pushed hard toward the 4th level. At the same time, the early Dao-seeking expert from the Solitary Sword sect, the Golden Frost sect puppet, and the Li clan cultivator were aggressively advancing toward him. Suddenly, Meng Hao's mind became clear, and everything around him seemed to slow down. He lifted his hand up and pointed forward. A golden vortex suddenly appeared that was 10 times larger than any of the previous vortexes. It appeared right on top of the early Dao-seeking expert from the Solitary Sword sect, as well as a few dozen other surrounding cultivators. The golden vortex instantly exploded out with a frenzied gravitational force. Both cultivation base as well as chi and blood were rapidly absorbed, and all the cultivators inside the vortex were instantly turned into corpses, with the exception of the solitary sword sect expert. As for him, he gave a cold snort and was about to collapse the vortex when suddenly, his eyes went wide. He suddenly realized that this vortex was different than the ones before. The intense gravitational force had already sucked away at least a third of his cultivation base. Most importantly, he realized that he was incapable of freeing himself. He was locked down tight. "Impossible," he said, his voice hoarse. The speed with which objects were pulled by the gravitational force far exceeded the third level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic. Meng Hao had been retreating, but now he stopped in place and looked up at the Tao-seeking expert stuck in the vortex. Killing intent flickered in his eyes. Blood Demon Grand Magic. 4th level. His breakthrough was successful. The Blood Demon Grand Magic had 6 levels in total. The Chi and Blood Stratum, the Spirit Meridian Stratum, and the Blood Soul Stratum. 3 grand strata, designed to strengthen the fleshly body, the cultivation base, and the soul. The first stratum allowed the cultivator to temper the fleshly body to a virtually limitless level of power that could shake heaven and earth. The second stratum was even stronger. Cultivation bases of others could be absorbed, providing a temporary increase in one's cultivation base. Limits could be exceeded, and one could temporarily achieve a pinnacle of power. As far as the third stratum, the Blood Soul Stratum, went, Meng Hao wasn't too clear about the details. According to the description of the Blood Demon Grand Magic, the third stratum had something to do with the soul and divine will. What he did know was that the third stratum of the Blood Demon Grand Magic had its own unique name. It could form divine will into clones, and butcher immortals with a single thought. Rumbling filled Meng Hao's body. As he looked out over the chaos of the battlefield, his energy surged, and his eyes radiated an unprecedented glow that caused the Golden Frost sect puppet's heart to tremble. The Li clan cultivator's pupils constricted, and as for the solitary sword sect's early Tao-seeking expert stuck in the golden vortex, his mind reeled, and a sense of grave danger welled up from his heart. Meng Hao slowly raised his hand up and pointed at the man. "Die!" he said. In response, the vortex began to spin even faster, transforming into a cyclone that seemed to stretch from the land all the way up into the sky. Viewed from a distance, it was shocking to the extreme, and all the cultivators on the battlefield, both the Blood Demon sect disciples and the forces from the 4 great powers, were astonished. The solitary sword sect cultivator was no longer visible inside the tempest. Only a desolate shriek could be heard from within the raging winds. Vast quantities of chi and blood transformed into a bloody haze that flowed out from the tempest toward Meng Hao. By this point, Meng Hao's entire fleshly body had already reached the Tao-seeking stage. At the same time, vast amounts of cultivation base power surged into him from the tempest, pushing his own cultivation base up into the third severing. Inside the tempest, the solitary sword sect cultivator was experiencing unbelievable pain. His fleshly body withered rapidly, and he was transformed into a living corpse in the blink of an eye. A tremor ran through Meng Hao, and a shocking aura suddenly rose up from his body that could be felt by everyone on the battlefield. The aura was not spirit-severing, but Tao-seeking. Finally, the golden vortex faded away, revealing the solitary sword sect cultivator. He was nothing but skin and bones, and possessed not even a bit of cultivation base. His life force barely flickered. He had lost everything. He was incredibly weak, virtually immortal, without even the strength to retrieve any magical items from his bag of holding. Even his nascent divinity was completely withered. Shock filled his eyes. Everything had happened so quickly that he could scarcely believe it had actually occurred. As the vortex disappeared, Meng Hao sped forward to appear directly in front of the old man. Then he reached out and pushed down on top of the man's head. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators all looked on, their faces awash with astonishment, shock, terror, and disbelief. Boom! The early Tao-seeking expert from the solitary sword sect exploded, sending blood and gore showering out in all directions, which then transformed into ash that dissipated in the wind. the entire battlefield went silent. Only a withered nascent divinity remained behind, looking confused and terrified. He tried to flee, but before he could put much distance between himself and Meng Hao, killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes. He raised his right hand, and the flag of 3 streamers appeared. It swept out, filling the area with rippling blackness that then wrapped around the withered nascent soul. Then it jerked him back toward Meng Hao, sealing him up inside the flag. Deathly silence reigned. The Golden Frost sect puppet gasped and fell into retreat. The other Golden Frost sect cultivators who comprised the other puppets had looks of astonishment and disbelief on their faces. A powerful expert of the early Dao seeking stage had just been slaughtered in front of their eyes. The Li clan cultivator stared with wide eyes. The deathly silence only lasted for a few moments, after which an explosion of reactions occurred. Early Dao seeking. Dead. A mighty patriarch of the solitary sword sect just perished. None of them dared to believe what they had just witnessed. Even as they reeled in shock, they stared over at Meng Hao. The image of him standing there was something they would never be able to forget for the rest of their lives. The Blood Demon sect disciples were quivering in excitement and began to shout out to Meng Hao, "Blood Prince! Blood Prince! Blood Prince!" The sound surged out over the battlefield, transforming into countless echoes which caused everything to shake. The slaying of the early Dao-seeking cultivator caused the Blood Demon sect disciples to be more roused than ever. Meng Hao looked up. Now that he could wield the 4th level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic, he was completely confident that he could fight back against the hundreds of thousands of enemies. He strode forward and then transformed into a savage beam of light that shot toward the Li clan cultivator. As rumbling filled the air, the Li clan cultivator's face fell. He immediately fell into retreat, not daring to get close to Meng Hao. He was completely terrified of the Blood Demon Grand Magic Vortex. Despite his fleeing at top speed, he wasn't faster than Meng Hao's Blood Demon Grand Magic. Meng Hao waved his hand, and 3 golden vortexes appeared, which descended toward the hundreds of thousands of enemy cultivators. Immediately, miserable shrieks rang out as the 3 vortexes enveloped several hundred enemy cultivators. Immediately, their bodies withered up, and their cultivation bases vanished. Qi and blood and spirit meridians were extracted and shot toward Meng Hao. His fleshly body grew stronger. His cultivation base rose to shocking heights. Meng Hao advanced at top speed and then pointed out toward the fleeing Li clan cultivator. 8th Demon Sealing Hex. Demonic qi swept about, silk-like, entangling the Li clan cultivator in the blink of an eye. His body stopped in mid-air. He struggled and seemed just on the verge of breaking free, but the price he paid for that brief pause was that Meng Hao had time to unleash the Blood Demon Grand Magic Vortex. Rumble. As soon as the vortex appeared, the Li clan cultivator screamed. He threw out numerous magical items and fully employed all the power of his cultivation base. But if the early Dao-seeking expert from the solitary sword sect couldn't avoid perishing, how could he with his slightly lower cultivation base? As the shrieks rang out, the Golden Frost sect puppet looked on, eyes wide. The Li clan cultivator withered up, and his cultivation base was dissolved. The cultivators in the puppet felt their scalps go numb, and they retreated at top speed. Within the space of a few breaths, the Li clan cultivator's entire cultivation base, and all of his qi and blood, were absorbed by Meng Hao. Then Meng Hao waved his hand, and what remained of the Li clan cultivator exploded into bits. "Kill them!" roared Meng Hao, which further roused the spirits of the surrounding Blood Demon sect disciples. There were tens of thousands of them, and they were facing hundreds of thousands of enemies. And yet, the death of the early Dao-seeking expert from the solitary sword sect, the fall of the Li clan elder, the retreat of the Golden Frost sect puppet, along with all of the shocked spirit-severing cultivators attempting to escape, caused the forces of the 4 great powers to be profoundly shaken and, apparently, lose their will to fight. Furthermore, Meng Hao's blood clone was still pouncing from cultivator to cultivator, draining them dead. All of this sapped the energy of the hundreds of thousands of enemies. For the first time, the Blood Demon sect, forced the enemy forces into retreat. If you liken the enemy forces to a fist, then Meng Hao had taken that fist and pried it open. Seeing the sudden shift in events down below, the old black-robed solitary sword sect cultivator up in midair let out a bellow of rage. "You're courting death, kid." The Li clan patriarch also roared in fury. They wanted to charge down to attack Meng Hao, but Patriarch Blood Demon's clones clearly would not allow them to do any such thing. Echoing booms filled the air, and the air was distorted and warped. "Damn it!" cried the black-robed old man from the solitary sword sect. "Dawn Immortal, you promised to help." As soon as his voice rang out, a faint sigh could be heard echoing down from up above. It swept across the lands, causing the minds of all the cultivators to reel, both the hundreds of thousands of enemies and the Blood Demon sect disciples. Their minds trembled and then went completely blank. The Resurrection Lily suddenly appeared behind Meng Hao, looking incredibly vicious, with its tentacles whipping about madly. Meng Hao looked up into the sky, his eyes filled with grim, killing intent. Up above, a woman could be seen. As she strode down from the sky, flowers blossomed beneath her feet, and a shocking energy swirled faintly around her. She was not beautiful, but had striking, unusual features which would cause anyone who looked at her to feel a breathtaking attraction to her. Her appearance instantly caused quite a stir on the battlefield. Patriarch Blood Demon's clones looked up, and their eyes all came to focus on the woman. "Dawn Immortal," he said. "Blood Demon," she replied. Patriarch Blood Demon's clones all merged together into a single clone. That single clone emitted a powerful aura, which transformed into an enormous, blood-colored face that hovered in mid-air. "A measly clone?" said Patriarch Blood Demon. He looked over at the solitary sword sect expert and the others. "This is your trump card?" His gaze shifted back to the woman. "That leaf earlier was your handiwork, too, I presume." "Under different circumstances," she responded. "I would be incapable of dealing with you, Senior Blood Demon, but now you are bound by an aura of death. You are simply too weak, Senior. If I remember correctly, the Blood Demon Grand Magic can only be utilized by one person in any given age. You haven't used it during the battle, only that child down there has. Although that doesn't really matter. All I need to do is delay you for a bit." She suddenly looked down toward the ground, and Meng Hao. Meng Hao looked back up at her, and his mind trembled when their eyes met. An incredible pressure suddenly weighed down on his mind, as if an entire mountain were crushing down onto him. Behind him, the Resurrection Lily was writhing about madly. "Dawn Immortal," he thought, staggering backward. Despite the fact that blood oozed from his mouth, he continued to stare at the woman up above. He would never forget the feeling of that gaze, the same gaze that had fallen upon him when he was in the Milky Way Sea. This woman was none other than the mysterious Dawn Immortal, although it was not her true self, but merely a clone. "The good part of me gave you her life force," the woman said coolly. "My son is now your spirit-severing treasure. You and I really are connected by destiny." As the words left the mouth of the Dawn Immortal's clone, Meng Hao felt the pressure weighing down on him increase. It was as if a will of extermination was about to thoroughly crush him. Behind him, the Resurrection Lily was in a frenzy. Prismatic colors flickered across it, and its tentacles writhed violently. It even seemed to be emitting voiceless screams. Meng Hao felt himself shaking, and he gritted his teeth as he continued to stare at the Dawn Immortal. He had heard of her way back in the Reliance sect, but it wasn't until this moment that he saw her personally. The Dawn Immortal lifted her right hand, within which a leaf appeared. She waved it gently, and brilliant light exploded out as it shot down toward Meng Hao. Everything in heaven and earth went still except for the leaf. It transformed into a streak of light that instantly bore down on Meng Hao. But then, an ancient hand stretched out and grabbed hold of the leaf. The hand clenched into a fist, and the leaf was crushed. When the hand opened, dust drifted out into the wind. The hand belonged to none other than the composite clone of Patriarch Blood Demon. "Facing the likes of you people, so what if I can't use the Blood Demon Grand Magic?" he said coolly. All of a sudden, He was surrounded by the glow of blood, which shot up into the air to encompass even the enormous face up above. Shockingly, a ferocious horn grew out of the face, which suddenly looked exactly like that of the demonic incarnation Meng Hao had been in control of earlier. "Blood Realm activate," said Patriarch Blood Demon. Rumbling filled the sky, and red mist roiled out in all directions. At the same time, the Dawn Immortal clone's eyes flickered and she waved her hand, causing a resurrection lily to magically appear behind her. It shone with boundless radiance that spread out to battle against Patriarch Blood Demon. The black-robed old man from the Solitary Sword Sect, the Golden Frost Sect Patriarch, and the Li Clan Patriarch unleashed divine abilities to aid the Dawn Immortal in resisting Patriarch Blood Demon. As for Six Das of the Black Sif Sect, he was just about to lend his assistance when the Dawn Immortal suddenly said, "Six Das, there's no need for you to participate in this fight. Go wipe out the foundation of the Blood Demon Sect and destroy Mount Blood Demon. That is where this Blood Demon's true self lies. Kill that kid Meng Hao while you're at it," added the black-robed old man from the Solitary Sword Sect. He waved his hand, causing the Solitary Sword Sect's legacy precious treasure, the bamboo sword, to fly towards Six Das. "Here, I'll even lend you my sword." At first, Six Das was about to refuse. Seeing Meng Hao slaughter the early Dao-seeking expert from the Solitary Sword Sect had shocked him to the core. When he saw the bamboo sword flying toward him, however, he was suddenly enlivened. He was well aware that the Solitary Sword Sect's legacy precious treasure was shockingly powerful. As soon as his hand closed around the hilt, he flickered and shot down toward the ground. Patriarch Blood Demon frowned as the rumbling explosions of magical battle filled the air. Six Das shot down from the sky, eyes fixed on Meng Hao and flickering with the desire to kill. He raised his hand, and the bamboo sword began to emanate blinding light. The air distorted, and an amorphous aura began to seep out from within it. The sword seemed to be emanating the power of time, and its might was reminiscent of a gigantic mountain. Meng Hao's face was unsightly, but as soon as he sensed the aura of the bamboo sword, he stared in shock, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. As the sword grew closer, his brow furrowed. Patriarch Six Dao's cultivation base was between the early and mid-Dao seeking stages. However, with the added might of the bamboo sword, he was beyond Meng Hao's ability to threaten. "Get back into the shield," said Meng Hao. He and the rest of the Blood Demon Sect disciples immediately fell back behind the fourth layer of the shield. As Six Das neared, he laughed coldly and gestured toward the fourth layer of the shield. "Break!" The wave of his hand caused an enormous incense burner to appear. The incense burner was none other than the Black Civ Sect's legacy precious treasure. Although cracks could be seen on its surface, the result of the pressure exuded by Patriarch Blood Demon's clone back in the Black Civ Sect. The incense burner exuded an ancient aura as it smashed down toward the fourth shield layer. A massive boom echoed out. Although the incense burner was cracked, it was still a legacy precious treasure of a great sect. As it smashed downward, shocking green smoke surged out of it, transforming into countless vicious, evil spirits that joined the smashing attack. As they neared the shield, cracking sounds could be heard, and the shield began to collapse. Thankfully, Meng Hao and the other Blood Demon Sect disciples had already retreated behind the third layer of the shield. As the fourth layer exploded, massive power was unleashed, causing intense vibrations to rock the incense burner. Six Das laughed coldly, lifting the bamboo sword and rotating his cultivation base. The most powerful sword beam he could summon appeared, fully 30,000 meters long, seemingly capable of splitting heaven and earth. It was filled with boundless time power as it slashed down toward the third layer of the shield. The bizarreness of the sword was now becoming even more apparent. Gradually, the exterior of the bamboo sword was filling with more and more rips and fissures, within which could be seen another sword. It was as if the inner sword were a sapling in springtime, sprouting from a wilted bough. An even more intense aura of time emerged from the sword, causing the black-robed old man from the Solitary Sword Sect to be even more pleased than before. Six Das was even happier, and he lifted his head up to laugh uproariously. Meng Hao, you're dead. Boom. The third layer of the shield only lasted for the space of a few breaths before it shattered. As it did, Meng Hao's face should have been extremely unsightly, but instead it held an odd expression, and his eyes were glittering. Fall back again, he said, leading the blood demon sect cultivators behind the glow of the second shield layer. At the same time, the hundreds of thousands of enemy cultivators felt their spirits lifting. They surged toward the blood demon sect as Sixdaos once again unleashed a massive attack toward the second shield layer. Night had fallen, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. However, the ground trembled, and the fighting had reached such intensity that no one was paying attention to whether it was day or night. Meng Hao, you scamp. The day you stepped foot into the Black Civ sect, you must have known that this day would come. As Sixdao's voice echoed out in all directions, the incense burner rotated in the air above him. The bamboo sword swirled around him, emanating a brilliant aura. Sixdao's eyes were filled with venomous rancor. His animosity toward Meng Hao had long since seeped into his very marrow. He wanted to exterminate the blood demon sect and destroy Meng Hao in body and soul. To achieve that goal, he would sacrifice anything and everything. Die! He howled, laughing maniacally as he raised his hand and unleashed the full force of his cultivation base into the bamboo sword, causing it to explode with an incredible sword beam. The sword beam was shocking to the extreme. Cracking sounds could be heard as the light beam burst out. More tears spread out across the bamboo sword and, finally, a bang could be heard as it exploded. In the instant in which it was ripped open, shockingly, a wooden sword appeared in its place. The wooden sword had been hidden inside the bamboo sword all along. Now that the bamboo sword had shattered, the wooden sword was revealed. As soon as it appeared, boundless time power radiated out, and an incredibly ancient aura flooded the area. Even the Dawn Immortals and Patriarch blood demons' faces flickered when they sensed the aura. The black-robed old man from the solitary sword sect was going wild with joy. He lifted his head up and laughed heartily. Although he had loaned the sword to Sixdaos, it was still the legacy precious treasure of the solitary sword sect, something that had been handed down from generation to generation. Despite being in the hands of another, it still belonged to the solitary sword sect. No one could ever steal it away. There was one fact unknown to outsiders that was passed down only to the successive generations of solitary sword sect patriarchs. The primary master of this sword was the solitary sword sect itself. When it was originally discovered, it was actually nothing more than a stick of bamboo which possessed a naturally occurring, intrinsic sword chi. The solitary sword sect had taken it to be a supreme treasure, and had refined it into a sword. That's the heart of the bamboo. The heart of the bamboo is transformed into wood, so naturally it would be a sword. The black-robed old man from the solitary sword sect and Patriarch Sixdaos were both laughing loudly. Sixdaos' eyes shone brightly as he abruptly pointed toward Meng Hao. Die! He cried, his voice booming like thunder, and filled with unmatchable confidence. He was absolutely certain that even with the shield protecting him, Meng Hao would definitely die beneath the power of this sword. In response to his words, the wooden sword began to rumble and then shot toward the second layer of the shield. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the area breathlessly watched the dazzling sword and its aura. Shocking pressure emanated from it as it shot magnificently through the air. Time became bamboo, murmured the Dawn Immortal, and the bamboo concealed time. It transformed into bamboo wood. Her battle with Patriarch Blood Demon did not slow down, but instead grew even more intense. As the wooden sword descended, the ground trembled and fissures appeared, as if it couldn't withstand the incredible pressure of time. The grass withered, and time itself seemed to distort. A time tempest appeared, shocking the surrounding cultivators, who immediately fell back. The sword was now on the verge of slamming into the second shield layer. Inside, the blood demon sect disciples had looks of despair on their faces. In contrast, the surrounding hundreds of thousands of enemies wore expressions of anticipation. All eyes were fixed on the sword flying through the air. Sixdaos' laughter echoed out across the battlefield. Meng Hao had an odd expression, Earlier, he had sensed something familiar about the aura of the bamboo sword. When the rips appeared on its surface earlier, that familiar sensation grew stronger. When the bamboo shattered and the wooden sword appeared, a connection appeared between him and the sword that only he could sense. He was connected to the wooden sword. At a certain point, a bashful smile appeared on Meng Hao's face, and he cleared his throat. Even as the eyes of all the Blood Demon sect disciples and enemy cultivators were fixed on the wooden sword, he suddenly stepped out from behind the second shield layer. This action immediately attracted everyone's attention, and the buzz of conversation rose up into the air. What is he doing? Don't tell me he's going to try to fight the legacy precious treasure of the solitary sword sect? He really overestimates his ability. He might be strong, but he's going to die for sure. Ha ha ha. I never thought someone could be so arrogant. He actually dares to step out from behind the shield? That sword is going to destroy him in body and soul. Looking to die? Laughed Sixdas. He assumed Meng Hao must have become so frightened that he lost his senses. A normal person would never step out from behind the shield, they would cower behind it. What attracted even more attention was how Meng Hao not only stepped out from behind the shield, but then stretched his hand out, directly toward the shockingly powerful wooden sword that was slashing toward him, as if he were beckoning toward it. He cleared his throat and then said, "Time to come home, darling." As soon as Meng Hao's words echoed out, the majority of the hundreds of thousands of enemy cultivators immediately burst out into raucous laughter. What did he say? Darling? Come home. Has Meng Hao gone insane? This is pretty funny. It's the first time I've seen such a powerful expert go crazy. Sixdas was also laughing loudly. I've lived a long time, but this is the first time I've encountered a lunatic like you. Even the black-robed expert from the Solitary Sword Clan split off a strand of divine sense to observe what was happening. After he saw what was happening, he shook his head and laughed. The voices and laughter rippled out, and all sorts of snide, mocking comments could be heard. When they first spoke, the wooden sword was just on the verge of slashing down. However, even in the middle of deriding Meng Hao, looks of astonishment began to appear on each of their faces. That was because the sword did not slash down, but rather lurched to a stop. When the sword lurched to a stop, it seemed as if hundreds of thousands of hearts similarly lurched to a stop. Sixdas' eyes went wide, and the Blood Demon sect disciples inside the second shield layer seemingly forgot how to breathe. They stared blankly at their blood prince, who standing outside the shield, beckoning toward the astonishing precious treasure that was the wooden sword. Up in midair, the black-robed patriarch who was fighting Patriarch Blood Demon had originally been extremely pleased. All of a sudden, however, the sword ground to a halt, and his heart began to thump. The wooden sword came to a stop about 30 meters above Meng Hao. The power of time emanated out in all directions, causing everything to wither. Even the second shield layer was rippling and distorting. In this condition, it seemed that the slightest tap would cause it to instantly shatter. And yet Meng Hao was not affected by the wooden sword, even in the slightest. The wooden sword seemed to have a spirit of its own, and was apparently hesitating. After stopping in midair, glittering light seemed to dance fluidly across the blade. Sixdas' face flickered with disbelief. What he was seeing completely exceeded the limits of his imagination. It didn't matter that he used to be at the peak of Tao-seeking, or the patriarch of a great sect. The events that he was witnessing with his own eyes left him completely shaken. He was incapable of even comprehending what was happening. Why had the Solitary Sword Sect's legacy precious treasure ground to a halt directly in front of Meng Hao? Furthermore, it even seemed to be hesitating. He could not come up with any explanation, even though he racked his brains over and over again. Impossible! He thought, gritting his teeth and causing his cultivation base to rumble with power. He used every scrap of strength he had to try to control the wooden sword, but there wasn't the slightest reaction. The sword completely ignored him and, even more shocking, directly severed their connection. When that happened, Sixdas' face fell even more. The surrounding hundreds of thousands of cultivators stared with wide eyes at a scene they would likely never encounter again in their entire lives. Most incredulous of all were the cultivators from the Solitary Sword sect. The wooden sword was a legacy precious treasure of the Solitary Sword sect, the symbol and foundation of their entire sect. There was someone even more shocked than the ordinary disciples, however. The black-robed old man up in midair simply couldn't believe what was happening. His mind felt as if lightning were crashing around inside. Unable to defend against the divine ability Patriarch Blood Demon was attacking him with, he was slammed backward, blood spraying from his mouth. The mist of Patriarch Blood Demon's blood world enveloped him, making it impossible for him to charge in and attack. All he could do was perform a double-handed incantation and then point out toward the wooden sword. "Solitary bamboo sword. Return!" he roared, continuing with another incantation gesture. The wooden sword trembled, apparently in response to the old man, whose heart immediately sank. A very, very bad feeling welled up inside of him. Under normal circumstances, all it took was an incantation gesture and the simple point of a finger to instantly cause the bamboo sword to fly back to him. Now all it did was tremble. Damn it! What's going on? He performed another incantation gesture, and even went so far as to spit out a mouthful of blood. How could he not be anxious? This was the Solitary Sword sect's precious treasure, and if he allowed it to be snatched away, it would be a great sin against the sect. You were refined by the Solitary Sword sect. We acquired you from the ancient Tao lakes. You were personally crafted into a sword by the ancestors of the Solitary Sword sect. You belong to us. Solitary bamboo sword. Get back here. The black-robed man howled in rage, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. Finally, the invisible connection between him and the sword finally seemed to function. The wooden sword began to vibrate, and then moved backwards several meters. Even as the black-robed man let out a sigh of relief, the wooden sword suddenly stopped again, and the man's heart once again began to thump. You were born in the Solitary Sword sect. For years, we Solitary Sword sect disciples offered sacrifices to enable you to gain sentience. We spent countless resources making you sharper and more powerful. Our entire sect worked to help you. Why you? You get back here right now. Despite his anxiety, the black-robed old man was pinned down by the mist of blood. He let out a roar, then spit out more blood, completely ignoring the wastage to his longevity as he once again pointed toward the wooden sword. This time, however, there was no reaction whatsoever from the sword. "Finished playing around?" said Meng Hao, his face grave and his tone berating. "If you don't come over here right now, just wait and see how I punish you after we get home." As Meng Hao's words rang out, the wooden sword shuddered in midair. Then, it severed its connection with the black-robed man and shot directly toward Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, it was circulating around him, its thrumming sound echoing out in all directions. It was almost as if it was clamoring in joy, fawning over him, even exhibiting signs that it had missed him. Anyone looking on could clearly tell that this sword belonged to Meng Hao. Sixda's eyes were wide, and he very nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The surrounding hundreds of thousands of cultivators gasped, having been thoroughly astonished by Meng Hao. The Solitary Sword sect disciples gaped as their sect's unsurpassed, proud and aloof precious treasure swirled around Meng Hao like a happy pet. Clearly, it recognized Meng Hao as its master. "I must be asleep. That's our sect's legacy precious treasure? What's going on?" The minds of the Solitary Sword sect disciples were spinning, but most disbelieving of all was the black-robed man up in midair. His eyes filled with an expression of both madness and injustice, which then transformed into a towering rage. He was just about to open his mouth to say something when blood spurted out and he grew visibly older. He just couldn't understand or comprehend how the sword could possibly recognize Meng Hao as its master. He just couldn't believe it. His world was turned upside down, as if enormous waves were surging through his psyche. How could this be happening? He roared madly. He wanted to try to break through the blood mist, to grab the sword in his hand and ask its spirit why it was acting this way. Why was it betraying the Solitary Sword sect, Why would it recognize Meng Hao as its master when it had only seen him once? That sword belongs to the solitary sword sect. It belongs to you? Asked Meng Hao coolly. Call out to it. Does it answer? He stretched out his hand, and the sword flew down to land hilt down on his palm. It even danced back and forth, apparently in complete excitement. You! The solitary sword sect patriarch almost spit up some more blood because of the flames of rage that burned in his heart. By this point, it didn't matter that he had a cultivation base at the peak of Tao seeking. Even an immortal would be unable to accept a blow like this, nor such loss. That was especially so, considering how the wooden sword was frolicking around happily. The black-robed old man felt as if a blade were stabbing viciously into his heart. That was because he himself had needed to make sacrificial offerings to it, and had never seen it act in such a way. Meng Hao could also sense that this sword, one of the ones he had buried so long ago, had developed a sword spirit. Despite that, his contingencies from the very beginning were still effective. No matter how many hands the sword had passed through, once it saw him, it knew that he was its original master. All right, stop making a fuss, he said. Now go kill him. Even as he spoke, Meng Hao pointed at Patriarch Sixdas. Sixdas' heart was pounding, and his face fell. He immediately retreated at top speed, but before he could get very far at all, the wooden sword shot toward him with indescribable speed. It also emanated a shocking power of time, which caused everything around it to ripple and distort. Any cultivators who were too close withered in the blink of an eye, as if countless years had passed in an instant. There were even some who directly passed away. Damn it! Thought Patriarch Sixdas, his face falling. Roaring, he employed the full power of his cultivation base, which unfortunately for him was still stuck between the early and mid-Dao seeking stages. It wasn't enough, so he had no other choice but to summon the incense burner to block the wooden sword. A bang rang out, and the wooden sword stabbed directly into the incense burner. Booms could be heard as cracks spread out over the surface of the incense burner. An ancient will could be sensed, and signs of decay could be seen. Sixdas' heart ached, but he didn't dare to call back the incense burner. That was because he had noticed that the sword's ripples were causing him to age significantly. If it stabbed him, he could only imagine what would happen to his longevity. It would be thoroughly destroyed. In his terror, he shot backward at high speed. Considering he was using a special secret art to bolster his cultivation base, what he feared most was being obliterated by time power. The surrounding hundreds of thousands of cultivators were also astonished and trembling. They didn't dare to advance, and quite the opposite, retreated. Meng Hao stood alone outside the second shield layer. One man, one sword, caused the enemy forces to retreat 3,000 meters. Damn it! More and more cracks spread out across the surface of the incense burner. Patriarch Sixdas immediately roared, "Fellow Taoist sword paragon, Patriarch Golden Frost, Li Yuan Lei. If you don't help me, then I'll be forced to summon discarnate souls to defend myself." Even as the last words left his mouth, the incense burner exploded into pieces. The wooden sword shot onward, and Sixdas lifted his head up and roared. All of a sudden, his body exploded, allowing the wooden sword to pass right through it. However, there was a soul strand that remained, which then transformed into a river of souls that contained 100,000 discarnate souls. Even as the 100,000 discarnate souls flew out, the black-robed old man from the solitary sword sect burst into flames. These were life force flames, and as they burned, his cultivation base exploded with power. He transformed into a long streak of light that burst out from within Patriarch Blood Demon's blood mist. Ignoring any injuries, he shot toward Meng Hao's wooden sword, he himself transforming into what looked like a sword as he flew through the air. "Meng Hao, you twerp! Die!" Meng Hao's eyes glittered. There was no time to slaughter 100,000 discarnate souls. The wooden sword flew back to him at breakneck speed. Even as the black-robed solitary sword sect patriarch closed in, Meng Hao stepped back behind the second shield layer. However, the solitary sword sect patriarch did not slow down at all. Instead, he increased his speed as he stabbed toward the shield. Break! Patriarch Blood Demon's eyes flickered with killing intent. However, the Dawn Immortal's clone was really causing him quite a headache. It was not merely at the peak of Tao-seeking, but rather higher than that. It was more comparable to a false immortal. Even as his clone frowned, deep in the cave in Mount Blood Demon, his true self's eyes opened. A drop of blood suddenly floated up from within the blood pond, then flew out of the immortal's cave and dissipated. Shockingly, the first and second layers of the shield were instantly dyed red. Boom! The blood-colored shield easily blocked the furious attack of the solitary sword sect's black-robed patriarch. When the red-haired old man from the Golden Frost sect saw the blood drop fly out, he loftily said, "Patriarch Blood Demon, you're fighting all of us at the same time, and still want to split your attention. It seems you really don't have any regard for us at all." At the same time, he performed an incantation, which caused numerous puppets to magically appear around him. Each of the puppets was 30 meters tall, and seemed both real and illusory at the same time. As soon as they appeared, they transformed into beams of colorful light that shot toward Patriarch Blood Demon. "Patriarch Blood Demon, your destruction is imminent," said the Thirdly Clan Patriarch. "You can't escape our net. Once Mount Blood Demon falls, your true self will face the light of the heavens and be destroyed in body and spirit." He snorted coldly and then waved his hand, causing the feng shui compass to emit blinding light as well as countless magical symbols. The magical symbols formed together into layer upon layer of spell formations as they shot forward. Patriarch Blood Demon said nothing, and not even a trace of alarm could be seen on his face. His expression was actually indifferent. No matter what happened, he was confident that he could reverse any setback. "Senior Blood Demon," said the Dawn Immortal's clone, her voice soft, "I know full well that your true self cannot face the glory of the heavens. You were originally a drop of blood that transformed into a demon, and the heavens can turn your true self back into a drop of blood. What I don't know is, at this point, what tricks do you have left?" Behind her, the ferocious, illusory resurrection Lily's tentacles whipped about, and an intense pressure radiated out. Rumbling sounds could be heard as countless tentacle incarnations shot out to surround Patriarch Blood Demon. The Dawn Immortal was his strongest opponent, so Patriarch Blood Demon focused 60% of his attention on her. The other 40% was divided between the red-haired Patriarch of the Golden Frost sect and the Thirdly Clan Patriarch. Both parties had each other locked down. Although it looked like they were engaged in magical battle, in reality, both sides were being cautious, waiting for the other to expend enough cultivation-based power that, at the critical time, a lightning-like strike could be made. Down below, a rumbling sound echoed out over the battlefield. Meng Hao stood inside the second shield layer, the wooden sword swirling through the air around him. A droning sound could be heard from the sword, and pulses of time power caused the air around it to distort. The Blood Demon sect disciples were all behind the second shield layer, staring at the hundreds of thousands of cultivators on the other side, as well as the black-robed old man from the solitary sword sect, who was in a frenzy and burning his own longevity to gain power. The black-robed old man's fury and frustration was impossible to describe. He wanted nothing more than to slaughter Meng Hao over and over again, and then take back the solitary sword sect's precious treasure. As he attacked, although he held no sword in his hand, the sword will which emanated out from his body transformed into an amorphous sword which repeatedly slashed into the second shield layer. The layers of the Blood Demon sect's 5-layered shield got stronger the closer they got to the sect itself. In addition, the counterattacks from the shields became even more intense. Most importantly, the second shield layer was now the color of blood, thanks to the drop of blood from the blood pond inside Mount Blood Demon. Its power was not something that could quickly be broken. Furthermore, the second shield layer had not been punctured by the leaf earlier. Only the 5th, 4th, and 3rd layers had. The second shield layer was intact. The shield rumbled and distorted as the black-robed old man vented his fury on it. However, the shield held. The Blood Demon sect forces sat there reticently, as did Meng Hao. He looked out coldly as the black-robed old man attacked and attacked. Killing intent flickered in his eyes, which the wooden sword could apparently sense. as it began to emit an intense droning sound. Boom! The shield vibrated, and the black-robed man fell back. He lifted his head up and roared at the top of his lungs. "All cultivators, heed my command. Attack the shield with everything you have. Break it down." The hundreds of thousands of cultivators hesitated for a moment. The first to spring into action were the solitary sword sect disciples. Tens of thousands of flying swords whistled through the air toward the shield. They were followed by the Golden Frost sect disciples and the members of the Li clan. There were also some rogue cultivators. All of them unleashed divine abilities to blast against the blood-colored second-layer shield. Instantly, a massive roaring filled the air. The land quaked violently, and nearby vegetation was destroyed. Mountains were leveled, and the entire ground seemed to be gouged out by an entire meter by the force of the combined attack. From a distance, the mountain range in which the Blood Demon sect was located was now crushed into a flat plain. The vegetation in the area was completely dead, and no life existed at all. Everything was in ruins, except for the very center of it all, where the blood-colored shield glittered brightly. Although it rippled and distorted violently, it did not fall. The Blood Demon sect's 5 mountain peaks were now the focus of all attention. Aftershocks from the divine abilities exploded out, and the forces of the allied powers also sustained injuries from the backlash, causing countless cultivators to cough up blood and retreat. However, others immediately surged forward to take their place. Such a cycle continued on as countless attacks were made. The black-robed old man from the solitary sword sect was especially focused on attacking. Every time he made a move, boundless sword chi would rumble out against the blood-colored shield. 2 days later, the shield was finally starting to show signs of breakage. When the 3rd day arrived, more and more cracks spread out across the blood-colored shield. The Blood Demon sect disciples sat there silently. Meng Hao's eyes flashed. Finally, a snapping sound echoed out. The countless cracks merged together into something that looked like a huge wound. The black-robed patriarch from the solitary sword sect exploded out with peak Dao seeking cultivation base power. Natural law descended and swirled about, transforming into an incredible heavenly sword. As soon as the sword appeared, lightning crackled up above. The sword suddenly flashed, seemingly filled with the power of lightning as it shot toward the second shield layer. Boom! The second shield layer could not stand up to the blow. The amorphous sword stabbed into it, and it shattered, sending out a huge shockwave in all directions. The Blood Demon sect disciples and Meng Hao had already retreated behind the final remaining shield layer. "Do we fight, Blood Prince? The point of death has arrived. It would be better to charge out and slaughter to our heart's content than be stuck in here. If we can't avoid perishing, then let's die in battle." The Blood Demon sect disciples' eyes shone bright red, and even the spirit-severing experts were looking in his direction. This first shield layer was the final line of defense. Once it broke, the Blood Demon sect would be powerless to defend itself. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators would charge into it. When that happened, they might be able to hold out for a little bit, but in the end they would all die. Wang Yukai looked at Meng Hao, awaiting his decision. Li Shiqi was also looking at Meng Hao. He was the Blood Prince, and had earned respect through his strength. His lone charge into battle with no thought of personal safety gained him the utmost esteem. Everyone was watching him. However, Meng Hao's gaze fell upon Su Qing. She had been standing outside of Blood Prince Gorge the entire time watching the battle. Now that Meng Hao looked over at her, she turned to look back. In that moment it was just the two of them in the Blood Demon sect, behind the blood-colored shield, surrounded by the booms from the outside world. They looked at each other, and Meng Hao could see the encouraging look in her eyes, as well as, "You live, I live. You die, I die." Boom! The shockwave from the destruction of the second shield layer faded away, and the black-robed solitary sword sect patriarch took the lead in the charge. Boundless sword light surrounded him as he shot toward the first shield layer to attack. Explosions echoed about everywhere. Of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators from the original force, only around 200,000 were left. All were wounded and tired. The battle had lasted for a long time, and regardless of whether it was in terms of them or the blood demon sect disciples, it had been a long and fierce fight. It's almost over. All we have to do is break this final line of defense, and the blood demon sect will be exterminated. For more days. In 4 days, there will be no blood demon sect in the southern domain. The 200,000 cultivators' eyes were bright red. Despite their injuries, they roared and attacked the shield with all the strength they could summon. Rumble! The shield rippled. However, this first layer shield was even sturdier than the second layer, and had even more counterattack power. It only took a moment for thunderous roars to rise up into the sky. Clearly, the shield would not break in any short period of time. Unfortunately, even a stronger shield would not be able to stand up for very long under the combined assault of 200,000 cultivators. Blood Prince, let's fight! The blood demon sect disciples inside the shield had risen to their feet. Their energy was focused and ready, their killing intent more and more intense than before. Meng Hao was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Wait 4 more days." His second true self needed exactly that amount of time before it woke up. These were the final 4 days. Meng Hao had no way to assess exactly how powerful his second true self would be upon awakening. Had he used something other than the soul of an immortal, he would have been able to speculate. But since it was an immortal soul in his second true self, he had no way to guess. He would have to wait until it awakened to see if it was truly heaven-defying. It has to be strong, he thought, looking out beyond the shield. 1 day passed. The shield trembled violently under the attacks of 200,000 cultivators, pushing it to its limit. The counterattacks sent out into the 200,000 cultivators caused numerous serious injuries. 2 days. The shield rippled and distorted in virtually every spot, and was even trembling. In fact, cracks were visible in some locations, although they quickly sealed back up. The black-robed solitary sword sect patriarch was on the offensive. Every time he launched an attack, the shield seemed as if it might collapse. 3 days. Break! Rumbling filled the air as, for the first time, a crack spread out that could not be sealed back up. The death knell had been struck for the shield. The 200,000 cultivators had endured counterattacks for 3 days, which had sapped many of them of their ability to fight, forcing them to retreat from the battlefield. The remaining cultivators' numbers exceeded 100,000, but they still crowded the battlefield, making it virtually impossible to see the end of the army. As they continued to attack, more and more cracks appeared. Finally, the 4th day arrived. On the 4th day, the blood-colored shield was covered with cracks. Many of them stretched out and then combined to form huge gaps. The shield trembled, and cracking sounds could be heard. It didn't seem like it would be able to hold on for very much longer. At the same time, intense killing intent and even madness could be seen in the eyes of the black-robed patriarch from the solitary sword sect. He suddenly flew high up into the air and then waved his sleeve. Immediately natural law transformed into a sword up above. This was his Tao-seeking sword. "The blood demon sect will be eradicated on this very day," cried the patriarch. He pointed out, and the sword rumbled as it shot down toward the shield. The blood demon sect disciples were in a frenzy. Their eyes were red, and they were completely ready for the moment when the shield collapsed. Then they would fight to the death. However, even as the amorphous sword shot toward the shield, a tremor ran through Meng Hao as he sensed an incredibly familiar aura rising up from within Blood Prince Gorge. His eyes glittered. The day he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Arise, second true self. In Blood Prince Gorge, Meng Hao's second true self sat cross-legged inside the log cabin. Moments ago, not a scrap of any sort of aura could be detected on him. He almost seemed dead, like a statue. Now, though, his eyes snapped open, and a shocking iciness could be seen within them. Gradually, a feeling like that of an immortal could be sensed emanating out from him. The look in his eyes was different from that of Meng Hao, but his body was clearly the same. The soul was like a sword, and the body the sheath. The power hidden within was the self, from the withering flame demon magic true self Tao. Cultivation base ripples suddenly exploded out from it. In the blink of an eye, They filled all of Blood Prince Gorge. As the second true self took a breath, the ripples were once again drawn back, bottled up inside. The body was the Tao and the soul was blade. A sharp blade hidden in a great Tao. In that same moment, all of the vegetation in Blood Prince Gorge withered up and died. A sinister coldness, along with a terrifying aura, circulated around the second true self. He looked up and then slowly raised his right hand toward the sky above Blood Prince Gorge. In that moment, it seemed as if time itself stopped. Outside the valley, Meng Hao sat with eyes closed, his consciousness spread out in all directions. Next to him, the wooden sword trembled, and then suddenly seemed to sense something. Next, it shot out toward the final remaining layer of the shield. As it emerged from within the shield, it blossomed with a radiant glow that was the power of time. Time was like a river that suddenly poured out from within the sword. 100 years, 1,000 years, 5,000 years, 10,000 years. 10,000 years of time swept out from the wooden sword, transforming into distortions in the air. Time suddenly stopped, causing the incoming Tao-seeking sword to come to a halt in midair. Apparently, in order to pass through the river of time, it would have to pass through 10,000 years. The Blood Demon sect disciples were shocked by what they saw, and the more than 100,000 cultivators outside the shield were equally astonished. All eyes were now focused on the wooden sword. The eyes of the black-robed solitary sword sect patriarch were completely bloodshot. Fury was rekindled, and raged in his heart. This wooden sword was the precious treasure of the solitary sword sect, and had been worshipped by the sect for countless years. Even still, he could never have possibly guessed that the sword actually concealed such incredible time power. Although he had seen signs of it when the bamboo sword split apart earlier, it had quickly changed owners, and he had been disinclined to consider the matter further. By now, his heart was consumed with frustration and rage. Now that he could sense the power of time on the wooden sword, the solitary sword sect patriarch was incapable of suppressing his fury. He roared and pushed his cultivation base even harder. Peak Tao seeking energy, bolstered by the burning of his longevity, immediately surged out. His entire person resembled a shooting star or, perhaps, a razor-sharp sword that flickered through the air to appear next to the wooden sword. Bucking directly against the river of time power, he stretched his hand out to grab the wooden sword. "Get back here," he bellowed. However, as soon as he stretched out his hand and touched the sword, Meng Hao's second true self stood up in Blood Prince Valley. He took a step forward and then suddenly appeared outside the shield, next to the wooden sword. His hand slowly lifted up to grasp the sword by the hilt. His robe was black, as was his hair, and he was very thin, but clearly had exactly the same facial features as Meng Hao. However, the feeling people got when they looked at him was not the feeling one got when looking at a person. This second true self was as cold as ice, and as he hovered there, he emanated a supremely haughty air, as if he looked down with contempt at every living thing. His appearance on the scene immediately caused the Blood Demon disciples to be filled with shock. Panting, they looked back and forth between Meng Hao and his second true self, their expressions blank. The more than 100,000 cultivators in the outside world were equally as astonished. A clone. Those were the words that immediately appeared in everyone's minds. "A mere clone," said the solitary sword sect patriarch, his eyes widening. "Die, you trifling." He was just about to unleash a divine ability when suddenly, he began to tremble, and his eyes went wide with disbelief and shock. He wasn't the only astonished one. The surrounding enemy cultivators were all dumbstruck. Even the Blood Demon sect disciples were thoroughly stunned. Because, the instant that Meng Hao's second true self gripped the wooden sword, his cultivation base began to erupt out from within. First severing, second severing, third severing, early Tao seeking. Intense rumbling filled heaven and earth as the cultivation base of Meng Hao's second true self roared up. Mid-Tao seeking, late Tao seeking. It went all the way to the peak of Tao seeking. This development sent the entire battlefield into chaos. Merely stepping into Tao seeking put one on the level of a sect patriarch, and as for peak Tao seeking, They were the truly powerful experts, the strongest force of even the largest sects. They would even be considered part of that sect's Tao reserve. In the entire southern domain, there were not even 10 people who were at the peak of Tao seeking. In all of planet South Heaven, less than 100 peak Tao seeking experts existed. Any peak Tao seeking cultivator could take a step forward and become a false immortal. As of this moment, Meng Hao's second true self was firmly in the peak Tao seeking stage. Something that would certainly shock and astonish anyone watching. The buzz of conversation immediately rose up. How is this possible? Peak Tao seeking. That's definitely peak Tao seeking. This is the same feeling I get from our sect's patriarch. Except, even stronger. Meng Hao. No matter how this battle ends, there is a new powerful expert in the lands of South Heaven, and that is Meng Hao. How did he create a clone like that? If his clone is at peak Tao seeking, then his true self is definitely destined to have a peak Tao seeking cultivation base. One change after another on the part of Meng Hao caused their souls to feel shocked. Everything that happened was something they would never be able to forget. The Blood Demon sect disciples excitedly began to call out, "Blood Prince! Blood Prince!" At the same time, Patriarch Blood Demon and the others up in midair were also shocked, especially the red-haired Patriarch from the Golden Frost sect and the Thirdly Clan Patriarch. Damn it! How can that kid have a peak Tao-seeking clone? The eyes of the Dawn Immortal's clone widened. She knew Meng Hao was no ordinary person, but this development left her deeply shocked. In fact, this was the first time he truly astonished her to such an indescribable degree. Patriarch Blood Demon's eyes swept over the land, and a profound look flickered within. The black-robed solitary sword sect Patriarch's eyes flickered. Suppressing his shock, he gritted his teeth and said, "Peak Tao seeking? What's the big deal? I'm also peak Tao seeking." He stretched out his hand in an incantation gesture, immediately causing more than 10,000 streams of sword light to swirl around him. Heaven and earth dimmed, and the clouds churned. The streams of sword light swirled about, making it seem as if the entire area were a world of swords. The black-robed Patriarch pointed at Meng Hao's second true self, causing the sword lights to all shoot directly toward him. The second true self hovered in midair, his black hair swirling, his expression cold. He held the wooden sword gripped in his right hand, and his eyes flickered. Suddenly, he squeezed his hand down. Immediately, the wooden sword trembled and began to drone. In the blink of an eye, it began to emit endless amounts of time power. 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 30,000 years. The power of time exploded out, accompanied by the excited droning of the wooden sword, to echo out in all directions. It was in this moment that, at long last, the true power of the wooden sword could finally be revealed. What was happening right now was something that even Meng Hao could not do. Only his second true self, with its peak Tao-seeking cultivation base, could unleash the power of the wooden sword in this way. 40,000 years. 50,000 years. Everything shook above and below. A river of time swept out around the second true self, a sight completely shocking to the eyes. As for the 10,000 incoming beams of sword light, they suddenly stopped in place, incapable of moving forward even an inch. What was blocking their way was the passage of time. The black-robed solitary sword sect Patriarch's face fell, and a sense of danger welled up in his heart. At the same time, the more than 100,000 enemy cultivators were all flabbergasted. Up in midair, the red-haired Golden Frost sect Patriarch and the 13th Clan Patriarch were equally shaken. The second true self hovered in midair, black hair and black robes fluttering. The sword in its hand still was not finished. Boom! 60,000 years. The moment the river of time surged with 60,000 years of time power, the second true self sprang into action. He swiped the sword out, and the 10,000 streams of sword light instantly vanished. In the blink of an eye, they passed through 60,000 years and no longer existed. "Impossible!" gasped the black-robed Patriarch. His astonishment had reached a pinnacle, and he finally backed up at top speed. However, the power of time still brushed against him, and his body withered. In the blink of an eye, he seemed at least 10,000 years older. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his clothes seemed to decay. His face was waxen. His expression had turned from amazement to terror. He could feel the shadow of death looming over him, as if he might die at any moment. The second true self gripped the wooden sword, and its power was shocking. Could clearly battle the peak of Tao seeking with no problem. "Immortal soul!" exclaimed the solitary sword sex patriarch. "This clone is emanating the ripples of an immortal soul." Even as the words left his mouth, the second true self stepped forward, and time turned into a wind that swept out like a river. Everywhere it passed, living things rotted and decayed. Rumble! The sword slashed, and the solitary sword sect patriarch coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body withered significantly, and his eyes shone with terror. He looked at the approaching second true self and fell back again. He waved his hand and, astonishingly, tens of thousands of beams of sword light shot out in defense. Rumbling echoed out as the sword lights were crushed like rotten wood in the face of the second true self. He raised his hand and swung the wooden sword a third time. 60,000 years of time power surged forth. Everything shook, and the sense of danger in the solitary sword sect patriarch's mind grew even more intense. He shot back toward the more than 100,000 cultivators, suddenly waving his hands down toward the ground. Immediately numerous cultivators were swept up, completely unable to control their own bodies as they were thrown back to block the wooden sword's time power. One sword swept out, bones withered and souls perished. The power of time flowed out like a bright, dancing beam. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators who had been swept up by the fleeing black-robed patriarch were completely withered into nothing more than dust and smoke. Their bodies, their magical items, everything was rotted into nothing. All of the onlookers couldn't help but be shaken deeply by the deaths. People wanted to flee, but considering the level of the black-robed patriarch's cultivation base, they were nothing more than ants. No matter how quickly they scattered, he still threw them back as obstacles. As the power of time consumed them, the black-robed patriarch fled. Finally, he had just a bit of breathing room. Damn it! Damn it! His face was ashen, and the shadow of death loomed heavily over him. It had been many, many years since he had experienced the feeling of a deadly chase like this. Inside, he was terrified and was on full alert. Behind him, Meng Hao's second true self continued to close in. It was a solitary sword that rumbled through the heavens. The power of time fell like rain, enveloping everything. The black-robed patriarch's face paled even further, and his pupils constricted. He suddenly slapped his bag of holding to produce a black horn. He bit the tip of his tongue and spit some blood onto it, causing it to writhe and wriggle. It shattered with a bang as two centipedes suddenly flew out from inside. The centipedes were pitch black, except for a white line that ran down their abdomens. As soon as they appeared, the aroma of deadly venom wafted out, along with an indescribable aura. Attack! The black-robed man's face was pale. This was his trump card, something he had acquired years ago, and had even enabled him to launch a successful sneak attack against an injured false immortal. As soon as the centipedes appeared, they shot through the air like immortal creatures. Their speed was incredible as they closed in on the second true self. However, as soon as they entered the power of time, they instantly stopped in place. The black-robed patriarch became even more nervous, and he quickly produced even more magical items. At the same time, the two many-legged centipedes continued to move forward, albeit much more slowly than before. They even looked excited. The white lines on their abdomens began to expand until they covered more than half their bodies. Now, the centipedes appeared to be half white and half black. At the same time, an incredible aura began to emanate out from them, and they grew even more excited. Gradually, their speed increased. Apparently, they were consuming the power of time. The sight of it caused Meng Hao's eyes to narrow as he stood within the shield. The black-robed patriarch was inwardly delighted, and he continued to flee at top speed. As he did, he waved his sleeve, causing the numerous glowing, magical items to shoot toward Meng Hao's second true self. At the same time, the black-robed patriarch's eyes flickered, and he performed an incantation gesture, then pointed up into the sky. A lightning bolt crackled downward, and a lightning sword coalesced in the sky, which then slashed down toward the second true self. The second true self gave a cold snort and loosened his grip on the wooden sword, allowing it freedom to orbit around him. It immediately transformed into a vortex, which became a tempest. Sword chi raged, and the power of time screamed through the air. As for the second true self, he lifted his right hand up, during which time a confused expression appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, his right hand became transparent, and thousands of magical sealing marks appeared. Shockingly, they shot forward to form the shape that looked like a closed parasol. The parasol was formed from numerous magical symbols, and as soon as it appeared in full, it opened. A shocking aura exploded out, along with a brightness that rivaled the sun. In fact, anyone who glanced at it would think that this parasol really was a sun. This was not one of Meng Hao's divine abilities, but rather a Taoist magic that existed in the memory of the immortal soul inside the second true self. "Solitary yang sky," said an ancient, icy voice that came from the mouth of the second true self. As the words echoed out, the black-robed patriarch's magical items all shattered into pieces. As for the patriarch himself, he was caught up by the glowing light and the tempest. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his body withered significantly. Shock covered his face. What divine ability is that? What caused him even more despair was that the two centipedes, caught up in the river of time, had been sated on time power. Now they shrank down and balled themselves up, leaving them unable to move and floating there in midair. Even when the black-robed patriarch called for them to return, they completely ignored him. "Damn it!" he thought, his heart filled with frustration. Suddenly, back inside the shield, Meng Hao waved his right hand. The war chariot appeared directly in front of him, which he entered without hesitation. At the same circulating the chi of Immortal shows the way. Rumble. The chariot vanished, to reappear moments later in front of his second true self. He waved his hand, and the two sphere-like centipedes were instantly sucked into his bag of holding. "You!" roared the black-robed patriarch, nearly coughing up blood. What he saw in front of him was two people who looked the same, and yet felt completely different. Immediately, he began to flee at top speed. Even as he fled, Meng Hao's second true self took a step forward and then raised his hand, pointing out toward the patriarch. Immediately, the wooden sword began to emit a droning sound. At the same time, Meng Hao also performed an incantation and then pointed forward. Meng Hao's second true self was completely under his control, and in this moment he coordinated with it to jointly control the wooden sword. Droning, the wooden sword exploded with the power of time. 70,000 years. Under the power of 70,000 years of time, the river of time transformed into a sword. Boundless sword chi caused everything to tremble and shake as the sword itself slashed toward the black-robed patriarch. The black-robed patriarch's eyes widened, and he was about to dodge out of the way when suddenly, the golden vortex of the blood demon grand magic appeared, as well as the 8th demon sealing hex. Enveloped, the man couldn't move an inch. He could only remain there in place as a sword containing 70,000 years of time power descended upon him. "No!" he howled. He performed a double-handed incantation, causing an ancient aura to suddenly appear, along with two sealing marks on both of his hands. His body was withering rapidly, not because of the vortex or because of the decay of time, but because of something he was doing to himself. All of the flesh and blood in his body, even the bones and chi passageways, all of his fleshly body was condensing into a divine ability. "Fleshly sword body," he roared. His body collapsed, although his nascent divinity wasn't harmed at all. His bag of holding tumbled off to the side as the various parts of his fleshly body were shattered and then formed back together into a sword. Its blade was made of bone, and its hilt, flesh and blood. Chi and blood swirled around it in all directions. The sword shot directly toward the wooden time sword. Boom! A massive explosion could be heard that shook the entire battlefield. astonishing everyone. The white bone sword shattered, and the hilt fell to pieces. Qi and blood transformed into ripples that spread out in all directions. Meng Hao's wooden sword trembled and emitted a droning sound as it spun backward. However, the second true self easily reached out his hand and grabbed it. The second true self's face was pale white as he staggered backward a few measures. As for Meng Hao, he was completely protected by his second true self, and yet still coughed up a mouthful of blood. So, peak Dao-seeking experts really can't be killed easily, he thought, his eyes glittering. Rumbling rolled out across the lands below. The force of the explosion just now was too powerful, and the blood demon sect's final shield layer couldn't take the impact. It trembled and then directly shattered into pieces. The blood demon sect was now completely exposed in the middle of the battlefield. The black-robed patriarch's nascent divinity grew very dim under the power of the explosion, but fled at top speed nonetheless, an expression of madness and hatred on his face. Since becoming patriarch of the sect, he had never been so seriously injured, especially not to the point of being forced to use the fleshly sword body. All of his failures had to do with the wooden sword. The most powerful magical arts he could utilize were all designed to be used in coordination with the sect's precious treasure. "You're all dead," the black-robed patriarch roared. "Meng Hao, I'm going to possess your body. Golden Frost, Li Yuanlei, no more delays. I'm making my move now." Gritting his teeth, he grabbed his bag of holding and then slapped it to produce an enormous statue. The statue was fully 3,000 meters tall and completely black. An intense energy surged up into the air as soon as it appeared. Gradually, a seemingly infinite murderous aura began to swirl around it. Its presence caused strange colors to flash in the sky, and the clouds roiled. At the same time, a huge vortex appeared around the statue. An aura suddenly exploded out that belonged to an immortal. It was an immortal's treasure. The Dawn Immortal had been their trump card, but this statue was their last resort. The red-haired old man from the Golden Frost sect and the Third Li clan patriarch exchanged determined glances. The Golden Frost sect patriarch took a deep breath and then waved his hand. Immediately 1,000 fist-sized rocks flew out from within his sleeves. Shockingly, immortal qi immediately began to emanate out. These were not magical items nor spirit stones. These were pieces of immortal jade. Even immortals would rarely see so many pieces of immortal jade. As soon as the pieces of immortal jade flew out, the vortex around the statue sucked them up. The statue's energy shot upward, and the murderous air to its aura increased by tenfold. The Third Li clan patriarch had a very serious look on his face as he opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. His entire body suddenly sagged, and he backed up anxiously. Within the blood were countless dots of golden light, which formed together into countless strands that resembled a root formed of countless veins. This was a root of immortality. The immortal root flew into the statue, and the instant it did, the statue seemed to come to life. Its limbs trembled, and the entire statue turned into a puppet. At the same time, the black-robed patriarch waved his sleeve to collect up Patriarch Sixdas Discarnate Soul, then threw it off to the side. The river of 100,000 discarnate souls was no longer under the control of Patriarch Sixdas, but rather the black-robed patriarch. He led the river of souls directly into the statue puppet, which caused its eyes to open and radiate brilliant light. The aura of an immortal exploded out with full intensity. This was an immortal. Although it was not a true immortal, even a false immortal could still be called immortal. A false immortal puppet. "Meng Hao, it's time to die," said the puppet, its voice that of the black-robed patriarch. The puppet's eyes shone with boundless light as it slowly stood up. Its energy rumbled boundlessly, and the ground quaked. An immortal aura exploded out. "Everyone attack! Eradicate everyone in the blood demon sect. Leave no one alive." In response to the puppet's voice, the more than 100,000 cultivators' hearts surged. It was almost as if their bodies weren't even under their own control. Without the slightest hesitation, they shot directly toward the shieldless blood demon sect. The final, Decisive battle had finally begun. Booming filled the sky and the land. The heavens dimmed, and the wind screamed. The Blood Demon sect was the center, and surrounding it was a vast sea of cultivators unleashing magical techniques that gave rise to enormous ripples. The earth was smashed and the air shattered. It was as if doomsday had arrived. More than 100,000 cultivators charged across the battlefield madly toward the Blood Demon sect disciples that they had besieged this entire time. The Blood Demon sect disciples had repressed themselves to the limit, and now their savagery exploded out. Kill them! There were tens of thousands of Blood Demon sect disciples and more than 100,000 enemy cultivators. Despite the fact that they were significantly outnumbered, they did not hesitate to wade into the bloody battle. This was their sect, and this war was being waged to exterminate them. Not a single one of them would be left alive. Since that was the case, they would take some of the enemy with them, or perhaps they would be able to slaughter their way to a chance for survival. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he retreated back to Blood Prince Gorge. Su Qing was shivering slightly when he landed in front of her. But when she saw him, she took a deep breath and gazed at him with gentle eyes. He embraced her, then looked up at the vast array of enemy forces charging toward them. He watched as the Blood Demon sect disciples charged madly into the fray, and the final, decisive battle began. "Are you afraid?" he asked Su Qing softly. "No," she replied with a chuckle. Meng Hao's second true self hovered in midair, eyes glittering. He raised his hand, causing the wooden sword to circulate around him as his peak Dao-seeking cultivation base surged. Then, he turned into a prismatic streak of light that shot toward the false immortal puppet. The puppet immediately met him in combat and explosions rang out, sending boundless ripples out in all directions. This became a third battlefield, the second being where Patriarch Blood Demon was fighting. On the ground below, the slaughter commenced. Shouting rang out, along with the sounds of killing. The Blood Demon sect disciples were in a frenzy, holding nothing back, even sustaining injury and burning longevity. When they were too severely injured, they would smile bitterly and then choose to self-detonate. Rumbling filled the battlefield as the Blood Demon sect disciples massacred the enemy with savagery and madness. One particular Blood Demon sect disciple with a nascent soul cultivation base received a fatal blow. Using the last bit of his energy, he lunged forward and buried his teeth into his opponent's throat and ripped out a huge chunk of bloody flesh. As his opponent screamed miserably, the Blood Demon sect disciple laughed maniacally and then self-detonated. Another Blood Demon sect disciple unleashed a forbidden art. His entire cultivation base and fleshly body, even his soul, transformed into a drop of blood which stabbed through the foreheads of multiple opponents. After slaying 8 people in a row, he exploded. Ruthlessly savage. Due to the berserk fighting of the Blood Demon sect, the more than 100,000 enemies were kept outside of the mountain peaks, and were incapable of stepping half a pace into the interior of the sect. The vicious slaughter being carried out by the Blood Demon sect completely shook their opponents. In a very short period of time, the Blood Demon sect lost more than 10,000 cultivators. However, the enemy forces paid a heavy price. More than 20,000 of their number were killed. Meng Hao did not participate in the fighting, but rather stood outside Blood Prince Gorge, surrounded by Blood Demon sect disciples, silently observing the battle. To the other disciples, their Blood Prince had already paid a heavy enough price. Now it was time for them to do their part. Up in midair, the Dawn Immortal's clone began to shine with a brilliant light. The illusory resurrection lily behind her almost seemed corporeal. She was now relying purely on her own strength to keep Patriarch Blood Demon's clone in check. Rumbling filled the air as they attacked each other. As for the red-haired Golden Frost sect Patriarch and the Thirdly Clan Patriarch, they circled around the area, occasionally attempting to interfere with the battle, but mostly just setting up spell formations in an attempt to prevent Patriarch Blood Demon from breaking free. In a different location, Meng Hao's second true self was fighting the false immortal puppet. The black-robed Patriarch's nascent divinity was now driving the puppet, and thanks to his towering killing intent and the puppet's incredible strength, Meng Hao's second true self was slowly being pushed back. The gap between the peak of Dao seeking and a false immortal was too vast. Thankfully, Meng Hao's second true self had the wooden time sword, and the immortal soul inside of him made him just capable of holding his own in the battle. However, anyone could see that eventually the blood demon sect would be defeated. Die! Roared the more than 100,000 enemy cultivators as they surged onto the offensive once more. In the middle of all the fighting could be seen the Golden Frost sect puppet with the Tao-seeking aura. Its eyes flashed as it advanced cautiously through the crowds. The cultivators who made up this Golden Frost sect puppet were already thoroughly frightened by Meng Hao. They had looked on helplessly as the solitary sword sect's early Tao-seeking expert was killed, and the Li clan patriarch severely injured. Then there was the black-robed patriarch, who they didn't even come close to matching up to. They would have long since fled, but this was war and they could not. Even as the Golden Frost sect puppet started to advance, Meng Hao's eyes began to flicker with icy coldness. He looked at the puppet, and as he did, it stopped in its tracks. Meng Hao looked down at Su Qing and began to speak, his voice soft. "I'm going to kill a lot of people today. If you don't want to see so much bloodshed, you can always close your eyes." Su Qing looked up at him with a tender expression, then closed her eyes. Holding Su Qing tight with one arm, he flicked his sleeve, causing the war chariot to appear. He stepped inside, and the war chariot began to shine with a blinding light. Numerous beasts magically appeared, and they roared as they began to pull the chariot forward. He stood there in the war chariot, Su Qing at his side. Now that he had reappeared on the battlefield, he once again became the focus of attention. Everything he said and did would be noticed, and would affect the overall situation on the battlefield. Boom! The war chariot charged into the crowds, and instantly people were killed. In the blink of an eye, a bloody path was carved out across the battlefield. Blood-curdling screams filled the air constantly. Anyone who was struck by Meng Hao's war chariot died in a spray of blood. Soon, the chariot itself was the color of blood. Meng Hao's face, hair, and clothing were also soaked in blood, but he didn't care. His eyes were cold and grim as he waved his hand, causing the 9th mountain to appear as well as the 4th-level vortex of the blood demon grand magic. He was no longer the scholar he had been, nor was he the same Meng Hao of the southern domain. After joining the blood demon sect, his heart had begun to fill with an insatiable desire to kill. That desire to kill was the devil in his heart. Be a devil in heart. Bedevilment. As a devil, carry out mass slaughter. Meng Hao lifted his head and roared as the war chariot shot forward, this time toward the Golden Frost sect puppet. The Golden Frost sect puppet's face fell, and it fell back at top speed. It performed an incantation gesture, causing the glint of blades and swords to spin toward Meng Hao. Boom! Meng Hao made no attempt to dodge. The war chariot smashed forward, crushing the incoming blades and swords like dried weeds as it barreled toward the puppet. Another explosion rattled out, and popping sounds could be heard from the puppet as cracks spread out across its body. It retreated again, waving its hand to produce a golden greatsword which then slashed down toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao snorted coldly, clenched his right hand into a fist, and punched out. The instant his punch connected with the greatsword, cracks spread out across the sword, and it exploded into pieces. Having lost the greatsword, the Golden Frost sect puppet appeared to be in a state of despair. It was incapable of dodging the war chariot, which slammed directly into its body. A boom could be heard as the Golden Frost sect puppet fell to pieces. It transformed into 4 spirit-severing cultivators, all of whom were coughing up blood. Faces aghast, they were about to flee, only to find that the 4th-level vortex of the blood demon grand magic was waiting for them. The vortex rumbled into motion, and not a single one of the 4 were able to escape. They were enveloped by the vortex, and their bodies began to wither. Their cultivation bases were sucked away. Even genuine early Tao-seeking cultivators would be incapable of getting out of this vortex. As for these 4, how could they possibly escape death? Boom! Their bodies exploded, and their cultivation bases were gone. Their nascent divinities flew out, whereupon the flag of 3 streamers appeared to sweep them up. Unfortunately, This small victory did nothing to change the tide of the battle as a whole. In the same moment that Meng Hao vanquished the Golden Frost sect puppet, booming sounds could be heard from up in midair as his second true self coughed up blood and retreated at top speed. The false immortal puppet, under the control of the black-robed patriarch, was emanating an incredible energy. Immortal chi surged about, and the air around it shattered. Natural law bowed before him, as if it were the ultimate sovereign. Blood Demon Sect, today you will be exterminated, cried the black-robed man from within the false immortal puppet, his voice laced with killing intent. Meng Hao, you twerp, you will not escape death today. The enormous puppet flickered, suddenly changing directions to attack, not the second true self, but Meng Hao. Meng Hao's killing intent filled the air, but he was well aware of the gap in power between him and the puppet. The war chariot thrummed as he retreated. Unfortunately, the false immortal puppet only continued to pursue him, and even increased its speed. It got closer and closer. It didn't seem as if there were any place Meng Hao could flee to. The false immortal puppet would catch him no matter where he went. His second true self flickered and shot toward him. However, Meng Hao knew that there was nowhere to flee to. He suddenly grinned hideously, and then stopped in place. He raised his right hand, and the Blood Demon Grand Magic appeared, along with the Ninth Mountain, the Black-White Pearls, and the Blood Immortal Divine abilities. He also summoned the Withering character, and called the G-Clan Blood Clone from down on the battlefield. In addition, the Resurrection Lily blossomed behind him, writhing viciously. And finally, he clenched his right fist. As for the second true self, he utilized his peak Tao-seeking cultivation base to unleash the solitary Yang Sky. It combined with the wooden time sword, a river of 70,000 years of time power, and everything else, to form the most powerful attack that Meng Hao could currently unleash. He was battling a false immortal. The entire battlefield shook violently. A shocking boom rang out that turned the heads of countless people on the battlefield. The air was shattered, and the false immortal puppet not only stopped in place, it retreated 3 measures. Meng Hao's second true self spat up a huge mouthful of blood and stumbled backward. As for Meng Hao himself, blood also sprayed from his mouth. However, his body did not collapse due to the protection of the chariot. The war chariot tumbled end over end, and the chi of Immortal shows the way vanished, causing the war chariot to also disappear. Meng Hao held Su Qing tight as he fled. When he looked back, he saw the false immortal puppet laughing maniacally and proceeding forward with killing intent swirling. "Time to die!" roared the puppet, raising its right hand. Shockingly, a multicolored glow appeared, swirling immortal chi which transformed into an immortal lotus. The lotus pulsed, and a massive pressure rumbled out. It was at this point that, up in midair, Patriarch Blood Demon's clone, the one that was fighting the Dawn Immortal, suddenly sighed. Then it turned and vanished. Meanwhile, in the cave in Mount Blood Demon, the armored Patriarch Blood Demon sat cross-legged in the blood pool. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and they radiated a glow the color of blood. An ancient voice echoed out from Mount Blood Demon. "It's time to end this war." Apart from the Blood Demon sect disciples, everyone on the battlefield was immediately rooted in place. Even the false immortal puppet controlled by the black-robed patriarch, which had been bearing down on Meng Hao, was stopped in midair. The red-haired old man from the Golden Frost sect, the Thirdly Clan patriarch, even the Dawn Immortal's clone, all were frozen in place. They could not move, but they could still think, and their minds were filled with astonishment. "The fact that you were able to push me this far shows that I truly did underestimate you Southern Domain cultivators," said the ancient voice. It sounded incredibly tired, yet at the same time, filled with a mighty and wild pride. "Dawn Immortal, earlier you asked me why I was so confident. Well, now I'm going to show you exactly why I am so confident. You all believe that what sits in the Immortal's cave in Mount Blood Demon is actually my true self?" Even as the voice boomed out, Patriarch Blood Demon slowly rose from his cross-legged position in the blood pond. He stepped forward and then walked out of the Immortal's cave on Mount Blood Demon. As he stepped foot onto the mountain peak, A sea of blood burst out from behind him. Truly was a sea, vast quantities of blood that surged up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it covered everything so that everything up above was the color of blood. The previous sky was no longer visible, making the entire world seem to be one of blood. Within this world of blood, atop Mount Blood Demon, stood Patriarch Blood Demon, clad in armor, looking out at the world with ancient eyes. The red-haired patriarch from the Golden Frost sect trembled, and an intense apprehension welled up inside of him. The third Li clan patriarch was equally astonished, and an unprecedented feeling of crisis filled him. The Dawn Immortal's clone wore an expression of astonishment as she suddenly realized that her understanding of Patriarch Blood Demon was far from complete. The false immortal puppet controlled by the black-robed patriarch was also shaking. The massive pressure which weighed down on him was such that he knew a mere thought could kill him. Impossible! How could he be so powerful? Down below on the battlefield, the more than 100,000 cultivators of the Allied powers were also dumbfounded. "There are many stories about me in the lands of the Southern Domain," said Patriarch Blood Demon coolly. "According to some of those stories, I am the incarnation of a drop of blood from a demon. That is why I am called Patriarch Blood Demon. That story is true." He stood there atop Mount Blood Demon, not even the tiniest ripple emanating from his cultivation base. He seemed, for all intents and purposes, to be immortal. And yet, it is also false. When he said this, the land began to quake. Fissures spread out, as if some enormous creature were waking beneath the surface of the land and was about to emerge. "I say it's true because I am indeed incarnated from a drop of blood. I say it's false because this body formed by the drop of blood is not my true self." Rumbling sounds could be heard as the rifts in the land grew larger. However, the cultivators were completely stuck in their original positions. Even if the land fell away beneath them, they would remain floating there in place. As for the Blood Demon sect disciples, they had already retreated back to the region of the 5 mountain peaks. Meng Hao was among their number, his mind reeling as he held Su Qing tight at his side. Su Qing's eyes had opened, and she was also looking on with shock. "My confidence lies in my true self. I don't have much life left in me, so I didn't want to move. However, this battle has earned you the right to see me." Even as the words began to leave his mouth, an intense rumbling could be heard from the ground. Everything shook as, shockingly, a gargantuan hand burst out from the ground. It was followed by an arm that was thousands of meters long. It looked like a mountain as it rose up, causing everything to tremble. The surface of the ground collapsed as a head appeared. He had blood-colored skin, and a horn protruded from his forehead. He wore an ancient, dilapidated suit of armor. It only took a moment for him to completely rise up from the ground. He was nearly 30,000 meters tall, completely crimson, and covered with innumerable complex magical symbols. He looked almost exactly like the demonic incarnation of the Blood Demon Grand Spell formation that Meng Hao had controlled before, only more ancient and more real. The red-haired old man from the Golden Frost sect felt his mind buzzing. His face fell and he began to pant. Next to him, the Li clan patriarch gasped, and his eyes went wide with disbelief. The Dawn Immortal's clone was also trembling, and the resurrection lily behind her was struggling. As for the false immortal puppet controlled by the black-robed patriarch, it was also trembling. The instant the enormous figure appeared, the Patriarch Blood Demon that stood on Mount Blood Demon stepped out into the air and then flew up to sit cross-legged on top of the enormous head. Then, he slowly merged down into the enormous demon. It was at this point that the demon's eyes suddenly opened. "This is my true self. I was seriously injured and chose this place to recuperate. I incarnated a clone with a drop of blood and founded the Blood Demon sect." His voice rumbled across the lands like thunder. Up above, the blood-colored sky glittered brightly. The more than 100,000 cultivators were trembling in shock, even the most powerful experts. Meng Hao was equally shaken. "Unfortunately, I can only wield a fraction of the power that I could when I was at my peak. It would be difficult for me to harm a true immortal. However, to kill a false immortal is child's play. With that, his huge hand stretched out and grabbed the Dawn Immortal's clone. Rumbling filled the air, and the Dawn Immortal's clone screamed miserably. The resurrection lily behind her writhed as she struggled to fight back. She could only hold on for a moment, though, before her body was crushed. She, along with the resurrection lily, began to fade away. Before vanishing completely, the Dawn Immortal's cold, merciless voice rang out. "Blood demon, I refuse to believe that you will be able to keep a hold of that demon body for much longer. Since you're dying, your demon body will soon belong to me." "Ah, so it's true. You came here for my demon body." It was then that Blood Demon's eyes came to rest on the red-haired old man from the Golden Frost sect. He stretched his finger out. The old man trembled, but could do nothing to fight back. Blood Demon's finger touched him, and it was a boundless mountain smashing down onto him. He immediately was smashed into pieces, leaving behind only his nascent divinity. His expression was one of terror and despair, incapable as he was of fleeing. Just when he thought he was going to disappear forever, Blood Demon calmly said, "I'll leave you alive." With that, a blood-red light descended from the blood-colored sky, enveloping the red-haired patriarch, instantly transforming him into something that looked like a blood clone. Along with the new body came a blank expression, as if all his previous memories had been wiped away. "From now on, you will be a Dharma protector of the Blood Demon sect," said Patriarch Blood Demon, his voice cool. Next, his gaze shifted to the Third Li Clan Patriarch, and his finger moved again. The Third Li Clan Patriarch trembled, and his body exploded. As the blood and gore dissipated, his nascent divinity flew out, and was encased in a similar body of blood. His memories were erased, and he became another Dharma protector of the Blood Demon sect. Patriarch Blood Demon seemed exhausted, and he closed his eyes, as if he didn't even have enough energy to keep them open. It seemed that his actions just now put quite a strain on him. After a moment, he forced his eyes open again and looked at the puppet being controlled by the black-robed patriarch. "And then there's you. I think you, too, will be a Dharma protector of the Blood Demon sect." "That one must die," said Meng Hao suddenly. Blood Demon's eyes flickered. Without another word, he reached out and grabbed the false immortal puppet and squeezed down violently. What was being crushed was in fact the nascent divinity of the black-robed old man. A miserable scream could be heard as the nascent divinity was completely obliterated. Having accomplished these things, the enormous Blood Demon closed his eyes. Apparently, he was now completely out of energy. He once again sat down cross-legged and then sank down into the ground. The image of Patriarch Blood Demon once again appeared at the top of his head, looking completely exhausted, and surrounded by an even stronger aura of death than before. As the enormous demon disappeared into the earth, Patriarch Blood Demon stepped foot onto Mount Blood Demon. As he entered the Immortal's cave there, the sea of blood that covered the sky rushed back into the cave to reform the blood pond. Patriarch Blood Demon sluggishly sat down cross-legged to meditate. It was at this point that Meng Hao suddenly heard Patriarch Blood Demon's exhausted voice in his ear. "I didn't want to use my real body, as it is an incredible drain on the scant bit of power I have left. But you represent a hope that I cannot ignore. I need to sleep now, and I won't be able to awaken again for another 100 years. Perhaps I will never awaken. As for the Blood Demon sect, I give it to you. Be careful of the Dawn Immortal. She is both a resurrection lily and not a resurrection lily. Also, the Great Territorial War is coming soon." The rift in the ground closed up, and the restrictive spell formation surrounding the area vanished. The more than 100,000 cultivators on the battlefield could now move again. Trembling, they looked with terror at Mount Blood Demon. It was hard to say who was first, but they began to retreat, scattering like a flock of birds, fighting amongst themselves to be the first to flee. As for the 70,000 remaining Blood Demon sect disciples, their killing intent was even more intense than ever. Their sect had narrowly escaped complete eradication in this war, and they would never rest easy unless they exacted their revenge. "Blood Prince! Blood Prince!" All of the blood demon disciples turned to look at Meng Hao as they awaited his decision about what to do next. Meng Hao looked at the exhausted blood demon sect disciples and then, after a moment of contemplation, said, "Debts of blood can only be paid in full with blood. We rest for 1 month. After that, I will take you to unify the southern domain." Their intense killing intent, along with the thirst to unify the southern domain, transformed their morale into one of excitement and frenzy. The mood completely enveloped the battered blood demon sect. Meanwhile, outside of the blood demon sect, an old man sat cross-legged up in the sky. Beneath him was a pill furnace. He had a complex expression on his face as looked down at the blood demon sect. It was Pill Demon, also known as Reverend Violet East of the Violet Fate sect. "Patriarch Blood Demon, you have paid too heavy a price in order to prepare him to sever the devil and enter Tao seeking. He is my apprentice, so this kindness is something that he should not have to pay for. I will take the responsibility to repay you." After a long, deep look at the blood demon sect, he turned and vanished. 1 month later, there was no hotter topic in the southern domain than the war between the 4 allied powers and the blood demon sect. After a month, stories about the battle had already spread far and wide. The peak Tao-seeking patriarch of the solitary sword sect had fallen in battle, as well as an early Tao-seeking elder. Patriarch Sixdas of the Black Civ sect had been killed. A patriarch of the Golden Frost sect and the Thirdly Clan patriarch were wiped of their memories and transformed into dermic protectors of the Blood Demon sect. The Blood Demon sect's blood prince, Meng Hao, had a peak Tao-seeking clone and an undying body. No matter how many times he was killed, his body reformed. Patriarch Blood Demon's true self was actually beneath the Blood Demon sect and was shockingly powerful to the extreme. All the details were spread throughout the southern domain. Soon, all cultivators were shocked by the might of the Blood Demon sect. The patriarchs of 4 sects were either killed or enslaved. "I can't believe the Blood Demon sect is actually that powerful." "That's nothing. I heard that the solitary sword sect's precious treasure was actually taken away by the Blood Demon sect's blood prince. How bizarre is that? The number 1 sect in the southern domain is definitely the Blood Demon sect. For great powers were defeated. Do you really think the Blood Demon sect will stop now? It won't be long now before another great war unfolds. It's too bad about all those rogue cultivators who enlisted. I heard almost all of them died." During the month, discussions raged regarding the battles between the Blood Demon sect and the 4 great powers. Soon, people began to realize that there were suddenly far fewer cultivators in the southern domain than there used to be. Heavy casualties had been sustained by 4 great powers, as well as a vast quantity of rogue cultivators. Such losses significantly reduced the overall military might of the southern domain as a whole. As the rest of the southern domain was marveling about the Blood Demon sect, the solitary sword sect was awash with misery. They had once been the most powerful sect, with 2 Tao-seeking patriarchs. Now, however, both of those patriarchs were dead. Furthermore, their sect's precious treasure now belonged to someone else. The forces that returned to the sect were less than half of the number who had left to wage war. Virtually all of their spirit-severing experts had died. Only 3 returned. As soon as the solitary sword sect's forces returned, they immediately sealed down the entire sect, activated their grand spell formation, and cut themselves off from the outside world. All of the sect members' hearts were filled with fear and even terror at the thought of reprisals from the Blood Demon sect. The Golden Frost sect was in much the same position as the Solitary Sword sect. Their patriarch had died, their Tao-seeking puppet had been destroyed, and virtually all of their spirit-severing experts had been slain. The only spirit-severing expert who remained was an elder of the Second Severing, who was now the most powerful person in the sect. Their 18 grand spell formations were activated one by one. The Golden Frost sect also chose to seal their entire sect off from the outside world. As for the Li clan, both their 3rd and 5th patriarchs were dead, and significant injuries and deaths had been inflicted on their forces. It was an incredibly heavy blow to the clan. Thankfully for the Li clan, they had existed for many years, and were able to awaken a 3rd Severing patriarch. However, he was only one person. Therefore, the Li clan also sealed its mountain ranges and all the surrounding areas. And then there was the Black Civ sect. There was no need for the Black Civ sect to seal anything. There were only a handful of disciples left alive. As for the ones who survived the war with the Blood Demon sect, they didn't return to the sect. The disciples who had been left behind to guard the sect quickly learned of the death of Sixdas and the great victory of the Blood Demon sect. Filled with terror, they all left. The once flourishing mountains of the enormous Black Civ sect were now empty. Of course, there were some rogue cultivators and small-scale sects who cast their eyes on the spiritual energy and resources within the sect. They snuck in to search for the sect's ancient records, legacies, and magical items. However, something happened that instantly turned the entire Black Civ sect into a forbidden zone that no one dared to enter. About half a month previous, a group of several hundred rogue cultivators were wandering through the Black Civ sect when suddenly, a sinister roar could be heard coming from underground, deep beneath the Black Civ sect. Then, a voice could be heard. I, the Emperor, have been sleeping for so long, and when I finally wake up, well, look at what has happened to this place. Well then, you people will be staying behind. As the voice echoed out, black fog roiled up from the ground beneath the Black Civ sect. It quickly enveloped the entire area, whereupon blood-curdling shrieks could be heard coming from the rogue cultivators inside. Not a single one was able to escape. The people who were outside of the fog fled in shock, and then spread word of what had happened. As the southern domain slipped into chaos, the Solitary Sword sect, the Golden Frost sect, and the Li clan were all sealed. There was little change in the Song clan and the Violet Fate sect. For them, things continued on as normal. They had not participated in the war with the Blood Demon sect, and therefore sustained no losses whatsoever, and maintained their previous levels of power. As time passed, more and more southern domain cultivators were trying to figure out what the Blood Demon sect would do next. Would they strike back? If they sought revenge, which sect would they move against first? In fact, quite a few cultivators lingered near the outskirts of the Blood Demon sect, awaiting the day they took action. Finally, one bright and beautiful day, beneath a cloudless sky, a beam of colorful light shot up from within the Blood Demon sect. It was not just one beam, but hundreds, then thousands, until finally tens of thousands of beams of light caused heaven and earth to tremble. Instantly, the cultivators lingering outside of the Blood Demon sect began to get excited. The Blood Demon sect is on the march. Tens of thousands of cultivators have been dispatched. There's definitely going to be a war. They're absolutely going to strike back. Otherwise, why would they marshal such an incredible force? The rogue cultivators quickly spread the news. At a sensitive time like this in the southern domain, this news about the Blood Demon sect swept across the entire land like a stormwind. The Blood Demon sect was on the move. Tens of thousands of beams of light shot through the air, with Meng Hao in the lead. His expression was grim as he whistled through the air. Shockingly, he was flanked by two figures wearing blood-colored robes, with blank expressions on their faces. They seemed barely aware of what was going on around them, but their auras were intense, that of peak Tao seeking. Behind them were the spirit-severing experts, then tens of thousands of ordinary disciples, all of them bent on revenge. They traveled in silence, and with utmost speed. Quite a few southern domain cultivators caught sight of them flying through the sky and were shocked, but then began to follow along. Gradually, more and more cultivators were following behind the Blood Demon sect. Soon, the buzz of conversation could be heard from the cultivators trailing the Blood Demon sect. The Black Civ sect. That's their target. It's the Black Civ sect. You're right. Based on the direction, the only target could be the Black Civ sect. The Black Civ sect has already fallen to pieces. Its disciples are either dead or scattered. The whole sect is in ruins. Did you forget what happened half a month ago, though? There's a fog covering the entire sect, with some mysterious danger lurking inside. Meng Hao was in the vanguard position, his expression calm, but his eyes flickering with killing intent. Many people had been wounded or killed in the fighting, and his hatred had reached such heights that retribution was absolutely necessary. As far as the Black Civ sect went, Meng Hao had long since planned to destroy it. He didn't just want to kill the disciples of the sect. He wanted to completely rip it up by the roots and erase its name from the southern domain for all time. After joining the Blood Demon sect, I have slaughtered countless enemies. Therefore, I might as well be thorough about it. A bloody glow could be seen in his eyes, and a monstrous desire to kill filled him as he pushed forward at top speed. Rumble. Several days later, the Blood Demon sect appeared as beams of light in the sky above the Black Civ sect. Shockingly, more than 100,000 additional beams of light were behind them. They were disciples from other southern domain sects, as well as rogue cultivators. They had followed the Blood Demon sect here to bear witness to the Great War. The Black Civ sect no longer looked like the place Meng Hao remembered. What he saw was a vast churning fog, completely black, that covered the 99 mountains and exuded an intense aura of death. Its coldness was palpable. Furthermore, the surroundings were caked in layer after layer of bluish ice, as if the area was experiencing a glacial winter. Meng Hao quickly blinked his right eye several times in succession, and the chi of Immortal shows the way spread out into his eye. Now when he looked at the fog, he was able to make out some more vague details. He could see the ruins of the 99 mountains, as well as a group of a few hundred people milling about in the center of them all. Their bodies were stiff, as if they existed in a state somewhere between living and dying. A black thread was attached to the head of each one of the group of several hundred. The black threads stretched down into the ground into a mass of fog deep below the surface of Earth. It was roughly 30 meters wide, and even Meng Hao's gaze couldn't pierce into it. However, Meng Hao could sense that the ball of fog emanated a Tao-seeking aura. He gave a cold snort as he rotated his cultivation base. He lifted his right hand and then pushed it down over his right eye. The full power of Immortal shows the way poured into his eye, and his pupil began to glow with a golden light. All of a sudden, it was as if a veil had been lifted from the world. He could now see clearly into the 30-meter ball of fog. He saw a platform in the shape of a lotus, upon which a man was seated cross-legged. The man wore the robe of an emperor, as well as a crown. His body was shriveled and emaciated, almost like a withered corpse. Hundreds of black threads could be seen on the ground, all of them connected to his head. Bizarrely, the threads were squirming and writhing. Behind the withered corpse was a door. The instant Meng Hao laid eyes on the corpse, its eyes opened. A green light appeared there which shot out through the mist to meet Meng Hao's gaze. "Meng Hao," said the corpse, its voice ancient and strange as it echoed back and forth. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. He did not find it strange at all that this person knew who he was. As for the hundreds of threads, Meng Hao could sense that they were being used by the withered corpse to control the hundreds of people up above. It was something similar to soul-searching. "I don't want to be your enum. Wait, your aura?" The withered corpse didn't even get halfway through its sentence before it seemed to sense something. It looked closely at Meng Hao, and then the flickering green glow in its eyes grew even more intense. "You're that demon sealer from that time years ago. Demon sealer. If I kill you, I can confirm the path to true immortality." The withered corpse suddenly shot to its feet. In that instant, the fog covering the Black Civ sect suddenly exploded out, shooting directly toward Meng Hao. Inside of the fog were hundreds of figures, all of them roaring as black mist bored into their bodies. Their cultivation bases surged, and although their eyes were blank, their faces twisted with rage. Their bodies grew several-fold, and black fur appeared on their skin. Their teeth turned into fangs, and dual horns sprung out of their heads. They no longer resembled people, but rather demons, roaring as they charged into battle. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with coldness, and he said, "Looking to die." Several hundred figures with inhuman, demonic bodies charged forward. Their speed increased dramatically, and their cultivation bases climbed higher by a whole stage. Among their number were 4 nascent soul stage cultivators who grew to an incredible and powerful level. They were now 30 meters tall, with cultivation bases similar to spirit severing. After the transformation, the weakest of the cultivators was at core formation, with most being in the nascent soul stage. The power to do such a thing could be considered top-rate for any sect or clan. It was something that no power would look down upon during a fight. In fact, an ability like this could easily change the balance of power in a battle. That was especially true for the 4 spirit-severing cultivators. Currently, the remaining Tao-seeking cultivators in the southern domain refused to show themselves. So if a spirit-severing cultivator so much as stomped his feet, it would cause a huge commotion. Meng Hao's eyes glittered, and behind him, the killing intent of the tens of thousands of blood demon sect disciples surged. They had come here for revenge. When it came to the people who had besieged and battled them, they faced either destruction or assimilation. There were only these 2 choices. Meng Hao's face was calm as he looked at the hundreds of people charging forward. He did not attack them personally. Instead, he waved his sleeve and coolly said, "Exterminate them." Immediately, roars filled the air behind him. "Die!" howled the blood demon sect disciples. Instantly, tens of thousands of cultivators unleashed divine abilities and magical techniques. In the blink of an eye, colorful ripples exploded out in all directions. Their magic was like floodwaters that swept through the air. The fog rumbled and cracked, and the hundreds of people inside were instantly shredded into a haze of blood and gore, with the exception of the 4 spirit-severing cultivators. That was the result of the combined power of tens of thousands of cultivators. The hundreds of strange, mutated cultivators that belonged to the Black Civ sect, despite being powerful enough to constitute the backbone of any sect's fighting forces, were simply incapable of withstanding even one of their attacks. Rumbling echoed out, and blood sprayed from the mouths of the 4 spirit-severing enemies who had just been raised from the nascent soul stage. However, they did not fear death, nor did they do anything to evade. Instead, they charged forward in a frenzy and then chose to self-detonate. Flames burst out on their skin, and a shocking pressure emanated out from them. Countless beams of brilliant light shone out as they prepared to blow themselves up. Meng Hao's expression remained completely the same as these 4 seemingly demonic spirit-severing cultivators detonated. It was in this moment that his second true self appeared. He raised his right hand, splayed his fingers, and pushed forward. A huge boom could be heard as the 4 demons exploded, the power of which transformed into an attack that made the fog seethe and the air split open. A multicolored mushroom cloud began to rise up, within which was flesh and blood, as well as incredible destructive power. However, the power of the mushroom cloud attack was met by Meng Hao's second true self. As he faced the expanding mushroom cloud, the second true self slowly began to close his hand into a fist. As he did, the mushroom cloud stopped expanding, and then began to shrink down. By the time the second true self's hand was fully closed into a fist, the destructive power of the self-detonation, the mushroom cloud, was completely suppressed. The second true self clenched his fist violently, and a boom could be heard. The destructive mushroom cloud suddenly faded away into nothing. The sight of this instantly roused the spirits of the blood demon sect cultivators. As for the hundreds of thousands of southern domain cultivators further back, their faces filled with astonishment, and they gasped. This clone of the blood demon sect's blood prince is so completely terrifying. The power of 4 spirit-severing cultivators' self-detonation was crushed by a single palm. No wonder the joint attack of the 4 great powers was incapable of defeating the blood demon sect. Not only that, they sealed themselves away from the world after the war was over. The blood demon sect is too powerful. In the moment that the hundreds of cultivators were defeated, the fog churned, then began to rise up. Up in midair, it transformed into an enormous beast that stood on 2 legs and resembled a black bear. It was completely ferocious in appearance. Although it had no horns, its enormous fangs were shocking. Mist swirled around it as it roared and then charged toward the blood demon sect, its eyes bright red. Shocking pressure emanated out from the mist beast, and although it did not emanate any sort of natural law, the feeling Meng Hao got from it was that of Tao seeking. As the mist condensed and formed this beast, the 99 mountains of the Black Civ sect were revealed, and at their center, a huge rift in the ground could be seen, from within which black fog emanated out. Deep within that rift was the figure that Meng Hao had seen earlier. "Left Dharma Protector, slay this mist beast," said Meng Hao coolly. To the left of him was what had once been the Golden Frost sect patriarch. His eyes were the color of blood as he unhesitatingly strode forward toward the mist beast and lifted his hand. A tiny mountain appeared, which was the Golden Frost sect's legacy precious treasure. A boom could be heard as the two clashed in battle. "Right Dharma Protector, go kill the bastard hiding in that rift." The blood clone that was formed from the Third Li clan patriarch shot forward, a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. The Li clan's legacy precious treasure, a feng shui compass, rotated around him as he headed toward the rift in the ground. Booms echoed out as Meng Hao floated in midair, declining to participate in the battle. His two-peak Dao-seeking Dharma protectors were enough to sweep across the southern domain and slaughter everything. To the Blood Demon sect, unifying the southern domain would be an extremely simple task, and that was exactly what Meng Hao intended to do. Exert incredible pressure on all the sects and clans of the southern domain, and unite the entire land. Rumbling filled the sky as the Mist Beast, incapable of standing up to the divine abilities of the Golden Frost sect patriarch, was defeated in the space of only 7 or 8 breaths. In the end, it exploded, transforming into countless streams of fog that dissipated in all directions. Underground, booming explosions rang out, followed by bellows of rage. The corpse wearing the imperial robes was now battling the Third Li clan patriarch. Currently, ripples of the peak Dao seeking stage were now emanating off of the corpse. As the two of them fought back and forth, the ground quaked, and the rift was torn open even wider. The corpse's enraged shouts grew louder, and then Meng Hao waved a finger, sending the Golden Frost sect patriarch into the rift to join the fight. Now it was 2 against 1. There was little to be suspenseful about. After enough time had passed for half an incense stick to burn, the withered corpse suffered defeat after defeat. Howling with rage and frustration, it called out, "Meng Hao, just leave. I don't care that you're a demon sealer anymore. How about we just leave each other alone? If we keep fighting this way, you might win, but one of your men will be seriously injured, maybe even killed. Let's call it quits. How about it?" "You don't care that I'm a demon sealer?" said Meng Hao coolly. "Well, I do." His second true self's eyes glittered as he took a step forward, then suddenly teleported into the rift. In the blink of an eye, more thunderous explosions could be heard from inside. The withered corpse let out an exclamation of shock. The ground quaked, and more rifts snaked out across the land. Even some of the mountains began to crumble. The entire Black Civ sect was in a horrible state. Mountains were toppling, and the land was being torn apart. Grand palaces and other buildings that had just recently been rebuilt were now falling to pieces. A huge crater then appeared, which began to swallow up the 99 mountains. 4 beams of light shot up from within it, 1 up ahead, 3 following. The withered corpse was in the lead, blood streaming from his mouth, his entire body in tattered and wounded. His expression was one of astonishment as he fled. Behind him were Meng Hao's second true self and 2 Dharma protectors. The 3 combined their attacks to shocking effect, making it impossible for the withered corpse to flee. He was sent tumbling through the air, whereupon the second true self appeared off to the side, wooden time sword shining brightly. The withered corpse was terrified in the extreme. As the 3 closed in, the withered corpse's eyes suddenly filled with madness. He lifted his right hand up and then tore open a hole in his chest, revealing his withered innards. In the same location as his heart, shockingly, there was a tiny black imp. The pitch-black imp had 3 eyes, no nose and a wide mouth, and it appeared to have grown up along with the heart itself. His 3 eyes opened to reveal a bizarre glow. It immediately flew out into the air, after which the withered corpse trembled. All of the life force seemed to have been sucked out of it, and it died. As the withered corpse died, the imp shot up into the sky. It hovered there, looking down coldly at Meng Hao, its eyes filled with grimness and hatred. Apparently, it was committing Meng Hao's image to memory. This development caused Meng Hao to gape in shock. The surrounding cultivators were also astonished. Who would ever have thought that hidden inside of the withered corpse was something as bizarre as this imp? "Demon Sealer," said the imp, its voice high-pitched. "As Emperor, I will never forget this. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay. For now, I'm leaving, and nobody can stop me." With that, it looked up, apparently preparing to shoot up into the starry sky. The left and right Dharma protectors unleashed divine abilities to obstruct its way. However, the pitch-black imp smiled mockingly, and did nothing to evade the divine abilities. Instead, he shot directly through them and sustained no damage in the process. Meng Hao's second true self gave a cold snort and then attacked. Magical symbols formed into the shape of a parasol, which emanated brilliant light. The imp's pupils constricted, and it let out a piercing shriek. Suddenly, massive quantities of black fog poured out from it and shot toward the parasol. A boom rang out as the parasol of magical symbols collapsed into pieces. The imp's fog was melted, leaving it visibly weakened. However, it was now high in the sky. It glanced back at Meng Hao and then turned to fly away. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he experienced a menacing sensation. He wasn't sure where this pitch-black imp came from, but there was something about it that filled him with a feeling of grave crisis. "I can't let him escape," he thought. His right hand shot up into the air, and he waved his finger toward the imp. "Eighth Demon Sealing Hex." Boom! The imp suddenly shuddered to a stop. However, it took only a moment of struggling to free itself. Its piercing voice rang out again. "You want to hex me? Your cultivation base isn't strong enough." Seeing that his opponent was about to disappear, Meng Hao took a deep breath and then calmed himself. He stretched out his right hand toward the sky and then made a chopping motion. His mind was now devoid of everything except for karma. Seventh Demon Sealing Hex. Hex of Karma. Karmic hexing had been bestowed upon him by Patriarch Blood Demon when he reached the 4th level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic. It was a hexing magic that belonged solely to the Demon Sealers, and was something that only Demon Sealers could learn and utilize. Meng Hao had long since achieved internal enlightenment regarding the magic. However, after testing it out, he found that he was unable to successfully cast it consistently. Now that he saw the pitch-black imp fleeing, coldness filled his eyes and he immediately unleashed the magic. When he raised his hand and then chopped it down, the entire world seemed to grind to a halt. He was now able to see innumerable silk-like threads attached to everyone. They were wrapped and twined together as they spread out into the air to connect to everything else in the world. This was not the first time Meng Hao had seen something like this. The karmic severing of the Ji clan invoked a similar sight. However, Meng Hao was a demon sealer, so he would not sever karma, he would hex it. Karmic severing was, of course, a severing, whereas karmic hexing was a type of sealing. Severing someone's karma with karmic severing would result in their complete and utter death. It didn't matter if the victim had numerous clones. Any memories that existed of the victim in anyone's mind would be blotted out. By erasing the image of the person in everyone's mind, even if that person still lived on somewhere, they would be dead. Such a fearsome Taoist magic was a fundamental magic of the Ji clan, and in fact, could be considered the most powerful art in the 9th mountain. The reason being, of course, that the heavens of the 9th mountain was none other than Ji Tian. As for Meng Hao, his karmic hexing was simply stated using karma as a hex. Could use your own karma to seal you. The more karma you possessed, the more powerful the sealing. It didn't matter if you were a human, immortal, or some other powerful being. As long as you had karma, you could be sealed. At first glance, it did not seem to be as domineering as the Ji clan's art. In reality, though, severing something was as simple as wielding a sharp blade. To seal someone with karma, however, required controlling karma itself and therefore a deep understanding of it. The Ji clan's karmic annihilation had been cultivated to the ultimate degree, but definitely could not be used to control karma. The Ji clan cultivated a blade with which to sever karma, whereas the demon sealers controlled it. With a single word, they could break the karmic connection itself. The two arts were on completely different level. The power of karmic hexing was enough to shake the heavens. It was like the 8th demon sealing hex, one of the 8 great demon sealing hexes. Only such a peerless Taoist magic was worthy to be among those created by the successive generations of demon sealers. Furthermore, it was only by creating such an individualized hex that someone could truly be considered a demon sealer. I wonder what my own personal hex, the 9th demon sealing hex, will be like. Meng Hao murmured to himself. His eyes were now blank as he looked up into the sky at the pitch-black imp. He saw the innumerable karma threads attached to the thing, and then he saw them suddenly twisting and distorting as they entangled the pitch-black imp. "No!" screamed the imp. "The 7th hex is the 7th hex. The 7th generation demon sealer has already perished. His hexing magic was lost. How could someone in this world be using it? Impossible. I can't accept this. There's only one 60-year cycle left." The pitch-black imp struggled, but the only result was that it became more entangled. Within the space of a few short breaths, it was completely wrapped up. Escape was virtually impossible. Of course, everyone who was watching saw something very different than what Meng Hao saw. They could not see the karma threads. They only saw Meng Hao point, and in response, the pitch-black imp suddenly stopped in midair. It seemed to be struggling, as if its body weren't under its own control anymore. Then it began to move backward, toward Meng Hao. After only a moment, it was back in front of Meng Hao and then on the palm of his hand. Everyone gaped as Meng Hao casually put the imp in his bag of holding. Gasps could be heard from all directions. The Blood Demon sect disciples took it much more in stride. After all, they were used to Meng Hao's enigmatic unpredictability. However, the hundreds of thousands of rogue cultivators were flabbergasted. Was that a sealing? But I didn't sense any ripples or signs of sealing magic. It was like that pitch-black imp flew over of its own accord. This blood prince of the Blood Demon sect. Meng Hao, he's beyond comprehension. The Black Civ sect was now completely destroyed. The only thing that remained was a crater. The mountains were crumbled, and the once glorious sect now existed only in minds of those who remembered it. All that was left of this shattered and barren land was the unceasing rotation of the heavens above. A great sect that had existed for 10,000 years was now nothing more than wreckage and ruins. Gone. Completely gone. The surrounding rogue cultivators looked down silently at what used to be the Black Civ sect, and gradually began to sigh to themselves. Meng Hao hovered in midair, looking down at the ruins of the Black Civ sect, and thought back to the first time he had come here. He also thought about when he came here as Fang Mu, and then the third time he came for Su Qing. After a long moment, he shook his head. He was just about to leave when he stopped in place. He looked back down at the ruins, and then a strange light began to shine in his eyes. "It seems I forgot about something," he murmured. His eyes glittered as he thought back to the first time he had come to the Black Civ sect and the ancient blessed land. It was there that he encountered the vexatious meat jelly. It was also where he saw that ancient cauldron. It was an enormous cauldron that was square on the outside and circular on the inside. It was cracked and contained infinite lightning inside, as well as several enormous statues which bore the surnames of various ancestors from ancient times. In the very center of the statues was an inner cauldron that was round on the outside and square on the inside. Inside of that cauldron was the precious treasure of an incredibly ancient, almighty being. Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and he decided not to leave. Instead, he disappeared in a flash toward the enormous fissure in the ground. He had just recalled that the withered corpse had been sitting cross-legged in front of a door. His second true self took the lead into the fissure. They sped downward and quickly landed on the lotus-shaped platform, directly in front of the doorway, which exuded an ancient and primordial aura. Meng Hao hesitated for a moment as he looked at the door. Heart trembling, he sent his second true self ahead to enter. After a moment, Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and his divine sense that existed in his second true self allowed him to see everything that his second true self was seeing. Without hesitating, he stepped into the door. Rumble. Everything twisted, distorted, and turned blurry. When things became clear again, Meng Hao appeared in that same world that he had come to before, the ancient blessed land. Because of his familiarity with the place, he was able to see that things were quite different than they had been before. Everything was still and quiet. There were no trees or grass, and everything was black. There were still mountains visible, but they had black iron chains wrapped around them. The entire world almost seemed to be an enormous spell formation. That pitch-black imp was guarding this door, he thought. So it must have some connection to all this blackness. He flew up into the air and, based on what he remembered of the place, headed in the direction of the enormous cauldron. As he sped over the land, he was shocked to see that roughly 70% of the entire place was pitch black. The other 30% was gradually changing. Based on the speed with which it was occurring, it would probably take about 1 60-year cycle or less for the entire place to turn black. As he studied the land below, and an expression of reminiscence appeared as he recalled reuniting with Su Qing for the first time in this place. After a while he sighed. Enough time passed for an incense stick to burn before he arrived in a location that had not been covered over by the blackness. The same teleportation portal as before was still operational. Considering Meng Hao's current cultivation base and experience, he only had to look at it for a moment before determining how to operate it. He produced a spirit stone which he placed on the surface. Immediately, the glow of teleportation rose up, and Meng Hao faded away. When he reappeared, he was near the location of the enormous cauldron. He could hear the shocking rumble of thunder, and off in the distance he could see an enormous, bronze cauldron. As he looked at the cauldron, he recalled the visions he had experienced, of an almighty being who had refused to capitulate when the Ji ancestor assumed control of the ninth mountain, and had used the cauldron to try to bolt from under the Ji heavens. His decision was the same as that of the legendary World Tree. However, in the end, the World Tree had exploded amid the starry sky. As for that almighty being, after the cauldron was broken open, he was apparently eradicated in form and spirit. The only thing that remained behind was this shocking cauldron. Perhaps to Lord Ji, the cauldron and its heaven-murdering will were useless. Perhaps there was another reason why he didn't take it for himself. In any case, to other people, the cauldron would definitely be considered a precious treasure. Meng Hao took a deep breath and headed forward. As he neared the enormous bronze cauldron, the sound of lightning grew louder and more frequent. Blue lightning bolts fell relentlessly, transforming the entire area into a sea of lightning. Shockingly, some of the lightning bolts were even black. About 3,000 meters away from the cauldron, Meng Hao stopped. When I came here with Han Bei and the others, we waited until the lightning was at its weakest before daring to go in. But now, I'm quite different than I was back then. Eyes glittering, Meng Hao strode forward into the lightning. Countless bolts of lightning fell, and at the same time, an ancient, domineering voice resounded out from within the cauldron. Halt! In conjunction with the voice, the lightning fell with increased intensity. It transformed into something almost like a sheet that covered everything in all directions. I have some fuzzy recollections of you, the voice continued, echoing amidst the thunder with might like that of the heavens. You shouldn't be here. Leave immediately. If you take even a single step forward, a tribulation of fire and lightning will descend, and you will most certainly die. Meng Hao stopped in place and then called out, Senior, you must be the spirit of this treasured cauldron. The ancient voice did not speak again, and the lightning and thunder grew more intense. However, a path through the lightning appeared behind Meng Hao. Apparently Meng Hao was being given a message. The only path for him was the one that left this place. He took a deep breath and then said, Senior, I've come here today for one purpose. I wish to take this cauldron away from here. Senior, could you please explain how to do so? After a long moment, the ancient voice could be heard once again. This time, its tone was colder than before, and even filled with a touch of disdain. All you have to do is approach the cauldron and brand it with your divine sense. Then you can take it away. Hearing this, Meng Hao immediately picked up on the unstated implication. You're not the cauldron's spirit? Of course I'm not. The first time he came here, he would never have dared to even open his mouth, let alone directly ask the question he just had. Back then, his cultivation base was simply too low, and it was only by lucky coincidence that he was even able to come here in the first place. Now, though, he was a second severing cultivator with a second true self that was at the peak of Tao seeking. In the current age in which immortals were incredibly rare in the lands of South Heaven, the peak of Tao seeking fully deserved to be called the pinnacle level of power. Meng Hao really was on the same pedestal as the most powerful experts of South Heaven. And that was not speaking of the southern domain but planet South Heaven as a whole. Meng Hao looked calmly at the endless sheets of lightning between him and the bronze cauldron, then stepped forward. As soon as he entered the lightning, he was surrounded by shocking rumbling sounds. Endless amounts of lightning shot toward him. Smacking sounds echoed out as the lightning bolts slammed onto him. They were like writhing white snakes that, from a distance, looks almost like a tempest that surrounded Meng Hao. He proceeded forward slowly, but every step was taken firmly and stably. Soon, he had advanced by 10 measures, each measure being roughly 3 meters. The rumbling grew more shocking and intense, and the lightning bolts more numerous. The pressure was intense, and even Meng Hao couldn't help but frown after passing 20 measures. He felt his body spasming, and knew that he could proceed forward. However, based on his calculations, after 300 measures, he would be able to proceed no further. The ancient voice once again rang out, filled with coldness. You are currently 1,000 measures away from the cauldron. Based on your level of strength, the most you can reach is 300 measures. The sensible thing would be to give up now. If you do something completely moronic, then you will either end up dead or seriously wounded. Actually, said Meng Hao coolly, if I really wish to traverse this path of lightning, well, it's not that difficult of a thing. He waved his sleeve, and the air behind him rippled. In the blink of an eye, his second true self stepped forward to stand next to Meng Hao. Lighting fell around them, but the second true self wasn't harmed in the least bit. In fact, neither its hair nor even the edges of its garments were even stirred. HNHH. Within the huge cauldron, the ancient voice seemed momentarily struck speechless. The soul of an immortal, it then exclaimed. In conjunction with the words, the lightning in the area grew even more shocking. Suddenly, the lightning merged together to form a man, who hovered in midair. He was an old man with indistinguishable features. Only his outline was visible, but based on his appearance he seemed to be the lord of the lighting here. He emanated a shocking pressure, and seemed to be able to wield shocking power. No, not the soul of an immortal, murmured the old man. It's a clone, and yet also not a clone. This is a fleshly body created with some secret art, raised to a pinnacle of power, after which the soul of a true immortal was inserted into it. When Meng Hao heard the old man's musings, his eyes went wide. Clearly, the old man could pick up on various clues to piece together the truth. False immortals are common, but true immortals are very rare. With this immortal clone, you definitely qualify to take the cauldron. However, the cauldron itself has no soul. Whoever touches it for the first time will find part of their soul extracted to become the essence of the cauldron spirit. Are you sure that you want your immortal clone to touch the cauldron? The old man gazed steadily at Meng Hao. Meng Hao frowned slightly and muttered to himself for a bit. According to what the old man said, if his second true self touched the cauldron, then part of his soul would be split away. That meant the cauldron would not belong to Meng Hao, but to the true immortal's soul. Furthermore, that meant that although he would most likely be able to use the cauldron, it wouldn't be his. This old guy is pretty mysterious, thought Meng Hao. Regardless of what he says, I can't trust him completely. After some more thought, he looked down at his right arm, and the lightning dancing back and forth across it. Occasionally, lightning would be absorbed into his arm, which gave rise to a tickling sensation. From the look of it, his right arm was actually strong enough to absorb the lightning. Meng Hao's eyes suddenly began to glitter. My 9 heavens treasured body seal needs to absorb vast quantities of magical items. Could it be that I can actually absorb the lightning from this place? Heart pounding, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a moment. When they opened, his 9 heavens treasured body seal was fully rotating. As soon as he employed the art, The lightning around him acted as if it had suddenly found a drain to pour down, as if his body was a black hole. In the blink of an eye, all of the lightning began to fall directly onto Meng Hao. Apparently, Meng Hao was able to consume it all. He trembled as pain stabbed through him. The 9 heavens treasured body seal really was absorbing the lightning, which flowed through his body, merging into it. Enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, and he trembled the entire time. Then his eyes began to glow with an intense light. I'm a bit stronger, he thought. About as much as I would be by absorbing a few dozen spirit-severing treasures. He took a deep breath as he realized that this place would be extremely dangerous to anyone except to someone who cultivated the 9 heavens treasured body seal. To him, this place was a location of incredible good fortune. Meng Hao immediately sent his second true self back to its original position, then looked up at the old man formed from lightning. "Senior, I think I will make an attempt alone," he said. With that, he stepped forward into the rumbling. Lightning fell, and Meng Hao's body trembled. The 9 heavens treasured body seal spun into action once again, and the lightning was absorbed. The pain he felt as the lightning danced through his flesh and blood made him shiver. However, his eyes shone with persistence. Enduring the pain, he continued onward, one measure at a time until he reached 100. 100 measures was 300 meters. There was now more lightning, falling in vast sheets. Meng Hao was completely submerged in it, and from a distance he was barely even visible. Within the lightning, the power of the 9 heavens treasured body seal flowed through him. His fleshly body writhed as the lightning danced. It bored into him over and over again, and as it did, he could clearly sense his fleshly body becoming stronger and more powerful. Before, his fleshly body was already at the absolute pinnacle of spirit severing. All he needed was to push it forward a single step and it would be in Tao seeking. I must take advantage of this opportunity, he thought, his eyes flickering as he continued onward. Up in the sky, the old man made of lighting watched on with an expression that only continued to grow more serious. A brilliant glow began to flicker in his eyes. Clearly he had noticed that there was less lightning in the area. Although it was only a small reduction, it was something that he had never experienced in all the countless years he had been here. So, he can absorb lightning? He thought, shocked. And not even normal lightning at that. Tribulation lightning. He can absorb it and use it to strengthen his fleshly body. What technique does he cultivate to be able to do something like that? Don't tell me. It's one of those legendary heaven-defying fleshly body Taoist magics. By this point, Meng Hao had already traveled to the 900-meter mark. Lightning crashed down onto him the entire time, and he was surrounded by the booming of lightning. It was as if countless silver spikes were being stabbed into him non-stop. Even using the expression 10,000 arrows piercing the heart would not be an exaggeration. The pain was so intense that Meng Hao's vision began to grow dark. Despite being completely surrounded by bright, resplendent lightning, all he could see was darkness. He quickly bit the tip of his tongue, causing himself to regain a bit of clarity. Spitting out the blood, he proceeded forward. Rumble. 1,500 meters. Meng Hao raised his head up and roared. His right arm had now fully broken through from spirit severing to Tao seeking. As for the rest of his body, it was now pushing the very borders of the limits of spirit severing. The lightning in the area had previously spread out for 3,000 meters. But Meng Hao had absorbed a lot of it, and now it only stretched for 2,500 meters. The reduction only went faster after his right arm reached Tao seeking. The 2,500 meters quickly shrank down to only 2,000 meters. Excited, Meng Hao gritted his teeth and pushed forward. He soon reached the 1,800-meter mark. 2,000 meters. An incredible rumbling could be heard as his left arm broke through to the fleshly body of Tao seeking. 2,500 meters. Both legs radiated the aura of natural law, as if they were now connected in some bizarre way to heaven and earth. Both of them were now in Tao seeking. 2,750 meters. Meng Hao was panting as the lightning around him suddenly shrank down to only 1,000 meters. It was at this point that the black lightning bolts smashed down toward him with incredible destructive power. He looked up, his eyes bright red, and allowed the black lightning to slam into him. As soon as the black lightning bolts merged into him, cracking sounds could be heard. Tears instantly spread out across his skin. It almost appeared that he would be incapable of withstanding the lightning and would fall to pieces. Next, though, his eternal stratum kicked in, and the wounds healed. Intense pain surged through him, the likes of which he had never felt before. He couldn't hold back from letting out an anguished howl. Even as he did, rumbling filled his body. It was not the sound of him collapsing into pieces, but rather, the shocking rumbling of an incredibly powerful Tao-seeking fleshly body. His limbs and torso all broke through from spirit severing into Tao-seeking. Only his head remained as a weak spot and the most difficult area to strengthen. Meng Hao took a deep breath and then pushed onward. 2,800 meters. 2,850 meters. 2,900 meters. His head felt as if it were being crushed down upon by the heavens. Countless lightning bolts danced across him, and the 9 heavens treasured body seal rotated rapidly. 2,950 meters. 2,999 meters. Finally, 3,000 meters. The bronze cauldron was directly in front of Meng Hao. He stood there trembling, surrounded by a mere 300-meter area of lightning. Surrounded by the boundless lightning, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and then slowly began to lift his hand. Gritting his teeth, he slapped his palm down onto the surface of the bronze cauldron. The huge cauldron began to thrum, and the 300-meter area of lightning instantly condensed down onto Meng Hao. Boom! From now on, you belong to me, said Meng Hao, his voice quavering out from within the lightning. Rumble! The lightning in the 300-meter area rushed toward Meng Hao, thoroughly enveloping him. The lightning elder up in midair watched Meng Hao's actions with sparkling eyes. By this point, he was thoroughly shaken. It was then that, all of a sudden, the enormous bronze cauldron began to shudder. Within the lightning, Meng Hao seemed on the verge of being torn to pieces. His skin was ripped and torn, and was clearly on the verge of exploding. It was at that point, when he was almost about to explode, that natural law descended and swirled around his head. Now, every inch of Meng Hao's person was completely in Tao-seeking. This was a Tao-seeking fleshly body. This Tao-seeking was not as obvious as a Tao-seeking cultivation base. The influence it had on natural law was not very intense. However, from this moment on, Meng Hao's body was truly like a Tao-seeking treasure. At this point, he could close his eyes and allow any spirit-severing cultivator to attack him at will, and it wouldn't harm his body in the least bit. In fact, in all the lands of South Heaven you would be as likely to find a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn as you would to find someone with a fleshly body comparable to Meng Hao's. Not even in the Ji clan could someone like that be found. This was an extremely powerful fleshly body. Meng Hao lifted his head back and roared. In a short moment, all of the lightning in the area was sucked into his body. It disappeared without leaving behind even the tiniest trace. Meng Hao flew up into the air, and although no lightning could be seen on him, if you looked deep into his eyes, you would be able to sense amorphous lightning deep within. As he hovered there in midair, he cast his senses throughout his body, and could feel how terrifyingly powerful it was. He could even sense some of the natural law of heaven and earth. Because this was an ancient blessed land, the natural law in this place was different from that of South Heaven. Therefore his aura was now a bit more primordial and chaotic than before. It seemed ancient, filled with the passage of years, and the air he let off was one of boundless time. He took a deep breath and then looked back down at the enormous bronze cauldron, and his eyes flashed. Moments ago, when he had placed his hand onto the cauldron, he had felt a bit of his soul detaching and entering the cauldron. As he looked at it now, he could sense some vague, mysterious connection to it. "Rise," he said, raising his hand aloft. Rumble. The enormous bronze cauldron trembled. Creaking sounds could be heard, and fissures spread across the surrounding terrain, as it slowly rose up into the air, causing vast amounts of dust to spread out in all directions like a cloud. As the cauldron rose into the air, its primordial, ancient aura became more and more similar to Meng Hao's. The sight of it caused the old man hovering in midair to gasp. He looked deeply at Meng Hao, then glanced down at the second true self standing not far away. "I am not the spirit of the cauldron," he said lightly. "However, I am its guardian. The truly valuable thing about this treasure is the inner cauldron, which is mysterious in origin. As for the outer cauldron, my master forged it. Now it belongs to you. Since you have acquired it, it means you are tied to it by destiny. Time will tell whether or not you can use the cauldron to achieve the same glory that my master did. Now that you have obtained the cauldron, my mission is accomplished." His eyes began to grow dim, and his body started to fade away. His voice cool, he continued, "I should have perished long ago. That year, I was the lone survivor of the tribulation lightning, and my soul did not disperse. Now that my mission is complete, I can experience rebirth. I will travel to the underworld of the fourth mountain and be reincarnated, be born once again as a human. Years from now, perhaps you and I will meet again on the road to immortality." He continued to fade away until he was nothing more than dots of light, which began to fly up into the sky, then disappeared. Meng Hao looked in the direction the old man had departed to. He wasn't sure who he was, but he couldn't help but think of the tall man he had seen in the vision all those years ago. For a moment, the two of them had seemed quite similar. After a moment of thought, Meng Hao looked back at the enormous cauldron. "Shrink," he commanded. The huge cauldron thrummed, and then began to shrink. When it was the size of a hand, it floated down to rest on Meng Hao's palm. As soon as it touched him, lightning surged out from Meng Hao, and he was immersed in electricity. Within the lightning, Meng Hao's body trembled, and he was able to sense some of the remarkable abilities of the bronze cauldron. It seemed as if this knowledge had suddenly popped into his mind automatically as soon as he touched the cauldron. Form, displacement, transposition. He gaped for a moment, then suddenly pushed down on the cauldron and looked over at his second true self. In that instant, everything suddenly went blurry for a moment. When he could see clearly again, he was shocked to discover that he was still holding the cauldron, but was now down on the ground where his second true self had just been standing. As for his second true self, he was hovering in midair where Meng Hao had just been. "Incredible!" he thought, his eyes going wide. Panting, he looked down at the lightning cauldron, and his eyes shone with a strange light. He could immediately tell that this cauldron would be extremely useful in magical combat. In fact, its usefulness wouldn't be limited to battle. He could use it in many circumstances. It truly was heaven-defying. It has other abilities too, he thought. It can unleash lightning, and is also incredibly heavy, capable of carrying out true crushing. Furthermore, it was created in ancient times. The sturdiness of the materials used make it as such that other magical items can't even compare. His eyes flickered as he suddenly thought of the statues inside the lightning cauldron, as well as the inner cauldron. "This is truly a precious treasure," he thought, breathing heavily. He put the lightning cauldron into his bag of holding, then flew up into the air. Together with his second true self, he shot off into the distance. Moments later, he teleported out of the ancient blessed land and found himself once again on the lotus-shaped platform deep in the recesses of the former Black Civ sect. The door was no longer operational and broke into tiny pieces, which then vanished. Meng Hao glanced back at the disappearing door, then shot up out from within the earth. The Blood Demon sect disciples were waiting outside, and when they caught sight of Meng Hao, they clasped hands and bowed. "Blood Prince, we welcome you back with deep respect." The two Iron-Blood patriarchs could sense that there was something different about Meng Hao, although they weren't sure exactly what it was. As for the Golden Frost sect patriarch and the Thirdly Clan patriarch, they were now blood clone puppets and had no way to tell. When it came to the hundreds of thousands of rogue cultivators, not a single one could pick up on even the slightest clue. All they could tell was that Meng Hao somehow seemed stronger and more ancient. "The Black Civ sect is destroyed," declared Meng Hao, looking around at the crowds of people. "Next is the Solitary Sword sect. The Solitary Sword Sect. The forces of the Blood Demon sect flickered with killing intent, and their desire to slaughter burned like wildfire. The hundreds of thousands of rogue cultivators were also getting excited. He's actually going to completely wipe out the 4 powers who allied against him. If the Blood Demon sect does that, then they really will unite the southern domain. Even as the hundreds of thousands of rogue cultivators expressed their shock. A glow like that of lightning appeared beneath Meng Hao's feet, and he shot off into the distance, followed by countless beams of light that were the Blood Demon sect disciples. Several days later, the sky outside the Solitary Sword sect began to rumble. The clouds collapsed as a mighty gale-force wind swept through the area. A storm seemed to be gathering above the Solitary Sword sect. The sect was completely sealed up. Disciples inside were not permitted to leave, and the entire sect was poised as if to face a mortal enemy. Everything was sealed to protect against reprisals from the Blood Demon sect. The mood in the Solitary Sword sect was gloomy and distressed. Everyone was nervous. There were only a few tens of thousands of disciples left, and all of them were on edge. The sect's Tao-seeking patriarch was dead, and the strongest people in the entire sect were their 3 spirit-severing cultivators, including Sir Jian. When they saw the beams of light flying through the air that were the Blood Demon sect, they knew that they could do nothing to fight back. They could only hope that their grand spell formation, designed to protect the sect, would be able to stand up to the revenge-bent Blood Demon sect. The air outside the sect rippled as tens of thousands of beams of light approached. Meng Hao was in the vanguard position, and the murderous air around him was thick. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he glanced over the Solitary Sword sect. In this part of the southern domain, the mountains stuck straight up like swords. In the middle of the sect was a shocking mountain surrounded by thin mist. Looking through the mist at the sect, it appeared to be completely bleak and desolate. Although the mist appeared to be thin, it was actually the first spell formation of the Solitary Sword sect's grand spell formation. The Blood Demon sect disciples behind Meng Hao joined their voices together into a raging sound that boomed like waves through the Solitary Sword sect. Surrender or die. There was no response. However, the thin mist that surrounded the Solitary Sword sect began to spin, transforming into numerous swirling dragons. The dragons rapidly merged together, shockingly forming an enormous sword dragon. The dragon was lizard-like and gigantic enough to cover the entire sect. Its back was covered with innumerable great swords that stuck up like needles. It was green and shocking to the extreme. As soon as it appeared, it raised its head up and roared at Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with coldness. He slapped his bag of holding with his right hand, and the lightning cauldron flew out. It thrummed, expanding rapidly until it was the size of a mountain. Endless bolts of lightning shot out from it, causing the entire sky to become a world of lightning. A shocking pressure weighed down, and the sight of the cauldron caused Sir Jian and the other 2 spirit-severing patriarchs to become extremely nervous. As for the other disciples, they were shocked to the core. However, there was one man off in a far corner of the sect who did not seem nervous at all. He looked almost like an old man, but was in fact middle-aged. He had a stubbly beard and looked lonely. Although he was a Solitary Sword sect disciple, he wore no sword at his side. The only thing he had was a flagon of alcohol from which he drank. He stared at what first seemed like an ordinary boulder that rested a bit further up the mountain from him. However, upon closer inspection, a person was visible inside the boulder. That same person existed for all eternity in his heart. "Junior brother," the man said. "Kill them. Kill everyone in the Solitary Sword sect. Avenge my master, and pay for my crimes." With a bitter smile, he took another long swig of alcohol. As the shocking lightning cauldron expanded in size, more and more lightning appeared, causing everything to tremble. The Blood Demon sect disciples, as well as the hundreds of thousands of rogue cultivators that came to observe, were all flabbergasted. They looked on in awe as the lightning cauldron sped toward the Solitary Sword sect's sword dragon. "Rumble! Stand firm!" roared Sir Jian. "All disciples, pour full energy into the spell formation. cried another of the 3 solitary sword sect patriarchs. Tens of thousands of disciples gritted their teeth and poured all of their energy into the spell formation. Instantly, the sword dragon looked even more corporeal than before. Everyone watched as the lightning cauldron descended toward the sword dragon, which roared and then charged up to meet the lightning cauldron in midair. Shocking booming sounds rang out. Gasps rang out in all directions when the sword dragon slammed into the lightning cauldron, only to begin to shatter into pieces. It was incapable of standing up to the lightning cauldron in even the slightest capacity, and its entire body collapsed into fragments in only the blink of an eye. It was destroyed as easily as crushing dry weeds. The lightning cauldron crushed the sword dragon amidst incredible rumbling sounds, then struck the solitary sword sect's spell formation head-on. Ripples spread out through the air, and from the perspective of cultivators on the outside, the solitary sword sect distorted and looked as though it might be ripped apart at any moment. Inside the sect, the 3 patriarchs trembled and coughed up blood. As for the tens of thousands of solitary sword sect disciples, they also trembled, and their faces were pale as they spit up mouthfuls of blood. "Second spell formation!" cried Sir Jian, his voice echoing throughout the sect. Immediately, tens of thousands of disciples produced medicinal pills to consume. They knew deep in their hearts that this battle would determine whether the solitary sword sect survived or was destroyed. If their spell formation could hold, then they would be able to continue unsealed in their mountain. If it could not hold, then that meant the solitary sword sect would be wiped away from the southern domain. Of course, there was also the possibility of surrender. As the forces of the solitary sword sect unleashed the full scope of their power, countless sword beams appeared from within the ground, the mountains, and the buildings. From every corner of the sect, there were more than 100,000 of them, and they flew out to circulate around the entire sect, like a tempest. As the tempest raged, the swords began to merge together, forming the shocking image of a gigantic great sword. It was more than 30,000 meters long, and the entire solitary sword sect fit inside of it. It was essentially a sword-shaped shield. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he gestured out into the air. The lightning cauldron shrank down and returned to him. When it touched down onto his palm, he was instantly surrounded by lightning. "Break that formation," he said coolly. The Golden Frost sect patriarch and the Thirdly clan patriarch immediately charged ahead. As they neared the sword shield, they waved their hands, causing peak Dao seeking cultivation base power to explode out. Booms echoed as tens of thousands of Blood Demon sect disciples also sent out attacks. Divine abilities and magical techniques descended like rainfall, slamming into the solitary sword sect's grand spell formation. Meng Hao sent his thoughts out to control his second true self, who suddenly appeared along with the wooden time sword, and then immediately shot into the fray. The combined power of tens of thousands of cultivators, which included 3 peak Dao seeking cultivation bases, slammed into the spell formation. Instantly, the solitary sword sect's great sword shuddered, and then began to crack. Meng Hao hovered in midair, watching the scene coldly. Booms filled the air for an entire hour, after which the solitary sword sect's greatsword could not hold out any longer. Many of the swords which made up the sword formation began to collapse. Once the spell formation was no longer complete, its demise could only hasten. In the end, a huge explosion occurred, in which the spell formation was breached. The flying swords were shattered, sending shrapnel flying about. The solitary sword sect's grand spell formation now had a huge gap torn into it, visible through which was the true solitary sword sect. Tens of thousands of pale-faced disciples could be seen, as well as the 3 despairing spirit-severing patriarchs. Boom! Meng Hao's second true self entered the gap. Eyes flashing, he stretched his hands out to the left and right, causing cracking sounds to echo about. The gap was torn even larger, until the spell formation was completely destroyed. At the same time, the Blood Demon sect disciples charged in like a cloud of blood, ready to slaughter the entire solitary sword sect. In their despair, the solitary sword sect disciples could not even muster the will to resist. It was impossible to say who did it first, but they all began to drop to their knees and kowtow. "Surrender!" I want to surrender. We surrender. Of the three ashen-faced spirit-severing experts, two laughed bitterly and were just about to voice their own surrender, when suddenly Sir Jian's eyes flickered. He quickly performed a minor teleportation, reappearing some distance off next to the middle-aged man with no sword and a flagon of alcohol. As soon as he reappeared, his hand snaked out and latched onto the top of the man's head. Sir Jian's eyes filled with insanity and savagery. Meng Hao! He screamed. This is your elder brother from the Reliance sect, Chun Fan. I know he's your close friend, so if you dare to make a single move, I'll kill him, even if it means I die too. This development caused the Blood Demon sect disciples to stop in their tracks and look coldly over at Sir Jian. Even the Solitary Sword sect disciples gaped in shock. None of them looked happy in the least bit and, in fact, their faces went as pale as death. This was especially true of the two other spirit-severing patriarchs, who were completely caught off guard. They knew that they were no match for the Blood Demon sect. Their failed attempt to fight back moments ago was clear evidence of that. Surrender was their only option. And yet, Sir Jian suddenly pulled this trick, dragging the entire Solitary Sword sect along with him in provoking the jinx Meng Hao. The two patriarchs' faces instantly fell. Sir Jian, you must not do this. Sir Jian, you... Sir Jian's expression grew even more vicious. He glared down at Chun Fan's head for a moment, then back toward the Blood Demon sect forces, and Meng Hao. Meng Hao, give me the Solitary Sword sect's immortal puppet. All I want is the immortal puppet. Once I have it in hand, I won't harm a hair on Chun Fan's head. When Meng Hao first laid eyes on Chun Fan again back at the ancient Dao Lakes, he could tell that he was in a bad situation. He had wanted to help, but could tell that Chun Fan was already dead inside. He had actually come to the Solitary Sword sect this day for two purposes. One was vengeance for the Blood Demon sect. The other was his concern for Chun Fan. Are you insane? Replied Meng Hao, his face grim. So what if I'm insane? Sir Jian roared back, his eyes bloodshot. I just want the immortal puppet. Hand it over, and I'll let him go. Chun Fan's face was pale as he looked over at Meng Hao. He said nothing, but he was smiling. It was the same smile he had worn when he had reunited with Meng Hao all those years ago in the Southern Domain. Junior brother, you've grown up. That was what he had said all those years ago. Now he wore the same smile, and Meng Hao could almost sense the same high-spirited senior brother he remembered from the Reliance sect. The same Chun Fan who was so focused on pursuing the Tao. Seemingly in a flash, hundreds of years had passed, and Chun Fan had changed. The one thing that remained were the emotions forged between them back in the Reliance sect. Meng Hao, said Sir Jian, his eyes filled with maliciousness. You might be high and mighty now, but your elder brother's life has been filled with bitterness. When he saw the grim look on Meng Hao's face, he relaxed a bit. At first, he was worried Meng Hao wouldn't care about whether Chun Fan lived or died. Hoping to foster further pity on the part of Meng Hao, he coldly continued. This Chun Fan was once a chosen in the Solitary Sword sect, and was even one of the 7 swords. Unfortunately, he should never have fallen in love with Shan Ling. Shan Ling was the incarnation of a mountain boulder, and other than the legacy precious treasure, she was the most important treasured item in the Solitary Sword sect. She was not permitted to foster emotions or desires of the flesh. Were she to do so, she would no longer be a spirit, and would separate from the boulder. That would affect the fate of the entire Solitary Sword sect. After all, according to legend, that stone came from the 9th mountain. As Sir Jian spoke, Meng Hao recalled the first time he had come to the Solitary Sword sect, and the beautiful woman he had seen floating down the mountain. Chun Fan violated sect rules. He fled with the boulder, altering fate and absconding with Shan Ling. In the end, the Solitary Sword sect captured them. Then, because of Chun Fan, his master... Enough! Roared Chun Fan. His eyes snapped open and they were shot with blood. Meng Hao's heart trembled. He had known Chun Fan for years, and this was the first time he had seen him so emotional. There was pain in his eyes, even madness. the type that made Meng Hao recall his own state when he caught sight of Su Qing's discarnate soul back in the Black Civ sect. "Enough?" said Sir Jian. "How is it enough? When it came time for the fury of the sect to fall upon you, your master took your place. His cultivation base was crippled, and he was reduced to immortal, which was how he died. As for you, if Shanling hadn't threatened to destroy herself and the boulder, well, in the end, she made an arrangement with the sect to spend the rest of eternity as a boulder, never to awaken, all to save your measly little life. Enough! No more." Chun Fan was trembling, and tears poured down his cheeks. Although his expression was one of intense pain, he smiled bitterly. His eyes seemed to grow more and more dispirited. He would never, ever be able to forget how his master stood in front of him, bowed his head to the sect and said, "He is my apprentice. I will accept responsibility for his mistake." He had watched wide-eyed as his master's cultivation base was crippled. The man who had once been a powerful nascent soul expert became an old man, a mortal. Until the day he died, his master did not complain a single time. On the contrary, he was as warm and gentle as ever. Unfortunately, that only caused Chun Fan's pain to increase, a feeling that was enough to drive him to insanity. His master's son hated Chun Fan with a passion, which was yet another thing that made him wish he could simply die. Chun Fan was filled with hatred. He hated that he was powerless to change any of the things that had happened, and he hated the Solitary Sword sect for being too callous. He wanted to die, and yet, he couldn't stop thinking about her. The only thing left to do was drink. In his drunken dreams, he could return to the wonderful times of the past. He had let his master down. He had let Shan Ling down. He had let anyone who had anything to do with him down. Meng Hao stood there, taciturn. Now that he understood what had happened to Chen Fan, he realized how someone who had once been so high-spirited and full of mettle could sink into such a depression. "Enough?" murmured Chen Fan bitterly, bowing his head. "I beg of you, please, enough. Please." Sir Jian laughed coldly. "Were it not for Shan Ling's actions, do you really think you could have committed such a heinous crime and gotten away with nothing more than a shattered nascent soul? Do you think the only price to pay would have been the inability to break through to the next stage of cultivation? Your existence is nothing but a tool the sect can use to influence Shan Ling. Unfortunately, the war with the Blood Demon sect changed things too unexpectedly." Sir Jian then looked at Meng Hao. Only the patriarch knew how to control the boulder. Otherwise, you would never have been able to break through our spell formation so easily. Seeing that Meng Hao seemed to be more and more focused on his words, Sir Jian began to believe that his control of the situation was growing. He looked back at Chen Fan. "You single-handedly drove your master to his death and ruined your beloved. And yet you still say enough." "Shut the hell up!" roared Meng Hao. His voice echoed like thunder, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. His words caused Sir Jian's pupils to constrict, and his heart to seize. He immediately began to squeeze down with his right hand. However, it was at this exact moment that the lightning cauldron in Meng Hao's hand flashed. Form displacement transposition. What changed positions was not Sir Jian, but rather Chun Fan. When the lightning cauldron in Meng Hao's hand began to sparkle with brilliant lights, and then emit a rumbling sound, Sir Jian's face fell, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he squeezed down with his hand, planning to stab his fingers into Chun Fan's head, injuring him as a threat to Meng Hao. However, the instant his fingers began to move, an incredibly shocking power shot back into his hand. It was as if what he was squeezing was not flesh and blood, but a red-hot iron. The backlash of power made it feel as if needles were stabbing into his palm. Sir Jian was completely shocked. At the same time, he was astonished to find that, instead of staring at Meng Hao as he had been this whole time, he was now looking at Chun Fan. Heart pounding, he slowly looked down to see his hand resting on Meng Hao's head. His eyes went wide, and his scalp numb. He immediately shot back, spooked out of his mind. What divine ability is that? Sir Jian was completely astonished, and also terrified. He bit down on the tip of his tongue and spit out some blood which he used to flee even faster than before. "Trying to run away?" said Meng Hao, his eyes flickering with killing intent. He pointed out with his left index finger, and his second true self immediately unleashed the wooden time sword. Even if Sir Jian could move faster, it still wouldn't be enough to escape the wooden time sword. It was upon him in the blink of an eye, causing everything around it to twist and distort. To his shock, Sir Jian began to wither rapidly. He let out a miserable scream, upon which the wooden time sword stabbed directly through his head. Slaughtered with a solitary sword. Tidy and efficient, not the least bit sloppy. Sir Jian's body was withered, his nascent divinity killed. As he fell, it almost seemed as if 10,000 years passed. He quickly turned into nothing more than dust floating in the wind. There was nothing left to indicate that he had ever been. He was completely and utterly dead. The two other spirit-severing experts of the solitary sword sect, along with the tens of thousands of other disciples, were shocked into complete silence. Their faces were pale white, and barely a moment had passed before one of the spirit-severing experts gave a start and then dropped to his knees to kowtow. "Blood Prince, we wish to surrender to the Blood Demon sect." The other disciples immediately dropped to their knees, their hearts pounding and voices trembling as they cried, "Greetings, Blood Prince." Despite the fear in their voices, there were tens of thousands of them, and the sound of their cry formed a sound wave that rolled out in all directions. Meng Hao didn't respond. Instead, he looked back at Chen Fan. Chen Fan's face was downcast, filled with an expression that betrayed his lack of interest in life. To him, life was a pain from which he wished to extricate himself. Meng Hao's heart twinged with pain as he thought back to the eldest brother that existed in his memories. That person didn't look like this. That person wholeheartedly sought after the Tao and had lofty ambitions. Although at times he could be a bit stuffy and uptight, he was a hero who never hesitated for even a moment to stand in front of Meng Hao and protect him from any danger. That Chen Fan viewed Meng Hao as a junior brother, someone he needed to care for after their sect vanished. He was an elder brother who even worried about Meng Hao finding a wife. "Elder brother," said Meng Hao, his voice soft. Chen Fan was silent for a moment before slowly looking up at Meng Hao. After a moment, he forced a smile onto his face. "Junior brother, you've grown up. I can finally stop worrying. Do you have some time right now? If you do, let's drink a bit." Meng Hao immediately nodded, waving a hand to dismiss the solitary sword sect disciples and the blood demon sect disciples. All of them left the sect and waited outside, cross-legged. The entire solitary sword sect was quiet. Meng Hao and Chen Fan sat down on the mountain peak, beneath the strange boulder. Chen Fan produced a flagon of alcohol, which he handed over to Meng Hao. A complex look could be seen in Meng Hao's eyes, but he wasn't sure how to even begin to give advice. So he simply accepted the flagon and took a long drink. The alcohol was strong and burned like fire as it slid down his throat. Chen Fan looked at the boulder and softly said, "She's your sister-in-law." Meng Hao sat there quietly. As Chen Fan continued, tears began to stream down his face. "We promised each other that since the path to immortality was filled with so many obstacles and unforeseen twists and turns, it would be better spend our lives with each other. She's sleeping now and might not wake up in this lifetime. But then again, maybe she will. I'll stay here to accompany her. That was our agreement. I let down my master. I was unworthy of him." Chen Fan looked like an old man. More and more tears poured down his face. He rarely wept, not even when he and Shan Ling were captured and brought back to the sect. When Shan Ling made the decision to rest and sleep, there were tears in his heart, but they wouldn't come out. The first time he truly cried was when his master accepted the punishment for him. The second time he cried was when his master died. The third time was here in front of Meng Hao. "Elder brother," began Meng Hao, but he wasn't sure what he should say, so he stopped talking. After a moment, a determined look appeared in his eyes. He suddenly raised his right hand, and a drop of blood slowly formed on the tip of his finger. When the drop of blood appeared, his face went a bit pale. A scintillating, blood-colored glow appeared, and Chun Fan's eyes went wide. After a moment, his eyes flashed in realization, and he shot to his feet. His expression stern. He cried, "Junior brother, what do you think you're doing? Stop this instant. Elder brother, I can't do very much to help you. The only thing I can do is help you to restore your cultivation base. That way your longevity will be increased, and you can have more time to stay with your beloved." With that, he gestured with his finger. His lifeblood instantly shot forward and merged into Chun Fan's forehead. Chun Fan trembled. Years ago, his nascent soul had been damaged, cracked. At this moment, however, time seemed to run in reverse. His nascent soul absorbed the blood, and the cracks sealed up. The blood didn't just contain some of Meng Hao's life force, it also contained some of the power of his eternal stratum. It was that power that enabled Chun Fan's cultivation base to be restored. Of course, Meng Hao only had a few such drops of lifeblood. If he parted with too many, that which was eternal within him would be no more. But Chun Fan was his elder brother. The friendship that had formed between the two of them, and everything that had happened since then, made it so that Meng Hao didn't even hesitate. If he didn't give his lifeblood to Chun Fan, that would mean that he wasn't Meng Hao. Chun Fan started trembling, and after a moment passed, coughed up a huge mouthful of blood as his nascent soul instantly reappeared like new. Now that he had a nascent soul again, his cultivation base surged, and his salt and pepper hair turned black. His aged features once again became young and heroic, and he no longer looked like an old man. He was middle-aged and bursting with energy. Now he looked more like the Chun Fan that Meng Hao remembered. Chun Fan gaped at Meng Hao. "Junior brother, you? There's no need to talk about it," said Meng Hao softly. "You're my elder brother." Chun Fan held his tongue, and after a long moment passed, slowly nodded. He picked up the flagon of alcohol, looked at the boulder, and began to drink. The sky gradually grew dark, and eventually the moon rose. When the dawn sun peeked its head over the horizon, Meng Hao took the initiative to start a conversation. He and Chun Fan began to chat about the Reliance sect, and all the things that had happened after that in the southern domain. They talked about all the wonderful things from the past. When the sun was high in the sky, Meng Hao rose to his feet. "Elder brother, I need to go now. If you ever grow weary of being here, you can always find me in the Blood Demon sect." Chun Fan didn't respond at first. He looked at the boulder, and the woman who rested inside with her eyes closed. "You've grown up," he said softly, "and your elder brother has gotten old. Don't worry about me. You follow your path, and I'll follow mine. I'll stay here with her until the day I close my eyes for good. When that day comes, junior brother, can you please bury me here? That way I can watch the sun rise and set with her forever. If there is another life after this one, I'll find this place again. Life after life. I'll wait until the day she wakes up." He turned to look deep into Meng Hao's eyes. "Junior brother, take care of yourself. Your elder brother isn't good at much, so all I can do is pray that you find happiness. I hope that your path leads you to greatness." Meng Hao stared at Chun Fan, and his face was filled with a variety of complex emotions. He also had an indescribable feeling in his heart that led him to believe he would never forget that person from the Reliance sect who was so focused on pursuing the Tao. He would never forget the person standing in front of him to protect him. He would also never be able to forget the elder brother from now, who stood there softly murmuring his story. "Elder brother, take care of yourself," Meng Hao said quietly. He clasped hands and bowed deeply, then turned and left, sighing inwardly. Chun Fan sat down cross-legged and watched Meng Hao leave. "Linger, he's my junior brother. In my heart, he's family. I don't have much family, just him and junior sister Sue. Only those two. If you still have some awareness of the outside world, then let's pray together that they find happiness." Meng Hao flew out of the Solitary Sword sect. As soon as he appeared, the Solitary Sword sect disciples and the Blood Demon sect cultivators rose to their feet, their expressions that of deep respect. Meng Hao looked over the Solitary Sword sect and then said, Produce strands from your souls and swear blood oaths. After that, you may remain here and become an auxiliary branch of the Blood Demon sect. Everything will remain as it did before, although your jade slips, ancient records, and legacy items will all be handed over to the Blood Demon sect. Henceforth, there is no solitary sword sect in the southern domain, only an auxiliary branch of the Blood Demon sect. The man who sits beneath the boulder on the mountaintop is my elder brother Chun Fan. No one is allowed to step even half a pace onto that mountain. No one may disobey him in the slightest. The solitary sword sect disciples voiced their agreement. From the moment they had agreed to surrender, they were prepared for something like this to happen. Their soul strands and blood oaths were organized by the Blood Demon sect, then transformed into a soul slip, which was given to Meng Hao. Next, the magical items and ancient records in their treasure house were removed, as well as their legacy items. Finally, some Blood Demon sect disciples were stationed in the sect permanently. After that, Meng Hao flicked his sleeve, and the Blood Demon sect took to the skies. Their next target was the Golden Frost sect. As for his second true self, he had already vanished, sent to a different location by Meng Hao. In the Golden Frost sect, it didn't matter that the whole sect had been sealed. The disciples were still faced with difficult decisions. Should they continue to defend their position, or should they leave the southern domain? Should they surrender to the Blood Demon sect or die in battle? The destruction of the Black Civ sect was nothing astonishing. However, the solitary sword sect's surrender had been witnessed by hundreds of thousands of southern domain cultivators. Word had long since spread, and even the sealed-off Golden Frost sect had gotten the news. It didn't take very long at all for the Golden Frost sect to grow incredibly alarmed. Of course, the least alarmed of all was Li Fugue. However, despite his lack of alarm, he was still quite nervous. Recent days found him sighing with distress, and at a distinct loss. The Golden Frost sect had treated him well, very well, from the very beginning. He had been given many beautiful beloved companions, which left him exhausted, but happy. On the other hand, Meng Hao had been his brother ever since their days in the Reliance sect. They had joined the sect together as outer sect disciples. They had caught wild chickens to eat, and had even run the general store together. Meng Hao had looked out for him, and that was something he would never forget. The two of them were truly brothers. Now, though, he was in an awkward predicament and was actually somewhat confused about what to do. His brother was on the way to destroy the Golden Frost sect, and he wasn't sure how to handle the situation. A few days after the surrender of the Solitary Sword sect, the Golden Frost sect's only spirit-severing expert, along with Li Fugue's master, personally came to him to discuss the matter. "Sue for peace?" said Fatty, gaping in shock at the spirit-severing patriarch, who looked quite exhausted. "You're on good terms with Meng Hao. He's the type of person who, despite being cruel and merciless, capable of carrying out horrendous massacres, and with an unfathomably high cultivation base, is still someone who cares about past friendships. We can verify that from the news about the Solitary Sword sect. Based on what happened with Chen Fan, it's possible to tell a little bit about what Meng Hao is thinking. Li Fugue, think about it. How has the sect treated you ever since you joined? We're now facing imminent catastrophe. Hopefully, you can step forward bravely and use your friendship with Meng Hao to help us weather this storm. The Golden Frost sect is willing to surrender. Our only request is that we don't become an auxiliary branch, but rather, allies. We will do everything in our power to comply with the Blood Demon sect, but we want to preserve our core Taoist teachings and doctrines, so that our sect will not be wiped away from the southern domain. Perhaps years from now, we can once again rise to prominence. We must fight for that chance." The Golden Frost sect's only spirit-severing patriarch clasped hands and bowed deeply to Li Fugue. Li Fugue's master stood off to the side, looking at him. Li Fugue was quiet for a moment before nodding seriously. Another day of nervousness passed for the Golden Frost sect. Finally, the clouds seethed outside of the sect's grand spell formation, and tens of thousands of beams of light appeared. They were like a towering sea of blood, bright red as they shot toward the Golden Frost sect. These were the Blood Demon sect disciples. They had destroyed the Black Civ sect and forced the Solitary Sword sect into compliance. Now they turned toward the Golden Frost sect, their hearts filled with the desire to kill. Behind them were the rogue cultivators even more than before. Hundreds of thousands were following the Blood Demon sect through the southern domain to bear witness. Outside of the Golden Frost sect was an area where the air did not ripple with the distortions of a defensive spell formation, nor was there any enshrouding fog. Instead, an illusion barrier protected it, revealing only the image of a barren mountain. As soon as the Blood Demon sect disciples appeared on the scene, and before they could even react, a beam of light could be seen, and Fatty's round figure was there on the mountain. "Don't attack! Don't attack! It's me!" he called out at the top of his lungs. Seeing the tens of thousands of Blood Demon sect disciples, and the hundreds of thousands of rogue cultivators behind them, left Fatty completely frightened. Meng Hao looked at Fatty, and then glanced over at the Golden Frost sect. It only took him a moment to figure out what the Golden Frost sect was planning. Inwardly, he had already been experiencing some doubts regarding how to handle them. Fatty was here, and Meng Hao knew that no matter what he did to the Golden Frost sect, it would affect Fatty negatively. Seeing Fatty suddenly appear, Meng Hao waved his sleeve, causing the air around him to distort. He vanished, then reappeared in front of Fatty. They were then surrounded by a blurriness that prevented anyone from seeing clearly what was happening. A faint smile appeared on Meng Hao's face. He looked over Fatty's rotund figure, then laughed out loud. Fatty heaved an inward sigh of relief, and the two of them embraced. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for Meng Hao's smile to turn wry. "Your belly is too huge," he said. Fatty was so fat that it made it hard to hug him. "Yeah, I got fat again," said Fatty, smiling and rubbing his head. "Recently I've been thinking of trying to lose some weight." He looked past Meng Hao toward the tens of thousands of murderous-looking Blood Demon sect disciples. "So, eldest brother Meng Hao, what do you say we get down to business?" Fatty looked extremely nervous. "Oh," replied Meng Hao, blinking and looking back at Fatty with an enigmatic smile. Fatty sighed and then just directly explained. "The sect's spirit-severing patriarch sent me here to sue for peace. How about, we don't fight? The sect will surrender as long as they can preserve their core Taoist teachings and doctrines." As the two of them chatted, the disciples of the Golden Frost sect looked on nervously from within their sect, wondering what the result would be. "I wonder if elder brother Li will succeed or not? Meng Hao really values friendship. He shouldn't have a hard time convincing him. You can't say for sure. Meng Hao is the blood prince of the Blood Demon sect. He's killed countless people, and is completely cruel and ferocious. There's no way he'll agree to our demands so easily." Even as they discussed the matter, Meng Hao was listening to Fatty make his demands. An even wider smile broke out on Meng Hao's face. "Fatty, you're working so hard to represent the sect and sue for peace, but what has the sect offered you in return?" Fatty gaped for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh. A look of fury appeared on his face. "Fudge! You're right. Those bastards didn't offer me anything. All right, Meng Hao, don't agree to anything yet. I'm gonna go back to the sect and tell them that the negotiations didn't go well. After they offer young Master Fatty something good, then I'll come back." Meng Hao chuckled and shook his head. Then he flicked his sleeve, causing the blurriness around them to fade away. As it cleared, everyone in the outside world could see the two of them. Meng Hao's face darkened, and Fatty's eyes gleamed. Realizing that it was time to put on the show, he flew into a rage and then roared, "Meng Hao, how could you be like this?" Burning with rage, he turned and headed back to the Golden Frost sect. The faces of the Golden Frost sect cultivators fell, and their hearts began to thump. Fatty angrily returned to the sect, and was immediately surrounded by anxious-looking disciples. "I'm done with that fool. Done!" cried Fatty. "Meng Hao doesn't care at all about friendship. I'm through trying to reconcile with him." Hearing Fatty's ranting caused the Golden Frost sect cultivators to grow even more alarmed. The only spirit-severing patriarch immediately strode forward and asked, "He didn't agree? As soon as I brought up the matter of suing for peace, He asked me what authority I had to negotiate for the sect. On what authority? I'm a Golden Frost sect disciple. Damn it. What an insult. As he spoke, Fatty's eyes shifted back and forth craftily. The surrounding Golden Frost sect disciples had been suppressing themselves for too long now. They had placed all their hope on Fatty, and now that he had failed, they couldn't suppress themselves any longer. Well, if he's going to be like that, then let's fight. Yeah, it would be better to die in battle than be insulted like this. Even elder brother Li couldn't do anything about it. Let's fight. Fight! Their desire to go to battle soared, and soon, the entire sect was filled with a murderous aura. People even began to rotate the sect's spell formations into battle readiness. Fatty was stupefied. He thought he had made things pretty obvious, and was shocked that no one had picked up on his hidden meaning. The spirit-severing patriarch stood there silently, looking at Meng Hao floating in midair off in the distance. He sighed inwardly. He had no desire to go to war. The Golden Frost sect didn't even come close to matching up with the Blood Demon sect. But now, what other options did they have? Normally speaking, he would have picked up on the hidden message in Li Fugui's words just now. However, he was so anxious and alarmed that he simply didn't notice. If we're going to fight, then we should make the first move, said the spirit-severing patriarch, gritting his teeth. Fight now, and worry about everything else later. Fatty's eyes went wide, and his heart started to pound. Realizing that things were getting out of control, he quickly stepped forward. Actually, he said, I think there's still some hope. Elder brother Li, there's no need for further discussion. We're going to fight. Yeah. Junior brother Li, we've been pushed into a corner. The only option now is to fight. We'll show them who the Golden Frost sect is. We might be down and out now, but we still have the power to fight. Fatty was now extremely nervous. Hey everybody, you need to listen to me. I think. Li Fugui, there's no need, said the spirit-severing cultivator, his eyes cold. I made an error in judgment. It seems we'll have to fight first before we can have a shot at turning this around. Disciples, heed my command. He flicked his sleeve and was about to issue orders when, all of a sudden, Fatty lifted his head up and roared. Patriarch, give me one more chance. I, Li Fugui, will put my life on the line to secure peace for the sect. He was so nervous that his throat was hoarse. Immediately, everyone turned to look at him in shock. Even the spirit-severing patriarch. Li Fugui slapped his chest so hard that it stung, and tears welled up in his eyes. You're an amazing kid, said the spirit-severing expert, clearly moved. You really don't need to put yourself in such danger. We will fight them, and show them the true power of the Golden Frost sect. That's our only hope. With that, he prepared to give combat orders. Fatty was trembling, and veins bulged out on his forehead. Once again, he let out a mighty roar. Don't worry, Patriarch. I'm a disciple of the Golden Frost sect. Even if I die the most cruel death, I will help the sect to pass through this crisis. This time I'll just tell that Meng Hao that I'm a disciple of the Golden Frost sect, and its future Golden Prince. If he doesn't agree to our terms, I'll kill myself right in front of him. With that, he flew up into the air, his face calm and unflinching. A tremor ran through the spirit-severing patriarch, and the other disciples were completely moved to see Fatty's tear-soaked face and calmness in the face of death. Regardless of whether or not you succeed, said the spirit-severing patriarch, you are now the Golden Prince of the Golden Frost sect. By this point, he felt that something fishy was going on. But considering the crisis they were in, he couldn't focus too much on that. Fatty immediately started to get excited. In his opinion, it was the time to push things a bit further. So he took a deep breath and then ripped off the top of his robe, revealing his rolls of fat. His expression serious and filled with the determination to die for his sect. He cried out, Patriarch, please bestow me with a titular tattoo. Please carve the characters Golden Prince of the Golden Frost sect onto my back. The spirit-severing patriarch stared in shock, and his face twitched. As soon as the words left Fatty's mouth, all of the Golden Frost sect disciples stared in shock. The spirit-severing patriarch's face twitched, and then he took a deep breath and, with effort, spoke as if he were very moved. What an amazing kid. Amazing! The sect will never forget you. You are our hero. Very well. I'll bestow the tattoo unto you. With that, the spirit-severing patriarch waved his right hand toward Fatty, causing the characters Golden Prince of the Golden Frost sect to appear on his back. The characters were carved quite deeply, causing intense pain that made Fatty clench his teeth and even squeeze out some tears. However, he didn't make a sound. Once the characters were inscribed, he took a deep breath and then swept his fellow disciples with a meaningful gaze. I'm going now, he said, and perhaps I won't return. Even if I die, I will still belong to the Golden Frost sect, whether in flesh and body or in spirit and soul. Fellow disciples, my beautiful, beloved companions, I'm leaving now. With that, he flew out of the sect. As he shot through the air, quite a few disciples had unsightly looks on their faces, and one even began to give voice to suspicions. I'm not sure, but wasn't Junior Brotherly acting a bit weird just now? He asked. In response to his question, there were a few disciples who frowned and were about to respond, when the spirit-severing expert snorted coldly. Li Fugue is willing to risk his life for the sect, and even requested that I give him that tattoo. After mentioning the tattoo, the spirit-severing patriarch paused momentarily, struggling with himself internally. Although he hadn't picked up on any of the clues at first, he had lived for many years. In the end, how could he not have seen through Fatty's incongruous behavior? It only took a moment of thought for him to thoroughly understand that Fatty was milking the glory for all it was worth. Although the spirit-severing patriarch didn't really approve, considering the current situation, he couldn't very well say anything. Not only was he forced to hold his tongue, he also had to help cover for Fatty's earlier conspicuousness and make the story seem more convincing. As he realized this, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Anyone who has any suspicions can go take his place if they want, he continued. When he thought back to how he had bestowed the tattoo, the spirit-severing patriarch couldn't help but think that the whole thing seemed so fake. Why couldn't Li Fugue put on a more convincing performance? He thought. Damn it all. What the hell is a titular tattoo anyway? Guoyu? However, considering the relationship Fatty had with Meng Hao, he couldn't risk offending him. Therefore, he began to consider coming up with some good, justifiable reasons as to why he had bestowed the tattoo. Reasons that everyone would believe. Even as the patriarch was wrestling with such thoughts, Fatty was flying out of the sect, his face as calm and unflinching as ever. Inside, however, he was grinning ear to ear. Ha ha ha! He laughed inwardly. Grandpa Fatty outsmarts them again. Especially that titular tattoo thing. Completely sets the matter in stone. In the future, if anyone dares to deny that I'm the Golden Prince, all I have to do is take my shirt off. Feeling quite pleased with himself, he flew toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao waited, hovering in midair. When he saw the shining white ball of flesh flying through the air toward him, he gaped. Staring quizzically at Fatty as he arrived, he waved his hand, causing the area around them to blur. Then he noticed the characters tattooed on Fatty's back. Well, what do you think? Said Fatty, his expression one of wild joy. Meng Hao stared for a moment, then let out a long sigh. What's wrong? Asked Fatty, not looking very pleased. He subconsciously produced a flying sword and started to file at his teeth. How can you have such low ambitions? Said Meng Hao with a wry smile. Why didn't you have them right, sect leader of the Golden Frost sect? Fatty suddenly stopped filing his teeth, and his eyes went wide. He let out a roar, and his eyes went bloodshot. Damn it! Damn it! How come I didn't think of that? This won't do. Meng Hao, don't agree to the terms yet. Hold on a moment. I'm going back to the sect. He turned, and was just about to speed back to the sect when Meng Hao reached out and grabbed his arm. Meng Hao looked speechlessly at him. Then he thought back to how bumbling Fatty had been back in the Reliance sect, and he suddenly understood everything. Golden Prince is fine, he said quickly. Look at me, I'm a sect prince too. Worried that Fatty would continue to mess things up, he quickly projected his voice to fill the entire Golden Frost sect. Golden Frost sect, considering that Li Fugue has become your Golden Prince, I will exempt you from the death penalty for your act of besieging the Blood Demon sect. From now on, you are a part of the Blood Demon sect. I shall permit you to retain your core Taoist teachings and doctrines, but you must immediately provide soul strands and blood oaths. In response to his words, the Golden Frost sect's spell formations opened up to reveal the sect. The spirit-severing patriarch, as well as tens of thousands of disciples, all flew out and bowed to Meng Hao. We will obey the decrees of the Blood Demon sect. The Golden Frost sect surrendered, and its members gave soul strands and blood oaths. Fatty became the sect's Golden Prince, and although some people didn't approve, no one dared to say anything. After all, the threat posed by Meng Hao was far too great. In any case, their discontent was not severe. Had Meng Hao personally forced them to raise Fatty to Golden Prince, the situation might have been different. In any case, resolving the issue of the Golden Frost sect in this way was not the most ideal method for Meng Hao, but he could accept it. Unfortunately, he felt a bit guilty for the Blood Demon sect disciples. They had come to exact revenge, but in the end hadn't been able to kill anyone. Their fury and resentment could only fester in their hearts, with nowhere to vent it. Killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes. Next, the Li clan, he shouted. He had never had any good impressions of the Li clan, especially towards Li Daoi, whom he had met many years before. If one didn't consider their tangential relationship, then the only other person from the Li clan that Meng Hao had anything to do with would be the Li patriarch inside the blood mask, who had been turned into a soul of lightning. Meng Hao turned to the Blood Demon sect cultivators behind him, to the disciples who had suppressed their killing intent for too long, and said, "There will be no surrender for the Li clan." With that, he flicked his sleeve and flew up into the air. The tens of thousands of Blood Demon sect cultivators turned into beams of light as they followed him, consumed by their desire for carnage. In the battle for the Blood Demon sect, they had narrowly escaped with their lives, and the majority of their comrades had died. The resulting desire for revenge now burned hot and deep. This was an enmity that could only be washed away with blood. The Black Civ sect had essentially been empty. The Solitary Sword sect surrendered. The Golden Frost sect had Li Fugue. They could understand Meng Hao's decisions, but their desire to kill had been held back for too long, and needed a release. The place it would be released was none other than the Li clan. There was no peace and quiet in the Li clan. Everything was abuzz with activity. There were tens of thousands of clan members left alive, and the sole remaining early Tao-seeking patriarch had been awakened from sleep to take charge. They were attempting to teleport the entire clan out of the southern domain. Originally, they had assumed that sealing the clan off from the outside world would be sufficient to prevent reprisals from the Blood Demon sect. However, the Solitary Sword sect's spell formations had crumbled, which destroyed their hopes. As of that moment, they suddenly realized that the Li clan could by no means remain in the southern domain. They considered surrender, but once the Golden Frost sect did that very thing, the Li clan's Tao-seeking patriarch realized that a great catastrophe was heading their way. "The Blood Demon sect mobilized to exact revenge," said the patriarch. "There was no slaughter carried out at the Black Civ sect, Solitary Sword sect, or Golden Frost sect. That means that the Li clan is in grave danger." It was without hesitation that preparations began to teleport the clan out of the southern domain. Unfortunately, at almost the same moment that their teleportation portal began to rotate, a massive rumbling filled the air, and an enormous parasol formed of magical symbols appeared above the clan. The parasol shone with boundless radiance as it immediately exploded, causing formless ripples to emanate outward. The ripples enveloped the Li clan, not to destroy it, but to seal it. Having been sealed, the Li clan's teleportation portals immediately ceased functioning. The seal was formed by the power of a peak Tao seeking divine will, and in just a twinkling, spread out for hundreds of kilometers in every direction. This area was like a world unto itself, cut off from everything else. Unless the Li clan had another peak Tao seeking expert, then even with the aid of some special magical items it would be extremely difficult for them to break the seal without expending a great deal of time. Furthermore, Meng Hao's second true self now floated cross-legged in midair above the sect, eyes closed in meditation, completely ignoring the Li clan down below. He had been dispatched to the Li clan directly from the solitary sword sect, sent here by Meng Hao specifically to prevent the Li clan from attempting an escape upon learning of what had happened. Although the second true self sat there with eyes closed, his body emanated the pressure of peak Dao seeking. All of the Li clan members within the area of the seal were trembling in terror. It was a dread that came from the depths of the heart, and it quickly infected the entire clan. Meng Hao, said the early Dao-seeking Li clan patriarch, who happened to be their 9th patriarch. He flew out from the clan estate, flicking his sleeve to cause a scroll painting to appear. The scroll painting depicted a woman whose eyes were closed in meditation. At first glance, she seemed indescribably beautiful and striking, but upon closer inspection her features were somewhat indistinct. As soon as she appeared, shocking ripples spread out in all directions. The 9th Li clan patriarch performed an incantation gesture, causing the ripples to surge through the air in an attack on Meng Hao's second true self. Booms echoed out, and the air distorted. Meng Hao's second true self slowly opened his eyes to reveal somber coldness. He looked down at the 9th Li clan patriarch, gave a cold snort and pointed downwards. The gesture instantly caused the city below to begin to quake. Signs of withering appeared within all of the cultivators. It almost seemed as if the natural law of the world inside the sealing area had changed. The face of the 9th Li clan patriarch fell, and he cried out inwardly. Then he bit his tongue and spit out a mouthful of blood, which was then absorbed by the scroll painting. "Ancestor, save me!" he cried miserably. As his voice rang out, the scroll burst into flames, and the woman inside opened her eyes. When she spoke, her voice was raspy and yet strangely magnetic. The Li clan is not originally from planet South Heaven, but rather planet North Reed. If you insist on slaughtering these people, fellow Taoist, the Li clan will not rest until you are dead. I won't hold you accountable for your lack of knowledge about the origins of the Li clan. Simply sever your arms as punishment. Furthermore, dig out both of your eyes. That is the punishment for anyone not of the Li clan who lays eyes on me. Now, as to whether or not you try to wipe these Li clan members out, the choice is up to you. The eyes of Meng Hao's second true self gleamed with killing intent. Although the soul of the second true self was not Meng Hao's, thanks to the hidden power within the fleshly body, as well as Meng Hao's divine will, he could control him as if it were his own body. "Screw off," said the second true self, his voice cold. The words did not come with a thunderous roar, nor were there any boundless ripples. There was only monstrous coldness that spread out in all directions, causing everything for hundreds of kilometers to freeze over. Within the flaming painting, the woman's eyes widened. "You really don't know what's good for you," she exclaimed through gritted teeth. She lifted her right hand, causing a tempest of flame to appear, which immediately shot out in all directions to attempt to fight against the region set up by the second true self. The second true self snorted and then closed his eyes, completely ignoring the rumbling that filled the air. He had completely sealed down everything, making it impossible for the Li clan to flee. Time passed, and the Li clan only continued to grow more panicked. No matter what techniques they attempted to use, they were incapable of teleporting away, nor could they break through the seal created by the second true self. Even the face of the woman on the screen was beginning to look unsightly. After all, she was only a strand of divine will, and even if she were stronger than she was now, she was still nothing more than a scroll painting, with a cultivation base at the mid-Dao seeking level, falling short of the peak. After all, the Li clan of South Heaven was merely one of many offshoot branches of the main Li clan on planet North Reed. If it weren't for the fact that they had some unique ties to the main clan, they would already have died out. As for their previous heights of glory and their present state of decline, in terms of the complex inner workings of the Li clan as a whole, it actually didn't amount to much. 3 days later, rumbling continued to fill the air just as it had the entire time. The woman in the scroll painting was more than half burned away, having gone all out with the power available to her as a divine will clone to bolster the Li clan's frantic efforts to break through the seal. As a result, cracks were finally becoming visible in it. It was at this point that suddenly, tens of thousands of beams of light appeared off in the distance. They shot through the air like a red cloud, radiating killing intent. It was the blood demon sect's tens of thousands of disciples who had all been holding themselves back for so long. In the lead was Meng Hao, flanked on the left and right by his Dharma protectors. As he neared, the eyes of the woman in the scroll painting glittered. She could tell at a mere glance that this was the true self of the clone. Her eyes flickered with killing intent, and she was just about to say something, when coldness burst out of Meng Hao's eyes. Without so much as a word, he waved the index finger of his right hand, and the Golden Frost sect patriarch and the third Li clan patriarch shot toward the Li clan, eyes shining with a glow like blood. At the same time, the tens of thousands of blood demon sect disciples exploded with a blood-colored glow as they finally unleashed the rage that had been pent up this entire time. Kill them! Spare no one! Kill them all! The tens of thousands of blood demon sect disciples recalled the bitter images from the battle outside their own sect, and their eyes turned red. Bloodthirsty and mad with rage, they charged the Li clan. In response, the tens of thousands of Li clan members began to fight back in desperation, looks of hopelessness on their faces. This was a battle where no quarter would be given. Its sole objective was to wipe out an entire clan. Off in the distance, the hundreds of thousands of rogue cultivators were shaken by what they saw. The killing has started. The blood demon sect's revenge is now truly being carried out. The Li clan will be no more in the southern domain. The Li clan is going to be wiped out, and the Wang clan was mysteriously destroyed in a single night. The only clan left in the southern domain will be the Song clan. Of the 5 great sects, the Black Civ sect was eradicated and the Solitary Sword sect surrendered and lost their core Taoist teachings and doctrines. It was only because of Li Fugue that the Golden Frost sect maintained theirs, but they will not be able to return to their former glory for many years. That just leaves the Violet Fate sect. The slaughter intensified as the shocked rogue cultivators looked on. The left and right Dharma protectors had lost their conscious wills and attacked with shocking power. The woman in the scroll painting was defeated in exchange after exchange, and the 9th Li clan patriarch's face was ashen. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his fleshly body was destroyed by the 3rd Li clan patriarch. His nascent divinity flew out at top speed. "Third patriarch!" he shrieked miserably. Unfortunately for him, the 3rd Li clan patriarch was not aware of what was happening, and his only reaction was to attack again. The Li clan members fought back miserably, but were incapable of standing up to the elite cultivators of the blood demon sect. Thousands were killed just in the initial salvo. The battlefield was soon soaked with blood, with slaughter being carried about constantly. Meng Hao didn't attack, nor did his second true self. They merely observed the battle. By now, Meng Hao was starting to grow weary of the bloodshed. In all the years since he had begun to practice cultivation, he had never killed so many people. Even during the migration in the western desert, he had not seen such endless slaughter. He felt a great weariness in his heart, and his expression was somewhat blank. His ears were filled with the din of slaughter, blood-curdling screaming, curses uttered moments before death, and battle cries. Despite the sheer volume of these sounds, all of it seemed to transform into a drone that came from very, very far away. He suddenly realized that he reeked of blood. He could even sense that his heart was changing color, and was almost black. It was the result of the accumulation of murderous desires and too much killing. When his heart became completely black, Meng Hao knew that would probably mean that he had reached the point where the excessive killing didn't bother him anymore. But was all of this what he really wanted? He suddenly missed his days back in the Demon Immortal sect, back during the Western Desert migration, back in the Southern Domain as an alchemist, and even his naive life in the Reliance sect. But now he was surrounded by killing, and he was exhausted because of it. When he closed his eyes, he could sense the countless vengeful spirits of the people he had killed, swirling around inside of him. They engulfed him, transforming into an intense, resentful miasma that was like a curse, a never-ending curse. Meng Hao stood there, taciturn and silent. He really was very tired. Perhaps this is why I have been unable to push the blood demon grand magic past the 4th level, he thought with a sigh. After all, I am still not the devil that Patriarch Blood Demon wishes me to be. I simply can't be that cruel and merciless. I just can't kill and kill without being shaken inwardly. After reaching the 4th level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic, he had tried on multiple occasions to achieve enlightenment regarding the 5th level, but all to no avail. It was as if he had reached the end of the road. He looked out at the bloody carnage and the twisted expressions of those that were caught up in the slaughter, and the weariness and exhaustion within him surged even higher. Finally, he had his answer. Perhaps, deep in my heart, I'm simply not truly willing to allow myself to become completely Blackheart. I don't want my happiness to come from the ghosts of those who I have killed. I don't want my path to be filled with slaughter. In that case, I guess I'll never reach the 5th level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic in this lifetime. The 5th level requires even more killing. It requires innumerable souls. It requires more and more vengeful spirits to gather around me to successfully cultivate the magic. Only if I concede and become a devil can I fully embrace the Blood Demon Grand Magic. At all times, regardless of the circumstances, I must embrace the colors of red and black. That is the only way, and it is a way that I cannot accept. He stood outside the Li clan looking at rivers of blood, mountains of corpses, and ruins. Booms filled the air as cultivators from both sides fought back and forth ferociously, almost as if they had lost any semblance of reason. It was at this point that Meng Hao suddenly came to a realization. The battle didn't last very long. With the left and right Dharma protectors in action, it barely took 2 hours before the Li clan's fate was sealed. The woman in the scroll painting could not be killed. She was a strand of divine sense that would return to her true self on planet North Reed upon the painting's vanishment. As she began to fade away, her cold voice echoed out. You chose the path of extermination. From now on, if you step foot outside of planet South Heaven, the Li clan will hunt you down wherever you go in the 9th mountain, for as long as it takes. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with coldness. His second true self waved its right hand toward the woman in the scroll painting, and the fading of her figure was suddenly arrested, and the flames which burned around her died down a bit. The woman gaped in shock, during which time Meng Hao pointed out his right index finger. Demon Sealing, 8th Hex. Demon Sealing, 7th Hex. The combination of these two great hexing magics being unleashed at the same time caused the woman to tremble violently. She was formed from divine will, but all of a sudden, she found herself severed from the divine will of her true self. What are you doing? She cried in shock, her face falling. Next, karma enmeshed her, and strands composed of the 5 elements sealed her inside. Meng Hao lifted his hand, and the woman's body gradually began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, she became a glowing white sphere which floated down to land on his palm. He immediately crushed it. A boom echoed out as karma was shattered. The woman let out a blood-curdling scream as she was completely destroyed along with her karma. Now, she was completely incapable of returning to planet North Reed and her true self. Court death and you just might succeed, said Meng Hao coolly. He opened his hand, and countless glowing particles rose up into the air. Meng Hao could now sense another vengeful spirit circulating around him. No one could see the venomous stares. Meng Hao was the only one who could sense them. Meanwhile, on one of the 4 great planets that circulated the 9th mountain, planet North Reed, there was a continent that covered half of the entire planet. The entire continent belonged to one clan, and that was the Li clan. According to some legends, this Li clan was founded by the descendants of Lord Li of the 9th mountain and sea. As to whether or not that was true, it was impossible for any gossipers to determine. Although, if it were true, why hadn't Lord Ji exterminated this Li clan? In the vast lands of the Li clan was a towering altar, the design of which was very unique. It was shaped like an enormous trident. At the very tip of the trident, a woman sat cross-legged in meditation. She had very long hair that hung down her body, and she was exceptionally beautiful, almost celestial. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open to reveal a sharp, but confused light. The divine sense clone I left behind for my younger brother's clan on South Heaven just died. The Li clan was destroyed. Not a single clan member was left behind. All were killed. It was nothing Meng Hao could do to stop. Nearly 70% of the disciples of the Blood Demon sect had died. Although there was a certain coldness between disciples of the sect, this was war, and when fellow disciples passed away, the survivors would pay any price to exact vengeance. Vengeance became an obsession. The Solitary Sword sect was the first to surrender, so the Blood Demon sect disciples could choose to endure. Because the Blood Prince's dear friend was a member of the Golden Frost sect, they were able to hold on to survival. But when it came to the Li clan, they could endure no more. Perhaps the Blood Demon sect disciples did not hate the Li clan any more than the others, but they needed to kill. They needed their revenge. They needed an outlet for their obsession. The Li clan was awash with rivers of blood. What had once been glorious was now in ruins. In the years to come, the clan would eventually turn into nothing more than barren dirt. Of course, many mortals live in the Li clan's headquarters. However, the Blood Demon sect had not sunk to the level in which they would massacre mortals, so they were left alive. Finally, the Blood Demon sect disciples left. They returned to the Blood Demon sect, and at long last, the slaughtering was over in the southern domain. Peace and quiet returned. However, all of the southern domain's cultivators were well aware that from now on, the Blood Demon sect was not just the #1 sect in the southern domain, it was the ruler. There was no power that could resist them. The Blood Demon sect now had 4 peak Dao-seeking cultivators: Patriarch Blood Demon, Patriarch Golden Frost, the third Li clan Patriarch, and the 4th member, Meng Hao's clone. With 4 peak Dao-seeking experts, the Blood Demon sect had the power to sweep unhindered across the southern domain. They were even comparable to some of the true super sects of the eastern lands. Furthermore, the level of power they had displayed recently was just the tip of the iceberg. After the destruction of the Li clan, the southern domain was once again stable and quiet. Unfortunately, the overall number of cultivators in the land as a whole had been significantly reduced. There were even some areas that were noticeably empty. Meng Hao didn't immediately go back to the Blood Demon sect. First, he went to the Violet Fate sect, which of course sent the entire sect into a stir. When he arrived outside the main gate, he looked up silently at the enormous statue of Reverend Violet East. The Violet Fate sect was silent for a short while, and then the East Pill division and the Violet Chi division appeared in solemn, ceremonial form. Meng Hao saw many familiar faces, and he sighed. His desire had not been to reunite with the Violet Fate sect in such a way. This type of meeting made him feel like a stranger. The elderly Violet Fate sect leader strode forward, an old man who was very familiar to Meng Hao. He looked very nervous as he clasped hands and said, "Blood Prince, your gracious presence is a bright light shining down upon our humble sect. Please, come in." The Violet Chi division and the East Pill division made similar welcoming declarations. Among their number was the sect elder from years ago, who had identified Meng Hao's incredible latent talent. He saw Violet Furnace Lords Lin Hailong and Zai Hai, as well as the man he had become entangled with all the way back in the state of Zhao Wu Dingqiu. All of them approached Meng Hao and clasped hands in respect. Han Shuishan made an appearance, but not Chu Yuyan. The respect shown to him by the Violet Fate sect made Meng Hao sigh in his heart. He couldn't help but speak up and ask them not to treat him in such a way, but unfortunately, he could not change the murderous air which swirled around him. The events that had occurred in the Black Civ sect, the Solitary Sword sect, the Golden Frost sect, and the Li clan had struck fear into the entire southern domain. It all turned into something like a palpable pressure which radiated out from Meng Hao. He could tell that Wu Dingqiu was nervous, and could sense the fear in the hearts of Zai Hai and the other Violet Furnace Lords. Even Han Shuishan seemed reluctant to approach him. There were other familiar faces, and it was the same with all of them. Apparently, his murderous aura was too strong, like a stabbing needle that prevented people from getting near him. Meng Hao stood there, silent, his heart twinging painfully. After someone gets too powerful, he thought, must he grow apart from the people he used to know? Meng Hao suddenly felt very lonely. It was the kind of isolated feeling that came when you were with your friends, then suddenly realized that you felt as if you were all alone in the vast world. Meng Hao thought of Chun Fan and Fatty. For some reason, he even thought of Grand Elder Ouyang from the Reliance sect, and sect leader He Luohua. Throughout the hundreds of years, Meng Hao had never run into them. Feeling both like a friend and a stranger, Meng Hao entered the Violet Fate sect. Normally, the peak Tao-seeking patriarch of the Violet Fate sect would never appear in public, but now that Meng Hao had arrived, he emerged from secluded meditation. He was a middle-aged man with an ancient, transcendent air. He was skinny and had no brilliant glow in his eyes, but his peak Tao-seeking aura was not weak. He peered out from within the temple, watching Meng Hao approaching with Violet Fate cultivators crowding around him. Fellow Taoist Meng, please have a seat. With a slight smile, the man waved his hand, causing a long table to suddenly appear in the center of the temple's main hall. Alcohol and spirit fruits could be seen on the table, and off to the side were floating figures playing beautiful music. The rest of the Violet Fate sect members stopped outside of the temple hall. They clasped hands and bowed deeply, then slowly left. Soon, only Meng Hao and the middle-aged man remained. Patriarch, there's really no need for all of this, said Meng Hao. You're a guest, fellow Taoist, the man said with a smile. Even though you used to be a disciple of the Violet Fate sect, now that you've come in this fashion, how could I not entertain you? Please have a seat. Meng Hao stepped forward and then sat down at the table. With a smile, the middle-aged man sat down across from him. I am Sun Tao, and to be honest, I'm not a patriarch. I am simply an apprentice alchemist, so there's no need for you to address me as patriarch. Actually, to be most correct, I should actually call you young lord. The man laughed and then poured Meng Hao a cup of alcohol. Meng Hao stared at him in shock. In the past, I was apprentice alchemist to Reverend Violet East. Sun Tao looked at Meng Hao for a moment, and then smiled. In fact, I still am. At this point, Meng Hao's eyes glittered. It is neither necessary nor proper for you to ask the question that is on your mind, continued Sun Tao. I know exactly why you have come here. Unfortunately, your master is in secluded meditation, and cannot come out. Meng Hao's heart trembled. The reason he had come to the Violet Fate sect was because he wanted to see his master. They had been separated for many years, but he had never forgotten the three kowtows. Your master sent me here to explain something to you, Sun Tao went on. When practicing cultivation, one must cultivate the heart. As long as the heart is there, it doesn't matter if it is red or black. Your will is the most important factor. Your will is like a blade, and that blade can still be used in your third severing. There is no need to be swept up with confusion. Life is a series of decisions. Whether you make the correct decisions or not doesn't matter. The important thing is to keep going forward. Years later, when you look back, perhaps you'll find that the incorrect decisions you made weren't really incorrect. Similarly, the correct decisions might not necessarily have been correct. Why struggle with frustration? Why proceed with confusion? In all things, resolution only comes from continuing to move forward. Following this line of reasoning, if there is no such thing as incorrect, then how can the correct exist? Similarly, if there is no correct, then how can the incorrect exist? Another matter, said Sun Tao, gazing at Meng Hao. The Tao of alchemy is a great Tao. Your master wished me to remind you to never abandon it. Although it might not be of much use to you in your cultivation here in the lands of South Heaven, your future path will take you far away from here. At that time, the Tao of alchemy will be of incredible assistance. It will ensure that regardless of whatever hardships you face, your alchemic flame will never be extinguished. Meng Hao sat there silently. After a long moment, he lifted his glass and took a long drink of alcohol. Then he stood, clasped hands, and bowed deeply to Sun Tao. Many thanks for the enlightenment, Senior, he said. Please pass word to my master that I will never forget his teachings. Sun Tao remained seated, but gave a slight nod in response. Meng Hao took a deep breath and then turned to leave the temple hall. At the same time, in an Immortal's cave in the number 1 mountain peak of the East Pill Division, a white-haired old man sat cross-legged in meditation. The air around him twisted and distorted as if due to a great Tao. His eyes opened a crack as he looked out at Meng Hao leaving the main temple, and an expression of contentment could be seen on his face. As soon Meng Hao emerged from the temple hall, the Violet Fate sect leader, elders, and others hurried forward. At the same time, Meng Hao suddenly stopped in place and turned his head to look toward the mountains of the East Pill Division. After a long moment, he looked back at the sect leader. "I'd like to visit my old Immortal's cave," he said. The sect leader immediately nodded, and the group escorted him to the East Pill Division. Almost as soon as he entered the East Pill Division, a strange expression appeared on Meng Hao's face. He had just caught sight of an iron spear. After all these years, the spear was still here in the Violet Fate sect. It was stabbed into the ground, surrounded by an ornate barricade. The spear had now become a landmark in the Violet Fate sect. Seated cross-legged by the spear were 2 old men. Despite their age, Meng Hao still recognized them. They were none other than Lu Song and Xianxia. As of now, they were both core formation cultivators and honor guards of the Violet Fate sect. The moment Meng Hao laid eyes on them, they rose to their feet, expressions of deep respect on their faces. They immediately clasped hands and bowed deeply to Meng Hao. "Greetings, Senior Meng." The Violet Fate sect leader laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Blood Prince, do you still remember this spear? It was originally brought back to the sect by Wu Dingqiu. This area is now a famous place in the sect." "Senior Meng, you can rest your heart at ease," said Lu Song excitedly. "Yes, Senior, we will definitely care well for the spear," agreed Chen Shuihen. Lu Song and Chen Shuihen had long since forgotten their resentment from years ago. Now, they viewed Meng Hao with almost feverish adoration. In fact, everything that had happened between them and Meng Hao years ago was a source of pride for both of them. Meng Hao cleared his throat and then rubbed his bag of holding. Only he knew that inside was a gold spear that he still hadn't found a chance to con someone with. For off to the side, Wu Dingqiu shuddered. Grumbling inwardly, he was just about to edge backward when Meng Hao suddenly looked over at him. A tremor ran through Wu Dingqiu, and he immediately plastered a smile onto his face. However, his heart was pounding, and he could not stop cursing eccentric Song for instigating the spear incident. Even as Meng Hao was in the Violet Fate sect, reminiscing about old times, a desolate and frightening scene was playing out on the border of the northern reaches, near the Milky Way Sea. Nearly 1,000,000 cultivators were standing at combat readiness near the shore. They were divided into more than 10 battalions according to the various sects and tribes they were from. There were also numerous 300-meter-tall beasts, shackled so tightly with iron chains that they couldn't free themselves no matter how fiercely they struggled. Up in the sky were countless vicious flying beasts that emitted piercing cries as they circled about. Their wings cast enormous shadows down below as they nearly blotted out the entire sky. Further off in the distance were dozens of roaring giants as tall as mountains that wielded bone cudgels. Even further off in the distance were dark clouds that circulated about, apparently concealing countless savage and evil spirits. This was the army of the northern reaches which had gathered next to the Milky Way Sea. Apparently, they were waiting for something. Most shocking of all were the 11 unbridled and lofty auras which roared high into the sky. These auras were all peak Tao-seeking auras. Storm clouds were gathering. Up above the Violet Fate sect, dark clouds formed in thick layers. Flashes of lightning could be seen, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. The rain would soon begin to pour down. When it came to weather like this, with rain or snow, most sects would do nothing to shield the sect from the elements. Instead, they would allow the rain and snow to fall onto the sect itself. They believed that rain and snow were part of the Tao of living things, and that by experiencing such weather, the spiritual energy in the sect would thrive. By preventing the rain and snow from entering the sect might have the appearance of an immortal paradise, but, in fact, it would lose some of its connection with nature. Meng Hao glanced one more time at the iron spear, then cleared his throat and spoke a few polite words. Then he headed further into the East Pill Division, toward the small mountain that had once been his home. Throughout all the years that had passed, no one had ever been allowed to occupy the mountain. It was as if the mountain had been reserved for him for all eternity. From this detail, he could tell that, as far as his master pill demon was concerned, Meng Hao would always be a disciple of the Violet Fate sect. When Meng Hao entered his old Immortal's cave, the Violet Fate sect leader, elders, and others could all see the reminiscence in Meng Hao's eyes, and they discreetly took their leave. Meng Hao was left alone in his old residence. Before long, the thunder overhead grew louder and the rain pattered onto the ground as it began to fall in earnest. A fine mist was kicked up, but it didn't rise too far before it was seemingly beaten back down by the oncoming rain. Small rivulets of water could soon be seen. Everything grew hazy as the sheets of rain descended. The entire scene was one of charm and peacefulness. Meng Hao stood at the door of his Immortal's cave, looking out at the rain, thinking about his days as an alchemist. Time passed. The sky grew dark, and the rain continued to fall harder and harder. Meng Hao stood there for a long time, expecting a certain someone to appear. However, by the time the glow of dawn appeared in the sky, she hadn't. Meng Hao smiled and shook his head silently. As the sun rose, the rain ceased. The sky was clear, and the moisture left behind by the rain made the air thrum with exuberant life force. Meng Hao walked out of his Immortal's cave and prepared to leave the Violet Fate sect. On his way out, he visited Bai Yunlai and gave him a hefty sum of spirit stones and medicinal pills. He also went to see Xianxia Shan and some of his other old acquaintances. He gave gifts to all of them, even Chu Yuyan. After a moment of silent consideration, he left her a jade slip with a strand of his divine sense, which would protect her in a moment of deadly crisis. He gave the jade slip to Xianxia Shan and asked her to pass it along to Chu Yuyan. With that, he flew up into midair, then transformed into a beam of colorful light that shot off into the distance. In the moment that he left, Chu Yuyan sat in her Immortal's cave in the East Pill Division, gnawing on her lip as she looked up into the sky. "You made your choice, and I have my pride," she murmured softly. Eventually, Xianxia Shan came. She hesitated for a moment before offering the jade slip to Chu Yuyan. Chu Yuyan was silent for a moment. At first, she didn't want to accept the gift, but in the end, she couldn't control herself. She lifted her hand up and took the jade slip. Xianxia Shan gave a slight sigh and then left. Chu Yuyan trembled as she held the jade slip in her hand. It was hard to say when, but at some point, tears began to roll down her cheeks. Meng Hao left the Violet Fate sect and flew through the boundless sky over the familiar lands of the southern domain toward the Song clan. The Song clan was in the south, in a special area that did not suppress the cultivation base of cultivators, but made it impossible for them to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Years ago, Meng Hao had no way to understand why the Song clan was like that. However, considering the current level of his cultivation base, he now knew that it was a feature created by a peak Dao-seeking expert. Dao-seeking cultivators could form their own personal natural laws, which grew more and more powerful as they approached the peak of Dao-seeking. Eventually, such natural law could create special regions, just like the Song clan. When Meng Hao entered the territory of the Song clan, the entire clan was thrown into a commotion. The Song clan patriarch, who had been in secluded meditation under the surface of the clan, immediately opened his eyes and went out to meet Meng Hao. The clan would not allow the slightest bit of disrespect to be shown to Meng Hao. In fact, there was not a single cultivator in the entire southern domain who would treat Meng Hao disrespectfully now. Perhaps Meng Hao himself was not incredibly strong, but his second true self was a peak Dao-seeking cultivator, and Meng Hao was the blood prince of the Blood Demon sect. The entire Song clan arranged a grand banquet to honor Meng Hao, the scale of which was completely unprecedented. As he sat there, Meng Hao looked around at the Song clan and mused that this was his second time visiting this place. The first time was for the Song clan's search for a son-in-law. That was when he had acquired good fortune and met Shui Donglu. The Song clan patriarch sat next to Meng Hao and couldn't help but sigh emotionally. Even more emotional than the patriarch, however, was eccentric Song. He was still a nascent soul cultivator, and he sat in a position not too far away from Meng Hao, his head bowed, fearful that Meng Hao would look his way. Despite his bowed head, Meng Hao still noticed him. "Fellow Taoist Song," he said coolly, "how are all those wild beasts that you collect?" After all, Meng Hao had never viewed himself as the type of person to hold a grudge. Eccentric Song shivered, and thought back to what he had witnessed Meng Hao do back at the ancient Tao lakes. After it was all over, Eccentric Song had assumed everything was water under the bridge. But now that Meng Hao was actually in the Song clan, he was more nervous than ever. As soon as Meng Hao asked his question, Eccentric Song lurched to his feet and clasped his hands toward Meng Hao, bowing repeatedly. His face was covered with a flattering smile that was even more unbearable to look at than if he had begun to cry. "Senior, I am honored by your concern. However, I don't collect wild beasts anymore." "Oh," replied Meng Hao. As he gazed at Eccentric Song, he noticed the pleading look in the man's eyes. Meng Hao smiled slightly and then looked away. Eccentric Song heaved a sigh of relief and quickly sat down, whereupon he picked up his glass and took a long drink of alcohol. Although his fear had been allayed, moments ago he had been frightened to death. He had long since heard stories of Meng Hao's shocking, murderous air. Meng Hao could kill without blinking an eye. He had exterminated Tao-seeking experts, and slaughtering spirit-severing cultivators was as easy to him as killing dogs. As for nascent soul cultivators, he could blot them out of existence by simply breathing. Meng Hao's presence, and the fact that he was sitting next to the Song clan patriarch, left Eccentric Song completely terrified. Ever since Meng Hao returned to the southern domain, Eccentric Song had begun to regret his past actions. Then the Blood Demon sect rose to prominence, and his fear grew. "I absolutely, positively, without a shadow of a doubt should not have provoked that jinx all those years ago. Who would have ever guessed that the brat would eventually become so terrifying? Nobody could have predicted it." Sighing, Eccentric Song thought back to the events in the state of Zhao, and how Meng Hao had slaughtered a path all the way to the top of the mountain with the iron spear. Eccentric Song almost seemed to be in a trance as he remembered all the spirit stones and medicinal pills that were taken away. Although, he thought, how many people in the southern domain can say that they caused that jinx Meng Hao to flee from them? I guess this just goes to show how great I am. Now that he thought about it, Eccentric Song felt a bit pleased with himself. Besides, it was that old bastard Wu Dingqiu who instigated the whole incident. There was another person at the banquet who sighed emotionally, and that was Songjia's mother. As for Songjia, she sat next to her mother, her expression indifferent. Her mother was the one with the excited expression. According to what that woman said all those years ago, she thought, Jar can become Meng Hao's maidservant. Not bad, actually. How do I bring it up to him, though? She frowned and then looked over at the Song clan patriarch, only to find that he was looking at her. She immediately understood what he was thinking, and abandoned her previous plan. The banquet lasted for a few hours. Meng Hao's primary objective in coming to the Song clan was to reassure and pacify them. After all, the Blood Demon sect was now the greatest power in the unified southern domain. The Song clan had maintained neutrality, so it was necessary for the Blood Demon sect's blood prince to personally visit them. There was no need for formal agreements. Meng Hao's visit was enough to explain the stance of the Blood Demon sect. Similarly, for the Song clan patriarch to personally entertain him showed the Song clan's attitude. As evening fell, Meng Hao politely refused the Song clan's urgings that he stay behind for longer. When he rose to leave, his gaze fell upon Songjia, and he hesitated for a moment before producing a jade slip. The jade slip contained a strand of divine sense similar to the one he had given to Chu Yuyan. Meng Hao knew that he was beholden to Songjia. His youthful hot-headedness had influenced her search for a husband, and was the reason she had never married. Meng Hao had always felt like he owed an apology for the matter. Considering that he had personally gifted her with the jade slip, and also helped her in the ancient demon Immortal sect, he finally felt as if there was some resolution to the matter. Xianxia accepted the jade slip and bowed her head in thanks, her expression as calm as ever. Off to the side, the Song clan patriarch smiled as he looked on, and his eyes glittered. Finally, he laughed heartily and then escorted Meng Hao out of the Song clan ancestral mansion. Patriarch, there's no need to see me out, said Meng Hao. If I have some free time in the future, I'll come back to visit. He clasped hands, then made to leave. Meng Hao, my young friend, said the patriarch with a laugh. There's no need for such formality. Actually, we're already like family, right? My little granddaughter Xianxia has long since become your maidservant, so there's no need for you to treat the Song clan as if we're strangers. Maidservant? Said Meng Hao, stopping in his tracks. He looked back at the patriarch with a strange expression. Oh? You didn't know, young friend? The Song clan patriarch could tell the truth from Meng Hao's expression, but he feigned astonishment nonetheless. Back during the Song clan search for a son-in-law, your mother came personally to ask us to make my little granddaughter your maidservant. Meng Hao's heart began to pound with great waves of shock. However, after practicing cultivation for so many years, he was not the novice he had been years ago, and his expression remained the same as ever. However, a profound gleam appeared deep in his eyes as he looked back at Patriarch Song. Patriarch, there's no need to beat around the bush, said Meng Hao. Considering Meng Hao's countenance, Patriarch Song's expression became solemn. Well, I'm not entirely sure if it was your mother, young friend. After the incident occurred, I realized that there are two possibilities. Either it really was your mother or it was the mother of the resurrection lily. I have no way to determine for certain, but what I can tell you for sure is that she is an immortal. As to whether she is a false immortal or true immortal, I don't know. However, she definitely came from the eastern lands. Patriarch Song slapped his bag of holding to produce a jade slip, which he handed to Meng Hao. This is her likeness, which I inscribed onto this jade slip from my memory. Meng Hao silently accepted the jade slip. He almost didn't dare to look at it. Taking a deep breath, he sent his divine sense inside, whereupon he saw the image of a woman. Instantly, towering waves of shock filled him. Even if his composure were even stronger, it would still be shattered nonetheless. He suddenly felt as if 100,000 thunderclaps were exploding in his ears. His body trembled, and his eyes shone with intense attachment and obsession. He had long since stopped trying to track down information about his parents. He had long since assumed that his childhood dream of traveling to the eastern lands was something of the past. But now, he had an intense impulse to immediately go to the eastern lands to ask, why? That was because the woman in the jade slip looked exactly like the image of his mother that existed in his memories.